Welcome to Pre-Code-Camp's JavaScript development program. My name is Eva, and I'm one of the assistants here at Pre-Code-Camp. We are thrilled to welcome you to our Udemy version. Congratulations on taking the first step towards advancing your skills and knowledge in the exciting world of web development. We are excited to have you as part of our community and are committed to supporting you throughout your journey. At Pre-Code-Camp, we believe in the power of education to transform lives, and we are here to provide you with a dynamic and engaging learning experience in web development. Whether you are looking to enhance your career prospects, explore a new passion, or acquire valuable skills, you've come to the right place. As you embark on this educational adventure in web development with Pre-Code-Camp, here are a few key points to keep in mind for success. 1. Stay committed. Success in our JavaScript program requires dedication and commitment. Make a study schedule that works for you and stick to it. Consistency is key. 2. Engage actively. Participate actively in discussions, group chat, and any interactive elements of the program. Engaging with your peers and instructors can enhance your learning experience. 3. Seek help when needed. Don't hesitate to reach out to your instructors or our support team if you have questions or encounter challenges. We are here to help you succeed. We have tutors standing by ready for you to schedule in your hour of need. 4. Practice and apply. JavaScript development requires hands-on practice. Apply what you learn by working on challenges that will help you for the real world. The more you practice, the better you'll become. 5. Network. Building a professional network is crucial in the field of web development. Connect with fellow participants, alumni, and industry professionals to expand your opportunities on platforms like LinkedIn. 6. Stay updated. The JavaScript industry is constantly evolving. Stay updated with the latest web technologies and trends to remain competitive. 7. Stay positive. Learning JavaScript development can be challenging at times, but maintaining a positive mindset and believing in your ability to succeed is essential. 8. Celebrate achievements. Celebrate your milestones, both big and small. Recognizing your progress will keep you motivated. We are here to support you every step of the way in your journey through Pre-Code-Camp's Udemy's version of our JavaScript fundamentals. If you have any questions, concerns, or need assistance, please don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we will work towards your goals and help you achieve success in your learning. Once again, welcome to Pre-Code-Camp's JavaScript Fundamental Program. We are excited to have you on board, and we look forward to witnessing your growth and accomplishments in the world of JavaScript development. In this video, we will give you a brief overview of the downloads that you will need to complete before you move on to the next section. When you're starting off in this course, you're going to have to download a few things to your computer in order for this class to work. If you're having any trouble with any of these installations, please make sure you let one of the staff members know and we can set up a time to get you situated. The first thing that we're going to have you install is Node.js. Node.js is a powerful runtime environment that allows you to run JavaScript code on the server side. It's a crucial tool for web developers and software engineers, as it enables you to build scalable and efficient server applications, create web services, and execute JavaScript code outside of a web browser. And that is what we are going to use it for, to allow you to run JavaScript outside the web browser as we learn new concepts. Look for the detailed section going over the specific instructions on downloading and installing Node.js. Moving right along, the next thing that we need you to download is Visual Studio Code. Visual Studio Code, commonly known as VS Code, is a free open-source code editor developed by Microsoft. It has quickly become one of the most popular and widely used code editors among developers, and for good reason. VS Code is a valuable tool that can enhance your productivity and simplify your development workflow with extensions you can use to make your life easier. In another module, we will go over important extensions that you should consider downloading. Look for the detailed section going over the specific instructions on downloading and installing VS Code. As for now, those are the downloads that we will need you to have on your computer in order for you to start your modules. Make sure you follow the steps and the links that we have provided. We will see you in the next lesson.
All right, so in this video, I just wanted to make sure that we're sort of set up in a way where you're ready to get started and you don't have to ask yourself, well, why doesn't my Visual Studio Code look like the video? And so I wanted to set up a few preferences in here that will kind of make your life a little bit easier when it comes to working with Visual Studio Code and following along. So real quickly, what you'll want to do is when you have VS Code open, you want to open up the folder that you're going to be using for the current project or the video that you're going to be following along with. And in this example here, you can just go to File, Open Folder, and you're going to choose the folder that you care about, right? And so in our example here, we're going to be in the pre-code camp. And obviously you're not going to have that on your computer. So you're going to create a new folder, and then you're able to go ahead and create that from there, right? So going to pre-code camp, I know you don't have any of these other folders. We'll create them later on in other videos, or even this video, we may create some. I'm going to hit the word open, and that's going to open it up just like this. Again, you may not have a file in here, which is fine. We're going to build them out so that way you can kind of see what's going on, and then later on you can delete those. But this is just to get you an idea of what needs to happen for us to continue working on the projects here. Okay, so you're going to notice that I have these little drop down things for the files. Yours will not look like this. By default, the folders just won't show up. So in order to kind of see this happen, go ahead and create a new folder, and we're just going to call this one Delete Me, just so that you can see the difference here. Okay, so the file folder structure right now that I have is Delete Me, and then I'm going to create another one. I'm going to create one right here called Delete Me 2. All right, so now I have two folders in there, and then inside the Delete Me 2, I'm going to create one more folder with it open, and I'm going to create another one called Delete Me 3. Okay, so again, by default, your folder structure will not look like this, and we need to change it if you are the type of person that wants to make sure you're in the right directory whenever we're creating new files, right? So in order for that to happen on Mac, if we come up here and we go to Settings, and then we go to Settings again. On Windows, you're going to be going to the File menu system, and then Preferences, and then there should be Settings on there. Okay, so inside here, this is what I would type into the search box. I would type in the word compact, and yours will automatically be checked. And like if I check this, this is how it shows up. I particularly hate this way of how the folder systems show up like this. It makes it very hard to know which folder directory I'm actually in. So I'm going to uncheck that because I can visually see the compact folders here, which one is which. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and make sure that that is checkmarked. The next thing that I would like us to do is the autosave. I would change yours to after delay, starting off, and then maybe later on in the program you have it set to mine, which is on window change. So I would make this say after delay, because as you type, it's going to save. And again, this will help alleviate some of your problems and frustrations with developing, because you're like, why isn't my page updating? Why isn't it working? Well, it's because you forgot to save. So I would put the autosave on. And then the last one that I would do here is the word wrap. I would make sure that word wrap is turned on, right? By default, it is off, and you're going to be scrolling to infinity to the right in order to see your work. At least this way, the word wrap will be on. I believe it by default it is set to 80. If you need to change that, you can based upon the screen size of your monitor. But word wrap will definitely save you some frustration as well, because again, you're not going to see me scroll to the right in any of these videos, and this is why, is because the word wrap is on. All right, so those are the things that I would recommend having, and then your folder structure should sort of look like this. And again, we're going to be deleting these, but we now are able to see that based on the folders and it being open, it's very visually, it gives us that visual cue that we're in the correct folder. All right, so hopefully you enjoyed the video. Keep on watching. If you do have any questions on any of this, please let us know.
For beginner JavaScript students, the journey into the world of coding can be both exciting and challenging. Visual Studio Code, a popular code editor, has features that make the learning process smoother and more enjoyable, especially when enhanced with extensions. In this video, we'll explore the magic of VS Code extensions and focus on 3 beginner-friendly ways they can support JavaScript learners. 1. Learning assistance. VS Code extensions can be your best study buddy. They help by providing hints, code suggestions, and highlighting errors in your JavaScript code. Extensions like JavaScript ES6 code snippets offer shortcuts for writing common JavaScript patterns, making it easier to learn and remember the language's syntax. 2. Colorful coding. Understanding code structure is vital for beginners. VS Code extensions offer different themes that change the color scheme of your code editor. You can pick themes that are easy on the eyes and visually separate different parts of your code. A friendly and visually appealing coding environment can make learning JavaScript more enjoyable. 3. Collaboration made easy. Working on group projects or seeking help from peers is part of the learning process. Extensions like Live Share enable real-time collaborative coding sessions. You and your classmates can work together on JavaScript projects, share your code, and learn from each other in a supportive and interactive way. In conclusion, Visual Studio Code extensions are fantastic companions for beginner JavaScript students. They simplify learning by offering coding assistance, improving readability, and enabling collaboration. As you dive into the world of JavaScript, consider exploring these extensions to make your coding journey more accessible and enjoyable. We've listed a few extensions that will be necessary for you to download and use while you are going through these modules. Happy coding, and welcome to the exciting world of JavaScript.
Welcome to the world of JavaScript. In this tutorial, we will explore the importance of commenting in JavaScript and how it can make your code more understandable and maintainable. So, let's dive in. Every programming language has a way to add comments to code, and JavaScript is no exception. Comments are lines of text that are ignored by the JavaScript engine when executing your program. They serve as notes or explanations for yourself and other developers who read your code. JavaScript supports 2 types of comments: single-line comments and multi-line comments. Single-line comments are denoted by 2 forward slashes. Any text that follows these slashes on the same line is considered a comment. Let's take a look at an example. You have a comment that is on a line by itself. You can also see we have one that is on the same line that code is on. Multi-line comments, also known as block comments, allow you to add comments that span multiple lines. They are enclosed between /** and */. Here's an example of multi-line comments. As you can see, lines 1 through 5 represent the multi-line comment. Adding multi-line comments are perfect for students learning code throughout this course. Now, you might be wondering, why are comments important in the first place? Well, let's explore some key benefits. Firstly, comments enhance code readability. By adding comments, you can explain complex sections of your code, describe the purpose of functions or variables, and provide context to fellow developers. Secondly, comments facilitate code maintenance. As your codebase grows, you may need to revisit or modify sections of your code. Well-commented code helps you understand your own code later and makes it easier for others to collaborate with you. To make the most out of commenting, here are some best practices you should follow. 1. Be clear and concise when writing comments. Use plain language to explain what your code does, its purpose, and any potential gotchas or edge cases. 2. Comment complex sections of your code that might be difficult to understand at first glance. Break down the logic, highlight important details, and provide examples if needed. 3. Remember to update your comments as you make changes to your code. Outdated comments can mislead other developers and cause confusion. 4. While comments are beneficial, it's important to strike a balance. Avoid over-commenting obvious or self-explanatory code that doesn't add much value. Commenting is a powerful tool in JavaScript that can significantly improve code understanding and maintainability. By following the best practices we discussed, you'll make your code more accessible and developer-friendly. Congratulations! You now have a solid understanding of commenting in JavaScript. Remember, the next time you write code, think about the developers who will come after you and make their journeys smoother with well-placed comments.
All right, so in this video, I just wanted to go a little bit further with the commenting and maybe give you all a good tool or a good extension for you to utilize in your VS Code that will make your life a little bit easier, and maybe a few tips and tricks in VS Code to help you along, because when your instructor is up there typing, you may not know about these keyboard shortcuts, and you're going to want to commit those to memory as well as you're learning something new, and you're going to want to take notes. And a great way to take notes is comment your code. And when you turn in your projects, you're going to want to put comments in your code. It's really good for you as a student to start doing that. And then you can also look back in your previous code, and it kind of gives you a clue of what your brain was kind of thinking or what this part of the code actually does. So comments are very helpful, especially starting out. So let's first talk about putting a comment on your line of code where you still want this line of code to kind of execute, and you want to put a comment in there explaining maybe what it does, right? And so that's where you put in the double slash. You can say this variable is for the user's first name. So again, as I'm a new student, as I'm going through things, if I see this comment in here, I know why I created this variable and what it's for. When you get to your job, you probably won't do something that's like this, but just learning, just starting out, highly recommend you start putting comments in your code, especially for projects. The one thing that I wanted to show you on here is that your code still runs fine even with the comment in here. Again, seeing the double slash, it's just going to ignore it and move on to the next line of code. As you can see, there's no errors. But if you were to try to add a note without the double slash, notice that my code, I get a visual cue that my code is not correct. And if I were to try to save this and run this, I do end up getting an error because it kind of told me down here what it is not familiar with. So again, the double slash. The next thing that we'll talk about is, well, what if you want to not execute a line of code, but you still want to keep some code in there? There's going to be many times where you're like, I need to comment out some of this code because the code is breaking, or maybe you just want to see what some other code is doing. Perfectly okay to comment out some of the code that you don't want to actually run and have executed. So a keyboard shortcut on a Mac, Command/, and on the Windows, it's going to be Control/. Okay, and we're talking about the forward slash right here. So if we hold our Control button down or Command button down on a Mac and then use the slash, notice that VS Code automatically puts the two slashes at the very beginning, and that is considered commenting out some code, right? Meaning that code that you no longer want to have executed. And notice the Visual Studio Code will subdue the code for you visually, so you know the code is kind of commented out. Again, mine's showing up in blue just because of the current theme that I have. But again, it's going to run just fine. No errors whatsoever. I can save it, run it, no errors. So that is a single line where you can comment out the code, which is kind of cool. All right, another keyboard shortcut. Let's say I have another one here. I'll do let age equals 35. What if I want to comment out both the age and the last name? Well, I can do that in a way where I'm highlighting both. And again, notice I'm not highlighting the full second line either. I mean, you can, but I'm not going to. And I can still use that keyboard shortcut and notice that my code is now commented out. So really neat way. A lot of students, as I'm watching them share their screen, and I tell them to comment out some code, they will kind of like go over here and they'll move their cursor over here and put two slashes, and then they'll come over here and move two slashes. Again, Whenever you're in a boot camp, whenever you're watching the videos, sometimes we'll comment out some code, and we do it really quick. And again, just as long as your cursor is highlighting or grabbing at least a portion of that second row, because I can just grab this and I can comment them both out. So again, a nice little keyboard shortcut. Now there is something, if you watch the other video, something that allows you to do multi-line where you're grouping things that can be commented out. Again, while we're dealing with JavaScript, I feel like the command slash is going to get you, or the control slash on Windows will get you what you need. But what I'm talking about is I can highlight both of these right now, and on a Mac I can do Option Shift A, or on Windows I can do an Alt Shift A, and it will put these two little characters that we see up here. I call them snowballs and paddles, right? And so anything in between the snowballs is going to be commented out. Okay. When is this useful? Well, there's going to be times when you're watching some videos and we're making some notes, and maybe we'd like to make them a little more readable than seeing a slash in there. And so what we'll do is we'll give ourselves some space, and then we'll put something in here like this. And you can create nice readable notes as you're going through. Okay. Now, what are some pretty neat extensions that we can use for VS Code? Well, if we head over to the extensions tab right here, and you do a search for better comments, you're going to want to choose the one that should have a blue check mark. All these other ones are kind of like copycats. You're going to want to install that one. You'll see an install one for you. It's going to help you with color coding your comments to make things stand out. All right, so pause the video, install it, should be really quick, and then let's come back over to the comments and let's play around with that extension. So there's going to be times when you're going to be given a prompt, you're going to be given a challenge, or you're going to be doing a project, and you kind of have an idea of things that you're going to need. And you're almost going to want to do almost a to-do list. And so that's where you can come in here and you're going to be like, all right, I know that I need to create a function that takes two numbers and adds them together, right? So I'm going to do a to-do colon, and then we're going to do create a function that takes two numbers and returns the sum. Okay. So there we go. We just created a to-do for us to complete later on. And again, it stands out in orange. There's going to be times where your instructor may give you a prompt to do a challenge, right? And so for that, we can do the double slash, or command slash right there, and we're going to add a question mark, and that's going to indicate to you maybe we have a challenge for you to do. Okay, so that's another one to use. There's going to be times where you want to highlight something as being very important, and that's where you're going to do the exclamation mark, right? And that's going to be for something important, right? And so maybe using the keyword const to declare a variable, that means it cannot be reassigned. So again, it just draws attention visually for you whenever you're looking at the comments. Now there's more things that you can do with the better comments, and I'll let you all kind of look at that. But those are going to be the main ones that we're going to use. And your instructor of the bootcamp, or even in some of these videos that you're going to see, we're going to be taking full advantage of better comments. So make sure that you install that. All right.
Welcome everyone to this JavaScript tutorial. Today, we're going to dive into one of the fundamental concepts of programming, variables. So what exactly are variables in the world of programming? In programming, a variable is like a container that holds data. It's a way to store and manage information that your code can work with. Variables can hold various types of data, such as numbers, text, and more complex structures like objects. They're like labels you give to pieces of information you want to keep track of. In JavaScript, we can declare variables using three keywords, var, let, and const. The let keyword introduced in ES6 is the preferred way to declare variables. It provides block-level scope, which means it's predictable and safe to use. I know we haven't talked anything about scope yet, but later on in this course we will explain it. Just know that there are key differences in these keywords when we are declaring a variable. Then there's const, which also provides block-level scope, but once you assign a value to it, you can't change it. It's perfect for values that shouldn't be altered. Lastly, there's var, which was the traditional way to declare variables in JavaScript. However, it has some scoping issues, so it's less commonly used nowadays. Now, when you name your variables, there are some rules to follow. Variable names are case-sensitive. They can only contain specific characters, and they can't start with a number. It's also a good practice to use meaningful names. To assign values to variables, you simply use the assignment operator, which is the equals sign. Once you've declared and assigned values to variables, you can use them in your code to perform various tasks. Let's take a look at an example. Here I've declared two variables, first name and last name, and I'm using them to create a full name variable by concatenating them. And there you have it. The full name is displayed in the console. So that's the basics of variables in JavaScript. They're essential for storing and managing the data in your code, and they're a fundamental concept you'll use in almost every JavaScript project. I hope you found this tutorial helpful. Stay tuned for more videos on JavaScript and programming fundamentals. Happy coding!
All right, so in this video, we're going to be talking about variables. And so in our JavaScript folder, let's go ahead and create a brand new file. We're going to call it variables, and we're going to put a .js at the end of that. Okay, now what are variables? Well, let's go ahead and we're going to utilize this file. We're going to make some notes in it as we go along. We're going to give you some rules about variables as well. So on a Mac, I'm just doing Option Shift A, or on Windows computer, it's going to be Alt Shift A for the Windows users out there. So anyways, I'm just going to give myself a little bit of room here, and I'm going to go ahead and give it a little bit of a title there, variable, so we know what we're actually talking about. And then again, anything in between these two comment brackets, the code's not going to be executed whatsoever. All right, so variables, what are they? So variables are used to store information, and that information we can later on reference inside of our code. I don't know if anybody has ever remembered in math class. I know that it's probably a sensitive subject, right? Math class, nobody wants to think about that. But if we were to go back in math class and we saw the number x, for example, of x equals 10, right? And then later on in the math formula, we saw x plus 5 must equal something, right? Well, this x gets substituted, right? So anytime we see an x, we put a 10 in there. So 10 plus 5 is what, right? So is 50. So anyways, that's what a variable is. We're going to be assigning something in memory. We're going to apply it later on and reference it. So it makes it really, really nice. So one of the things also is any time you create a variable in JavaScript, the interpreter allocates memory to store the variable's value, right? So that's another important thing to kind of remember. The way that JavaScript works is it reads it from the top down, and we're going to show you here how we can create some variables and then reference them in our console for now, right? So let's add a few things here. Let's talk about the rules of variables. So we'll do rules of naming variables. And then I'm going to, again, get our multiple line things here going. So the names can contain letters, they contain digits, underscores, and even dollar signs. So that's something important to know. Now, the thing with the names of variables, they must begin with a letter. Okay, you can't put a number in there. They have to be a letter. Names can also begin with a $sign or an underscore, but obviously we're not going to do that and reference those in this tutorial. Later on in your development program, your career, you're going to know when to use a $sign, when to use an underscore, but we're not going to be doing that for any of the tutorials, at least beginning with you all. All right. Names are also going to be case sensitive, right? A lowercase y and uppercase y, those are two different things, right? Many times we will, what we call is camel case names of variables, and they are totally different. Again, another example is a shopping cart, right? And shopping cart, right, are different variables. So again, casing matters. That's going to throw you off at first if you're not used to programming in JavaScript, but the casing is different when it comes to that. All right. There's also reserved words out there that cannot be used for names, and that's something like you can't create a variable called class. You can't create one or let or return, right? All there's many reserved words that you can't use whenever you're thinking about creating variables, right? Let's go ahead and talk a little bit about casing as well. So we'll do casing of variables. All right, go ahead and open these up again. So we have something that's called camel case, and that's where you will lowercase the first letter of the first word, and you're going to uppercase every word thereafter. And what do we mean by that? Well, let's do a few examples here. So we have something like first name, right? Where first and then name, or the master card, inner city, right? All of those are examples of two words smashed together, but they are what the first word is always lowercased, and then the next word is has that uppercase first letter, right? Again, that is called camel casing. There's also a casing called Pascal casing, and that's where you're going to uppercase the first letter of every word. Examples would be something like first name, last name, MasterCard, inner city, just like what we have here, the two words smashed together, but this time they're not camel cased, they're Pascal cased. And many times this is used for class names. So we'll put that in parentheses here, used for classes in JavaScript. These here are used for variables. Okay. Later on, we'll figure out some other ones that we'll use in projects and stuff. It's called snake case. You can kind of see that where it's utilized by underscores, right? First underscore name, last underscore name, inner city. So, those will be used for special cases. Maybe they're constants. So, things that wouldn't change. Right? Some constants. All right. So there's three ways to declare variables, as you saw in the other video. Just to introduce it to you, we have var, we have let, and then we have const. Just to name a few there. So we'll put that in our notes as well. Three ways to declare a variable, and that's either going to be the var, let, or const. Okay. Now, something that I did want to let you all know is we've installed something called Prettier in the program. So sometimes when I save the program, it will kind of like auto jump things or change things. You may have the Prettier option as well installed if you followed our extensions lesson. And if you ever need Prettier to ignore the file, we can just go in here and type in Prettier, ignore, put a little comment in there, and it will ignore the next line code and won't make it. pretty. So I do need pretty or ignore for this next example, which is what I was going to talk to you about. So whenever we are wanting to store a variable, we first need to add either a var, let, or a const. And in that video that you watched prior to this, they mentioned in there that let was introduced, ES6, and that's the one that we should continue on going with. But you do need to know about var, that you could see that in older programming. And once we talk about scoping in a different lesson, it's going to come at you in a way where you're like, oh, I do see why we want to use the keyword let. All right. But anyways, we'll just do let, and then I'll put a couple spaces in here. First name, and then put a couple more spaces, equals, and then John. Okay. And then I'm going to put a comment in here, and we'll do a 1. I'll put a 2 over here right underneath the first name. A 3, I'm going to bring that over to the equal sign, and then the 4 over here. And then we're going to kind of explain what these numbers are. Okay. Now this number 1 should be with the let there. But if I save it, my pretty or ignore worked, because I'm just going to show this to you right now. If I were to copy this and paste it and I hit save, you see how the prettier kind of shoved it there. But anyway, let's go ahead and talk about each one of these things here. Just want to add in our little multiple line comment there. And so the first one, right? That's going to be a JavaScript keyword to denote that we want to create a variable. This is a let, right? So we can use var, we can use let, and we can use const. Now, the next part here, that is the name of the variable, right? So that's going to be the variable name. That can be anything you want. We could have called this pool party, right? But usually you want to pick a name that matches what's being stored. Okay. You're not getting charged any extra money by saying, hey, you know what, I'm going to rename this to A, right? An A wouldn't make sense. So spell it out so that way when we read this as a developer, the variable name makes sense. So anyways, that's going to be the name that's stored in memory that we can reference later on. And this will be stored in memory so we can reference later on. 3. So that's the assignment operator, right? That's the equal sign. Notice there's just one equal sign. Later on, we're going to figure out what 2 equal signs means and 3 equal signs mean. But, pass the quiz, right? This is the assignment operator, okay? And then the last thing is, this is going to be the value that we assign to our variable, okay? And I know right now we don't know the different data types. This happens to be a string. Strings are represented in quote marks. But anyways, this is going to be the value of the variable. This is the initial value of that variable, okay? Now, we can go ahead and console log this. So we can do a console log, console.log. And I always like to do kind of like the name of the variable here, starting off. So first name, and then we can put a comma in there, and then we can do the variable name. Okay, so the thing in the quotes here, totally different, but we can go ahead and save that. And if you've gone through the extensions exercise and the normal installation exercise that we had for the video, we should see either a play button up here, or you can hit the F8 button on your keyboard, but we'll hit the play button and we see this right here. The first name, okay, that comes from right here, is John. Perfect, right? We just did our very first console log, and we were able to grab the variable. Now, as we mentioned before, variables, they are case sensitive. Okay, so I'm going to just reiterate that. So variables are case sensitive. We can do a demo of this, and again, we're going to comment out some code here, but if your code breaks, if your getting an error, you're going to want to check the syntax, check the capitalization, right? I'll give you an example down here. Like I said, we'll comment it out. Console.log, first name, wrong. I'll put that on here. Not that we're going to see it, but let's go ahead and change that casing up there to something that looks like this. We'll make it a Pascal case. We're going to save that, and we're going to run this, and we're going to get an error. And this is our very first error that we've seen, and we have a console.log first name wrong, and it's pointing to the first name here. So anyways, let's go ahead and comment that out. I just wanted to demonstrate that the variables are case sensitive, and if you get an error, you're going to want to maybe check the capitalization on there. Okay. All right, let's talk about variable reassignment. So we have reassigning a variable. Let's add some notes on this one. So one of the key mistakes that a lot of students make is they try to reinitialize it. Okay, so you do not need to redeclare or reinitialize a variable with the keyword let, var, or const keywords. Okay, so the only thing you need to have is the variable name with an equal sign. So only the variable name followed by the assignment operator and the new value. That's all that is needed in order to reassign. Let's demo that here. Now up here we've already declared first name. Let first name equal John. Right? Let's change this to Jane. First name equals Jane. Notice that I do not have the keyword let. I don't have a const. I don't have any of that. I just have the name of the variable, assignment operator, and then I have what do I want it to be. So now if I console log the first name that we reassigned, just so we can see it perfectly in the console, I'm going to hit the play button. First name's John, which it's true. On line 47, it was John. Then line 65 on my screen is now changed to Jane. All right? And there it is. We console logged it. So that is how you can reassign. All right. Let's take a look at a const example. So maybe we'll do this here, const example. So maybe the state tax happens to be 3%. So we'll do state tax equals 0.03. And then if we save that, of course we can console log that. And we see the state tax, 0.03. Perfect. But what if we try to reassign the const? Let's take a look at that. State tax, let's change it to 4% now. And let's just see if this works. We get an error. All right. So the assignment to a const, we can't reassign that. And whenever you make a constant, or if you're looking at a piece of code that you're getting ready to tweak, and you notice that there's some const in there, that's a way that the developer gives other developers an idea saying, hey, this value shouldn't change. We should always keep it like this. A const should not change. So anyways, I'll go ahead and comment that out, and we'll just make a note here that we get an error because we can't reassign a const variable. All right, so at this point here, let's go ahead and give you a moment, a little challenge. Let's go ahead and create a variable to store the last name of a person named Smith. Then we want to print that to the console. Then we want to reassign that value of that variable to another last name called Jones. And then print that variable as well. All right. So go ahead, pause the video, and see if you can do this. Okay. All right. Well, hopefully you were able to get this. I'm going to go ahead and create a brand new variable. I'm going to do let last name equals Smith. I'm then going to console log that. So again, whenever I'm coding, I'm just going to do it methodically, and I'm not going to code out the whole thing. I'm going to do it systematically. I'm going to hit the play button, and I'm going to take a look. Cool, I got the last name of Smith. Next, let's reassign it. Notice that I don't have to put a let in front of there. I can just do the last name equals Jones, and then we'll console log that one. All right, let's go ahead and play this. Perfect. Last name Jones. We just did a reassignment. So one of the questions that I normally ask students here is, if you saw something that looked like this, say times 24, right? If you saw that in a document, right? What do you think that could represent, right? And sometimes we'll see this in code of a student, right? We'll say, for example, let total seconds equals times 60 times 24. But what would really be a little more clear is if we could turn these into variables, right? So let's take a look at this. What if we said const seconds equals 60? So there's 60 seconds in a minute. We'll do minutes equals, there's 60 minutes in an hour. And then there's 24 hours in a day, right? So it's much easier on the eyes if we were to turn these numbers that you see here into the variables that you see above. So we can do seconds times minutes times hours, and that gives us how many seconds there are in one day. So let's go ahead and save that and run. There we go. 86,400 seconds are in a day. All right, so that kind of wraps up the variable section. And again, we're going to have challenges and quizzes to go along with this video and this topic, but it's very imperative that you learn and use these variables and create good variable names when you're coming up with the variables of what you want to store in memory, right? Make it very explicit, just like we know that this number 60 before it didn't have any kind of tangible thing that we didn't know, right? But now we know that this is going to be seconds. We know that this is minutes. We know that this is hours. You know, we know that Smith is a last name. So be methodical in your naming. All right. But hopefully you enjoyed the video. Like I said, practice with the challenges and practice with the quizzes to help solidify your knowledge in variables.
In JavaScript, strings are sequences of characters enclosed within single quotes, or double quotes. These characters can be letters, numbers, symbols, or even spaces. Strings are incredibly versatile and serve as a fundamental data type used for storing and manipulating text-based information in your code. To create a string, simply enclose your text within quotes. For example, notice the differences on each of these lines. You can use either single or double quotes for strings, ensuring consistency within your code. JavaScript doesn't distinguish between the two as long as they match at the beginning and end of the string. JavaScript also provides numerous methods to manipulate strings. These include functions like to uppercase, which will convert the text all uppercase. Likewise, there is a function in JavaScript called to lowercase, which is designed to convert the text to lowercase. There is also the function concat to concatenate or join strings together, and there is slice to extract specific parts of a string. What you see on your screen right now are examples of those functions and methods. We'll be going over some of the common ones that you will be using in another video. Make sure you watch that and take good notes because you may actually see that the answers to future challenge problems will be contained in that video. Probably one of the most common ones that you will run into is the length property. Strings have a length property that indicates the number of characters they contain. This property allows you to determine the size of a string dynamically. The keyword that I'm saying here is size. And you may be asked what string property do we have available to use that will determine the size of the string, and your answer should be the length property. Well, with all that said, there are many string methods out there, and there will be only a select few that you will use often enough to remember. The key thing to get out of this is that you say to yourself, I remember there's a function or a method out there that can do this for me. Let me take a look at the documentation. There's no reason to recreate the wheel when all the hard work is done for you auto-magically. Understanding these properties and methods is pivotal for working effectively with strings in JavaScript, enabling you to manipulate text-based data and perform a wide array of operations in your code. Please continue with us on this topic, as we have a couple more videos going into more details and help solidify your fundamentals about strings in JavaScript.
All right, so in this video, we're going to be talking about the data type, and specifically, we're going to be talking about strings and JavaScript. So let's go ahead and get started. Inside the folder here, we're going to create a brand new file. We're going to call this one strings.js, and going to go ahead and open up the multi-line comment, and we're going to go ahead and get started with typing out some notes. All right. So when it comes to strings with JavaScript, strings are mainly used for storing and manipulating text, right? So I want to put strings, and we're going to put in here strings are for storing and manipulating text. And whenever we're talking about strings in JavaScript, in order to store them into a variable, we must use quotes, right? So a string must be inside of quotes. That can be inside single or double quotes, or we can even put it in backticks. So we'll put that in here. Strings can be inside of backticks as well. And so that might be a new quote mark that you're not familiar with, is the backticks. And so we're going to go over a few of those examples here. So let's go ahead and start doing some code. So we're going to do an example of single quotes. Now, if you're using Prettier, like I am, then we're going to need something on here called Prettier Ignore. And that way it doesn't, on our save function, it does not remove the single quotes and put double quotes in there for us automatically. So Prettier Ignore, and that just ignores the next line that we're going to put in here. So I'm going to do let string1 equal, and then I'm going to use single quotes for this one, right? So single quote example. Now let's go ahead and console log that. So notice here, if I use single ones over here, I have to pair that up with single ones over here. You can't mix and match when it comes to quotes. But anyways, these are our single quotes. All right. And if I save this and I hit the play button, you're going to notice in our console, we get it there just fine. All right. Let's take a look at the double quotes. We can say let string2 equal, and we're going to use the double quote example. And let's make this a nice little comment for separating. So we're going to do double quotes there. And of course, we're going to console log the string2, save this, and we're going to run it. And again, we get the double quotes in there. Perfect. Next, let's do an example of the backticks. We'll do let string3. This is going to be the backtick example. The backticks are found right above the tab key. It's on the tilde key, is that key. Again, your pinky may have to stretch for it, but it's right there above the tab button to get the backticks. Also notice in your VS Code, it may be a different color to sort of indicate that you did use backticks. All right. And again, we can console log that, console log string3, and we're going to go ahead and run that. And there's the backtick example. So again, some people like using the backticks because it's easier to strings or strings and numbers, text, give you something visible for the user to kind of see. So again, we're going to show you that here next. One of the things that most likely you'll end up doing is you'll be pulling data from different sets, and you're going to need to combine it to make it a complete sentence. And so for that, we call that string concatenation. So I'm going to open up my multi-line here, and we'll call this string concatenation. And that's when you want to add 2 or more strings and turn it into a single string. Okay. And we're going to use the plus button on some of these, and we may use the backticks on there, and we'll show you the difference on what that kind of looks like. All right, so string concatenation. Let's pretend we have a greeting that we would like to say, and we're going to assume when somebody logs in, we want to capture their first name, and we want to say welcome and then their first name. Maybe like a welcome message. And so we can say something like, let the first name equal John. So John has logged into our system, and we want to provide a greeting for that person, right? Or maybe we'll say let greeting equal welcome. So in the end, we want to combine both of these and add them together to make a completed welcome message. So let's do that. So we'll say let welcome message equal greeting. And for now, I just want to smash them together and kind of show you a little bit of an error, a forced error here, to get you thinking, what should I do differently in order to get this to work? So I'm going to clear out the terminal. I'm going to hit the play button, and notice I don't see anything at all because I did not console log. So let's console log the welcome message, save it, and then we can run it. And then we get this right here, welcome John. It's like smashed together, right? It did exactly what we wanted, but readability wise, it didn't help us at all, right? So we would need to put a space in between there. And so in order to get that, when we are done with the first variable, we're going to do plus, and then we're sort of going to like force a space in there and then add another plus. And that's going to kind of combine all three strings together. If you think about it, this is actually a string as well. It's a space, but it's a string. Okay. We could have totally created another variable up here called space and just had it be one space, and we could have put greeting space plus first name, right? And if we save this and then we push the play button, you'll see welcome John. All right. Let's look at it from string interpolation point of view. So we got string interpolation, and what we're going to do next is we're going to say let welcome message to equal, and then we're going to do the backticks this time. Okay. And so once we have the backticks, then we can do this interpolation here where it's a $ curly bracket, and then it's going to be the variable name that we want to have happen first. So we want the greeting to happen first. We're going to hard put in a space, just using a space bar. Again, we're still inside the backticks. And then we're going to do another $ curly bracket and type out the first name. Okay. So again, this is called string interpolation, where we are converting these items here to a string to be implanted in a combined string, right? So we're combining these variables and making them a string, and we're adding them together kind of. So anyway, if we go ahead and console log this one, we can hit the play button. We'll go ahead and save that, hit the play button, and we can see that we still get the welcome John, right? So no difference, but this one might be a little more readable or maybe coder friendly for you instead of having to hard code in a space, especially if you can think about having a very long sentence to use and it includes a lot of variables. So string interpolation really does help out the developer to kind of make it readable in a non-codey kind of language. All right. So again, string interpolation there. If you ever want to know what type of data it is that you're working with, you can do something like this. We'll put a question mark in here. How do you know what data type the variable is? Well, we can use something here called a type of. All right, so we can do a console log. You're going to do type of, and then we'll do first name. If we save that and run it, we get a string. All right, so again, strings are really neat. We're going to have another video, another section to kind of go over some string properties, some string methods that are out there for you all to use, because it is kind of cool on some of the things that we have access to all out of the box with JavaScript. All right. All right, so as promised, we're going to be showing you some string methods, some string properties that are going to be common for you to kind of learn and play around with. And again, we have a few challenges that will kind of use these tips and techniques. And later on in the course, you're going to see some challenges that will incorporate this with functions, even though we haven't talked about functions yet. But again, we're starting off with the foundation. Let's start with the basics. Let's talk a little bit more about what we can do with the strings. Now, you don't have to type all this code out. Wherever this video is being posted, you'll see some example code down below where you can just hit the copy button and you'll be able to paste that into your document here. So I created a brand new one called more-strings.js. And this is where you can go ahead and paste it. Control V for pasting, Command V on a Mac, or you can go up to the edit menu and you can go up to File or the edit menu and then paste and put that in there. All right. So again, we're going to create some variables inside here. We're going to answer some of these questions that we have here in the comments. But string methods allow us to introduce functions without having to actually worry about writing them. So right out of the box with JavaScript, you're going to get some neat functionality that we can perform on whenever we have a string. Also, strings also have built-in properties that we're going to be able to utilize. And we are going to use this little thing here with the dot, right? The dot operator in order to access some of these things. So how can we find out how many characters a string has? Well, first we need to have a string that we need to determine that, right? And so we can just do let string equal hello world for right now. And we can access the length of any string utilizing the length property. Okay, so let's go ahead and do a console log of that. And so in order to get this to work, you have to first identify the variable that you are interested in, knowing how many characters it has. And then you're going to access the property of .length. Okay, so when we do this, if we save this and then we run this, we can take a look at in the console here, we have 11, right? So we have 11, which is kind of cool. So what are some possible use cases of this? If we can think back in the Twitter days where you would have the maximum number of characters that somebody could type that you would like to know and let the user know, hey, you kind of exceeded the tweet there by X amount of characters, right? So again, just another good way to kind of think about that. For example, let's go ahead and work on a different string. We'll say like let last name equal Smith. And then we'll come down here, we'll do a console log. And we want the last name.length. Notice that we're not using string anymore, we're using last name.length. We save this and then we run it. Now, one of the questions that you may be asking yourself is, well, how come when I look at the hello world here, how is it 11 characters? I only see 5 for the hello, I see 5 for the world, that's 10. Well, it's also including the space in there. And so there's going to be ways that you can kind of remove the spaces if you're really looking for the words, for example. But in this video here, we're going to not have to worry about that part. And if you are interested in that, we can definitely have a discussion about that, or you can do a little bit of Google searching as well on how to only count the words and to ignore the spaces. Okay. Now, how do I convert a string to be all uppercase or even all lowercase? Well, for this, we're actually going to tap into what we call our methods. All right. And again, we're still using the dot notation here. And so we have access to these methods. And notice there's a little bit of difference here. We have left and right parentheses on here. So anytime you see left and right parentheses, that's going to be a method. Anytime it's just a standalone right here, that is a property. Okay, so JavaScript gives us the 2 uppercase, it gives us the 2 lowercase. So let's go ahead and take a look at what that looks like. Let's go ahead and change the hello world to all uppercase. And so if I do a console log of the string, we can do the string that we created up here, right? The variable string, all to uppercase, we save it, and then we run it. We now get hello world. Perfect. Now, something to take note of, if I do a console log of just the string itself without the to uppercase, and I run this, I get hello world back the way that I normally spelled it. So something that is going to be interesting for you to remember is that it's non-destructive. It doesn't affect the original value that's in memory. It's only doing it right here for that instance that we're trying to console log it, for example, right? Now let's go ahead and use the lowercase example. Let's do a console log, and this time we'll do the last name. We'll do the last name dot to lowercase, and again we can go ahead and save that, run it, and we get Smith all in lowercase. So what are some possible use cases for wanting to do this? Maybe you want to normalize your database, meaning like, hey, if somebody typed in Smith, we would like to have it all lowercase, or an email address. It would convert it all to lowercase. As a matter of fact, let's go ahead and demonstrate that real quick. We can say let email equal jsmith@email.com. All right. Notice that we have some funky lettering here, funky casing. And what if before we saved it into a database, we would like to normalize that to make it all lowercase? Well, we can do a console log here of the email, and we want that to all be in lowercase. So if we save that, now we can take a look at that in our console here, and it's all in lowercase. So a really good example there. Later on, you may be invoked with a challenge to uppercase the first letter and lowercase the rest. And again, that's where these notes here are going to come very important for you to kind of think about and learn about. All right. Okay. So the next one here is, how can we remove the white spaces from a string? So let's look at that. We have access to the trim method, and what does that look like? Okay, I'm going to make this variable a little more local. We'll do a trim example. Let trim example equal, and then notice that we have we exaggerated some spaces here on the left and right. And I'm going to go ahead and do a console log here of the trim example dot trim. Okay, and for this, I'm just going to highlight both of these here and hit the play button just so that we focus solely on it. And then we get the hello world. Notice that the spaces on the left-hand side and the right-hand side, they are gone, right? We don't have them anymore. So that's a way to kind of help clean up some data. Think about somebody typed in a form, had a bunch of extra spaces on the left-hand side, a bunch of extra spaces on the right-hand side. Again, you may want to use the trim in order to remove some of the white space. All right. I know we haven't really talked about arrays, but there is a string method that does allow us to talk about how do we get a string into an array format, right? So let's go ahead and put a little bit of notes in here for that. So we're going to use the split method, and what it's going to do for us, it will allow us to split up things by either we can do spaces or we can do characters. All right, so let's do an example of split by character. say let split example equal okay. So we have a bumblebee hive. And let's go ahead and split this one up. So we can do a console log of split. We're going to split it based off of nothing, which gives us our individual characters. And if I hit the play button, you'll notice that we have each one of these in its own individual array bucket. Okay. Again, I know that we haven't talked a lot about arrays. We will in the array section, but you may want to come back to this one to kind of understand it. But just know that we are able to split up the letters into its own individual characters. Okay. Now, what if you wanted to split it by word? Well, we can do a split based off of a space, right? So anytime it encounters a space, it's going to group it into its own individual array. Let's take a look at that. You see now that we have a bumblebee in the hive, and then that is now separated by the word. Okay. This may come into play where maybe you're taking a user's input from a web page, from a website, and maybe you need to move a character up. You can say move up and split it up into two different words, and your character can now have an action and a response. All right, so that's the split by word. And one of the interesting things which comes to our next question here is that a letter, if you just want an individual letter from one of these things here, we'll create another one here. Let first name equal Rebecca. And what we need to think about whenever we're talking about indexes in JavaScript coding languages, it's always zero based, which means the first letter that we see as a human, that's not the first letter in a computer language. That is the zero position. The E is in the second position from a human, but from a computer, it's in the first position. And so let's do an example here. We'll console log the second letter of the string. Okay. And again, we're trying to get the E, right? That's the second letter to us humans. So we're going to do a console log of square bracket 1, and that will give us the E that we're looking for. I'm going to save that and run it. We can see that that is an E. Okay. Now, what if we wanted the first letter that we see as a human, right? Console log the first letter of the string. There we go. It's the zero position, and we can save that and then run it. Okay, that is the R. Now, what if we wanted the last letter of the string? This one is a little bit tricky because we can combine two things that we've learned. Now, obviously, you can hard code it in, right? So Rebecca, R-E-B, so there's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 letters in the name of Rebecca, and we want the last position. Well, if there's 7 letters, remember it's zero based, so 7 minus 1 is 6, and if we save that and highlight this and run it, we get the A, right? But what if we came up with the name of Bobby, and we save this and then we run this, we're going to get an undefined, meaning that it doesn't have a seventh letter in the name of Bobby. So that's why we wanted to make this a little more universal. We can take the first name and we can use the property that we learned about way up here, the dot length, and we can just do the -1, and that will grab the last character of no matter what string we put in here. Right? We could do Ricky Bobby. Save that, run it, and we get a Y. Okay? So again, something that's very universal. You can get that right there. Another thing that you may see is, what if you want to know what does a word end with? Or if a word has a certain thing in there that ends with that ending, that group of letters. And so we can say, let fruit equal, we'll do banana. And we can do a console log of fruit dot ends with ANA. Now we can save this, we can run this, and we get a value here called true, and that just means that, hey, it found that this word here ends in ANA, okay? And it's telling you, yes, that is true. I know we haven't talked about Booleans quite yet, but this is a Boolean. It's either going to return true or false. If I type the word BAN and hit save, and I'm going to highlight this and run it, I get a false because it does not end in BAN, it ends in ANA. Here, this last question. How can I see if a word contains a specific group of letters? Well, the answer to that is going to be the following here. Let's go ahead and do let fruit2 equal, and then we'll do blueberry. Okay. We want to see if this this item here has the word BER in it. All right. So we'll do a console.log of fruit2.includes BER. Right. So now, unlike before, this was ending with, it's taking a look at the ending. This is looking at the entire word altogether, and we can take a look at that. So let's go ahead and save this, run it, and let's see what we get. We get a true, right? Well, what if we put in here red instead? If we save it and run it, we get a false. Okay. All right. So the includes is looking at the string as a whole, and it's trying to find a combination match that's in there. All right. So it's looking for the entire string, and if it finds a match, it's going to return true. If it finds it, if it does not, it's going to return false. All right. Okay. So part of your homework assignment for this is I would do some research on each one of these of includes, ends with, and the split. And what I would do is I would go onto Google and I would search the following here. So I'll put in here, search Google for includes, and we said the split, and ends with, and what I would actually type into Google is you can do JavaScript. Includes method, and then put in like a W3 schools in there. W3 schools really great at documentation. There's also MDN, but if you type into Google JavaScript includes method W3 schools, there are lots of string methods out there. Okay. What I would recommend is going to W3 schools and look up JavaScript string methods, and you're going to see a lot of them there. Go ahead and play around with them and see what you find out, but add your own notes. You're not going to need and use all of them, but the common ones that we did today are the ones that you're probably going to see a lot in your programming, at least for starting out. Okay, so those string methods and properties, you're definitely going to utilize a lot. Okay, so save this file, review it for later, because other projects that you're going to have throughout this course and your actual coding bootcamp course, you're going to need it. Okay. All right. Well, thanks for watching.
Welcome to the world of JavaScript numbers, where the language provides a versatile toolbox for handling numeric data. In JavaScript, numbers come in two main flavors: integers for whole numbers and floating point numbers for those with decimals. These numerical entities form the backbone of calculations within programs, allowing you to perform basic arithmetic operations like addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division effortlessly. Whether you're dealing with simple calculations or complex mathematical tasks, JavaScript numbers will be your reliable companion throughout your programming journey. Understanding JavaScript numbers is akin to unlocking a secret door in the realm of programming. Mastery over these numeric values equips you with the ability to craft algorithms, solve problems, and manipulate data with precision. As you delve deeper into programming, this foundational knowledge will enable you to perform calculations efficiently, manage data effectively, and create sophisticated applications. Knowing the intricacies of JavaScript numbers also lays the groundwork for handling more advanced concepts like data structures, algorithms, and even game development, empowering you to turn your ideas into functional, impactful code. Make sure you watch the next video for another Code With Me example, where they will be going a little bit more into detail of numbers in JavaScript. We will see you there.
All right, in this video, we're going to be focusing on JavaScript with numbers and what do the numbers represent. We're also going to show you a few tricky things that you might think is going to happen with numbers, and it should be a really great video for you to watch. So let's go ahead, start a brand new file inside our JavaScript folder. I'm going to call it numbers, and we're going to add a JS at the end of that. All right, let's go ahead and give us some note-taking room, and this is going to be numbers. All right, so in JavaScript, basically JavaScript has only one number type, or one type of number, and they can either be written with or without decimals. All right. And if you're familiar with any other programming language, you may say, well, do I have to tell it what type it is? And what do we mean by that? Well, is it like an integer? Is it a short? Is it a long? Is it a floating point? You don't need any of that. There's, like I said, just one type of number out there that JavaScript cares about. And again, we can write that either with a whole number or not, okay? So let's talk about some number assignments here. We'll say my age equals 25. Okay. We now just assigned 25. And again, notice that there's no quotes around this. That's very important. And if we want to console log this, we can save this and run it in here, and we get 25, right? Nothing real big. But now when it comes to trying to add things together, and so let's do friend age equal, we'll say 35. Okay. Now we can add these two together by doing my age plus friend age, and we're going to get what you expect, which is 60. Okay. Now, once we introduce quotes to this,
That's when we have a string trying to be added to a number. And that's where we get some funky math that might come into play here. So we can push the play button here, and now we get 25 and 35. So we want to be really careful with this because it treats this as a string. It treats this plus sign as if we want to concatenate them, right? So we'll put a special note on here that if we have a string being added to a number, the number will be converted to a string and it will be concatenated. So that's a little bit of a warning to you. Okay. Now, are there things out there that can kind of help us? What if we did get data back that was a string? Is there any way that we can convert this to a number to be able to add them together again? And so what I would suggest that you all maybe kind of look up is we have several ways of going about this. We can look up %. Okay. This is going to be a function that parses the string and returns an integer. Spaces are allowed and only the first number is kind of returned here. So how does %? Work? Well, we can do something like, we'll do a console log of my age plus the % of the friend's age. We can save that. We can run this. And now we get the 60 that we thought we should have had to begin with. So again, one of the common mistakes that a lot of students will make once we start getting into getting data back from the website, maybe from like an input field, for example, it will come back to us as a string, but really we wanted it to treat it like a number. Now, something interesting is, well, what if we had this, for example? We'll say our annual salary. So we'll do like let annual salary equal, and then we'll do 75,000. And if we want to get a monthly salary from this, could we do an annual salary divided by 12? Let's take a look at this. Let's do a console log of the monthly salary. We'll save this, we'll run it, and we get 6250, right? $6,250. But you're thinking to yourself, what just happened here? We had this a string and it did the math properly without the %, right? And the answer is yes. And that's because JavaScript is knowing that you're trying to do some math in here. Whether you put a subtraction in there, a divide, a multiply, it knows intuitively that you're trying to do math. Now, when it comes to the plus sign, if you notice from our strings video, that's how we concatenate. And so it thinks that you want to concatenate things when it comes to this. So there's another way of using, of creating the effect or telling JavaScript, hey, I want you to treat this as a number. Well, we can also use the plus sign in front of the string and it will try to convert it to a number. So let's look at this one. We'll do a console log of my age, and then we'll do a plus, which is what we thought a concatenation would be. But then we add a plus sign right up next to the variable, okay? And again, I always tell students that, hey, this is a possible interview question. What if you were to see this? You have a my age and a friend's age. One's a string, one's a number. And what if you saw that plus sign on there? What would you expect line 20 to console log, right? And so again, I'm going to put one more thing in here that will kind of help us with letting us know that, hey, we're using the plus sign on this one here, as I'll just add something that looks like this, add a little comma. And that way, when we run this, we'll see that the plus is giving us 60, okay? So again, another way for you to kind of do that. One of the other ways, obviously, if you look into it a little bit, you can also use the word number. The number function converts an object argument to a number, represents an object type of value, but same type of thing that goes on here. How would that look? Let's do a console log. We'll do a number, And we'll just throw this in here as well. We save it and we run it. We still get the 60. So again, developer choice. I believe this one is probably the slicker way of doing it, less code, as long as you can understand that is what you are trying to do. Now, JavaScript does get a little bit funky when it comes to integer precision or even floating precision. Let's give an example of that real quick. So we'll do floating precision, and we can say something like let x equal 0.01 or 0.1 plus 0.2. Let's go ahead and console log the x. We save it and we'll run it here, and notice that we get something really funky, and it's due to a float point. We have all these extra zeros at the end. So again, whenever we're talking about doing a little bit of decimal work or even money, how do we get rid of this? Well, let's do another one. We'll say let y equal, and in this case here, we want to add an extra decimal point or shift the decimal point over one to make it like a whole number. And then at the end, we're going to divide everything by 10. So we're multiplying by 10 here, and then we're just going to divide everything by 10. And what that will do is that will give us our precision number where we're not getting all those extra zeros in it. So let's do a y, comma y. Let's take a look. So there we go. We got a point or 0.3, right? So again, just something to keep in the back of your mind when it comes to doing these numbers. So if you're ever doing anything with money, it might be best to convert it all to like how many pennies are you getting, are you using, and then just divide by 100 to get it to work again. Okay, let's see here. When it comes to anything arithmetic wise, all you have to do here is use these special operators that we have for numbers. So we'll do number operators. And for the number operators, I'm going to go ahead and add a little bit more spacing here for notes. So if you're going to add, you're going to want to use a plus sign. If you're going to subtract, you want to use the subtraction sign. Multiplying, you're going to use the star on the keyboard. And then for the divide, you have it. Okay. Other important ones that you may see, you may use, we have exponents with the stars. And one of the other ones that you're going to definitely run into a lot, especially doing some problem solving, some logic problems, is going to be the modulus. And we'll kind of go over a few of these here. So we've already seen the addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. Should be kind of self-explanatory. We kind of did the multiplication here, division here, addition there. The ones that we want to maybe talk about are going to be the exponents. And what that would look like is if you wanted to do 3 squared, right? You can say something like, we'll do a console log of 3 squared. That's what that would look like. So let's go ahead and highlight this and run it. So 3 times 3 is 9, right? What if you wanted that to be cubed? Well, we can come up there like so, save it and run it, and we get the 27. So that's going to be your exponent way of doing math. And then the modulus one is probably one that is very common with something with a challenge or something known as FizzBuzz. Modulus just provides us with the remainder, right? And so an example of this, what if I did a console log of 21, and then I use the percent sign here, and we make that 10, right? So how many times does 10 go into 20? 1, right? It only goes in there twice. And then we have a remainder of 1, right? I think we all remember that from math. That goes in there 2 times with a remainder of 1. And if we save this and run this, we get 1. Okay. Again, how can we tell if something is even or odd? Well, if we divide by 2 and the remainder is 0, it's considered even, right? And so eventually, once we get into conditionals and stuff, modulus comes more into play on when would you want to use this. But let's do a console log of 204 modulus 2. And we can save this. We'll go ahead and run just this part here, and we get a 0. So if it equals 0, that means it's even. What if I did a 5 in here to make that odd? Save it, run it. Now I have a modulus of 1, right? And again, just play around with this. There'll be a little bit of an exercise here for you to do to play around with the modulus and the exponents here. After this module here, but just be aware that it's there, and it's going to come more into play when we talk about conditionals and loops and things of that nature. So you may want to reference this or revisit this when it comes down to that. Okay. All right. Well, that covers real briefly with numbers. Take a look at some of the challenges that we have following this video.
In JavaScript, Booleans are a fundamental data type representing 2 possible values, true and false. Booleans are pivotal in decision-making processes within programs, enabling logic and control flow by evaluating conditions. They serve as the foundation for building conditional statements, loops, and controlling the flow of execution in your code. Booleans are binary, meaning they can only have one of 2 values, true or false. They're often used to represent the result of comparisons or logical operations. For instance, take a look at the code that you see here on the screen. On the first line of code, we are assigning a variable called isStudent and setting it to true. On the next line, you will say we have a variable called hasLicense, and it is set to false. The thing that I would like you to take out of this is notice syntactically that these keywords of true or false are represented with no quotes around them. Most code editors will highlight them, letting you know that they are of type Boolean. Once we get into the discussion of conditional statements, Booleans will be really relevant. They will help determine the flow of your code. Imagine that you are writing a program that needs to check to see if the person that is trying to purchase the lottery ticket is of the right age. If the evaluation of their age is greater than 21, or in programming terms, if that result is equal to true, then they are allowed to purchase the lotto ticket. Understanding how Booleans work and how to use them within conditional statements is fundamental for writing logic-based code and implementing decision-making processes in JavaScript programs. Play around with the example code that you see on this page and paste it into your own code editor and run the program. Make sure that you are console logging the different variables throughout your code and see what values you get.
All right, so in this video, we're going to be talking about Booleans in here. For your notes and everything, I know you watched a video introducing it just a little bit, but we'll go into some code about this. And just like that other video said, Booleans, they either represent true or false. Those are the only 2 values that we can have whenever it comes down to Booleans. Oftentimes we think about this in programming, such as a data type of either being yes or no, on, off, right? 0, 1, true, false. This becomes very important when it comes down to conditionals and providing conditional logic. For example, hey, how do we know that this person can purchase a lottery ticket? Well, we need to check their age. Is their age above? And then whatever age you need it to be above, right? So it's very important for us to kind of get a little bit of an understanding of Booleans when it comes to programming. All right, so in VS Code, I have a brand new file here called boolean.js. It's underneath my JavaScript file. And let's go ahead and give ourselves a little bit of room for note-taking with that nice keyboard shortcut, Alt-Shift-A. And what we're going to put in here, we're going to put in the Boolean. And Booleans can either be true or they can be false. Okay, and then also when we create these, we want to make sure that we pay close attention that we're not utilizing quote marks around these. So no quotes around the true or the false. So let's go ahead and create a variable. We'll go ahead and console log it as well. And so let's go ahead and take a look at what that would look like. So we can say let is over 21, and we're going to set that equal to true. If we want to take a look at this in the console, we can say console.log is over 21. We'll save that, run it, and we have the value of true. Now, if we ever need to see what the type of this variable is, we can utilize the type of, and we'll go ahead and save that, run it, and we get Boolean. Okay. Also wanted to demonstrate that you can also assign it the false value same way. We can do let can purchase alcohol, and we'll set this to false. We'll save this one, we'll console log it, and then we'll go ahead and run it. And so now we get a true, a Boolean, and a false. Okay. Now, an important thing to kind of know, and we're going to be utilizing this a lot in the future. You can utilize the opposite operator here in JavaScript to essentially change the evaluation of the variable to the opposite of what it is. So let's go ahead and put a few notes in here. So you can use the opposite operator to change the value of the Boolean. Now, the thing that we have to do to the Boolean in order to get this to work properly is we have to use the exclamation mark. So we're going to use the exclamation mark, and this is the opposite operator. Okay, this will flip from a true to a false. So if it's true originally, it will go false. If it's false, it will go true. Now, the thing that we also need to remember is this doesn't destroy the original value. It does change it for the time being, but it's just the evaluation of the value. Okay. What we can do to demonstrate this is we can say the following. We can do a console log of is over 21, and we want to make sure we put that exclamation mark in front of it. Okay. So if I go ahead and save that and we run it, again, it's our very last console log here, false. So originally it's true, and then here we just console logged the opposite. Okay, I want to be very clear with this part here is if I were to copy this and paste this right down below, I can go ahead and run this, and I get a false and then I get a true. Okay, it doesn't change the original value of the is over 21, right? We initialized this to be true. We did not change it anywhere else in memory, but we just said, hey, take the evaluation of it, whatever it is right now, and make it go opposite. Okay, this becomes very important later on when we're talking about conditionals later on. So we'll explore this a whole heck of a lot more in that module, but just wanted you to be aware that we can use this bang operator, the exclamation mark, to sort of indicate that we want to flip it to something else. Now, what if we did want to reassign that value, right? So how do we reassign the value? Using the operator. So how's that work? Well, let's take a look at it. We can do an is over 21, and now we put that bang operator right in front of that, and now we can go ahead and do a console log of this, and we'll go ahead and run it. And notice we now get a false right here. So again, just wanted to show you a little bit of the differences with controlling this bang operator, the not aspect of this. Like I said, once we get into if statements, conditionals, and even comparison operators, the exclamation mark is going to come in handy. All right. So keep on watching through the modules, and we'll see you in the next video.
Welcome to the module on conditionals. In programming, conditionals are statements that allow us to make decisions based on certain conditions. They play a crucial role in controlling the flow of our code and enable us to create dynamic and interactive programs. Conditionals help us handle different scenarios by executing different blocks of code depending on whether a condition is true or false. This decision-making ability is essential for creating programs that can respond to user input, handle different situations, and perform specific actions based on specific conditions. So, let's dive into the world of conditionals and discover how they can enhance our programming skills and make our code more powerful. What exactly are conditionals? Well, think of them as decision makers in our code. They allow us to create different paths or branches within our program and execute specific code blocks based on certain conditions. To understand conditionals better, let's consider some real-life examples. Imagine you're about to leave your house and you see dark clouds in the sky. You might say to yourself, if it's raining, take an umbrella. This decision depends on the condition of whether it's raining or not. Similarly, when you approach a traffic light, you know that if the light is red, you need to stop. This is another example of a conditional statement. In programming, conditionals work in a similar way, allowing us to make decisions and execute different blocks of code based on specific conditions. Let's explore the different types of conditionals and see how they work in JavaScript. Let's start with the most basic conditional statement, the if statement. An if statement allows us to execute a block of code only if a specified condition is true. You can see the if condition block of code here. Let's take a look at this code example. In this example, we check if the variable num is greater than 0. If the condition is true, the code inside the if block will be executed, and we'll see the message, the number is positive, printed to the console. Now, let's move on to the if-else statement. This statement allows us to execute different blocks of code based on whether a condition is true or false. Let's see an example. In this example, if the condition num greater than 0 is true, the code inside the if block will be executed. Otherwise, the code inside the else block will be executed. Depending on the value of num, we'll see either the number is positive or the number is not positive printed to the console. Feel free to pause the video and make an if-else statement based off of a coin flip. If the coin flip is heads, then console log the coin flip is heads, then you can make an else statement that the coin flip is tails. Here is the solution to the coin flip challenge. Next, let's explore the else if statement. This statement allows us to check multiple conditions and execute the code block associated with the first condition that is true. This looks like an if statement followed by an else if statement and ending with just an else statement. Take a look at this example. In this example, we check if num is greater than 0, less than 0, or equal to 0. Based on the value of num, the corresponding message will be printed to the console. To summarize, conditionals are essential for controlling the flow of a program based on certain conditions. We covered 3 important conditional statements: if, if-else, and else-if. These statements allow us to execute different blocks of code depending on whether conditions are true or false. Remember, conditionals play a crucial role in decision-making within programs. As you continue your coding journey, it's important to practice and experiment with conditionals in various scenarios. This will help you develop problem-solving skills and create more dynamic and interactive applications. Keep up the great work and happy coding.
All right, in this video, we're going to be talking about operators, which are going to be your logical and your comparison operators. I know that you watched a video on this in an earlier module to kind of an introduction. Now we're going to dive a little bit deeper into it, get our hands a little dirty with the code. So hopefully it will fill in a few of the gaps that you might have had from watching the intro video to this. All right, so as usual, I created a file inside my JavaScript folder called operators.js. And I'm going to go ahead and create some
note-taking room for us. And I'm just going to put in here logical operators. And the first one that we're going to talk about is the comparison one, right? Now, comparison operators, they are going to return Boolean values. And that's going to either be true or false whenever we're talking about a Boolean value, okay? So let's go ahead and start off with something very easy to kind of understand, is the strictly equals, okay? So we're going to do comparison operators. We're going to do the strictly equals, and that's with the 3 equal signs, okay? So it's going to be based off of type and value. Those both must be the same whenever we're utilizing the 3 equals. And let's demonstrate that here. We're going to create a variable called age. So we're going to say let age equals 10. And then we're just going to console log the age with a triple equal sign of 10. And I'm going to also put in here strict equality. Okay, so that way we know. We're going to be doing a lot of console logs in here. So we'll put that in here. And then we'll add a comma. And that way it will just kind of flow with us here. So I'm going to run this, and I see the strict equality, it equals true. Notice that I have age of 10, and what type of data type is this? Well, it's of type number, okay? And so if you can imagine this over here being replaced with another number 10, and it has to be exactly the same type, which is of type number, it's going to be true. Let's create a false one here. We'll do another example here, showing you that the string, if we put quotes around the number, it is now considered a string. And utilizing the triple equals, again, it's going to treat this as a string. It's not going to convert it to a number or anything like that. It's going to treat it as a string, and a string and a number will always result in a false. So that is where we're talking about where it is evaluating the value and the type, okay? Those two both need to be the same in order for this to work. Whatever's on the left side needs to equal the right side, very strictly followed, strictly equals, okay? So the way that I remember this is the triple equals, you have one more extra equals, that means you're going to be a little more strict, okay? Now, if we come down to the alternate side to this, we can do the loosely equals, and that's only 2 equal signs, okay? And with this, the type and the value, they can be different, okay? And what do we mean by that? Well, let's do the same console log, okay, with a 10, right? No difference besides the 2 equal signs, okay? They're both numbers. This is going to return true, okay? So really no different than the triple equals when we're actually comparing to an apple, right? And now with this next one here, we're comparing a number data type versus a string data type, okay? Because we are missing one of the equal signs from up here, it's a little more loosey, right? It's a little bit loosey-goosey when it comes to comparing these two. You're okay with it being a string, all right? In the background, it is utilizing coercion, which is going to try to treat this as a number, but if it gets the same value, it's okay with it, and it treats it as true. So if we run this, see the loose equality here, we see it's true, and we see a true down here. Again, up here, we had a hard false. So that's one of the differences that I wanted to show you there, okay? Now let's talk about the greater than, the less than, the equal to, and those types, okay? So we have greater than, less than, and then we also have so there's the greater than, okay? There's the less than. And then I want you to pay close attention to the greater than or equal to. And it's just like how you say it in English, right? Greater than or equal to, okay? So they're kind of smashed together. Now, it has to be in that order in order for that to work, all right? If you try to flip-flop it, it means something else in JavaScript that we're going to get to eventually. But for now, just know that just how you say it should be the way that you type it, okay? Greater than or equal to. And then we also have less than or equal to. So let's do a few of these comparisons here with it. So we'll do a console log. We'll do a greater than. We'll put that in the comments here so that way we can see it a little bit better. And this is going to return false. Okay, we are saying, hey, is 10, right? Because remember, in memory, this is 10. Is 10 greater than 10? Well, that's false. That is not a true statement. Okay, so that's going to return false. We can save that, run it just to test it out. And the greater than, false. Okay, let's do another one. This is the greater than or equal to. Now this one's going to return true. Okay. Is 10 greater than 10? No, it's not, but it does equal 10, okay? And it's going to come back as true, all right? Let's try another one here. Less than, is the age 10 less than 10? Well, that's false. And then we'll go ahead and try out this last one here, which is going to be true because 10 does equal 10, okay? So we can save that, run it, and now we see those values in there, right? So again, you'll get a lot more practice with this once we start getting into if statements and some of the projects that we're going to have you do to test out your knowledge with this. But it should be fun. But just know that syntactically, the way to write these are the following. All right, let's dig into logical operators. And this is where we have the and, we have the or, and then we have the not. Okay, the and is just the two and signs. So hold your shift button down and put in the and signs. The or, you're going to hold down the shift button again, and the button that puts those two parallel bars in is right above your enter key. It's the backslash, right? So that's where those parallel bars come from. That is the or. And then we also have the not, which is the exclamation point. So all of these require the shift button in order to have access to these characters. But each one of these, except for the not, will usually take two conditions or two comparisons that we're trying to evaluate. Okay, so let's take a look at some of these examples here. We'll do the following with the and. We'll say let age 2 equal 25. And then we'll also do let has driver's license equal to 2, true. So let's do this. Let's go ahead and create a variable called is legal to drive. So we'll do const is legal to drive. We are going to compare, okay, the age 2, and we want to make sure that they are greater than or equal to 16 and they have a driver's license. So we can go ahead and do that, and that will be a good example of a comparison of utilizing the and, because both of these conditions have to be met in order for this to return true. Okay, logical operators return true or false as well, or false. So let's go ahead and console log, and we're going to go ahead and run this. And we get the and operator here. It's true. Okay. Now, I told you before that it is looking for both of these things, both of these evaluations to equal to true. Now, if we take a look at this right here, we did not specify this with an equality, right? We didn't do equals true. That is because JavaScript has shorthand code that will just evaluate the variable as is. Is true, false is false, right? So as long as has driver's license equals true and we're above 16, this should be fine. That this should result in a true. So let's go ahead and make this, turn this one to false. So I could be of age 25 and not have a license, right? So if I save this and I run it, we now get this statement. It's now false. It is not legal for this person to drive. Right? Now, I don't know why this would ever be the case, but we could make this person 15. They have a driver's license, right? But we can run this and we still get false. So again, both conditions need to be resultant of true in order for this statement as a whole to come back as true. That's what the and is. All right, I'm going to change this back to 25 and save it. That way our comment will still be valid. Let's work on the or. Let's do an example of that. So we'll do the or, okay? Now, for this one, we're going to create two names and we're going to kind of compare them, okay? We'll say let person1 equal, and we'll say John. We'll do let person2 equal Jane, and unst is able to enter. Well, let's make it so that either John or Jane can come on in. And so we can say the following. We can say, hey, if person1 is John, or if person2 is Jane, then go ahead and let them in, okay? So let's console log that, and we're going to save that, run it, and let's take a look. So here's the or, and it's true, okay? So we just happen to have both of them match who we need. Let's say that John is now Jeff, okay? And if we want to run this and save it, now we can see that it is going to report back as true. Again, only one condition needs to be met, not both of them, right? So again, really neat way. And again, we can also check out the following. What if we changed Jane to Sally and tested this out? We get a false. Okay, so we didn't match any of these. Okay, so like I said, later on, we're going to show you that you can utilize some of these or statements when it comes to some of your logic-driven code. Okay. Now, one of the extra things that you may want to do while we're on this, maybe an extra challenge here, is we may have to dive a little bit deeper into our memory banks here, because whenever we're doing comparisons, let me change this to a lowercase John. So John matches this, but Sally doesn't match Jane. You would think that I could hit the play button and it would return true because this is a John, that's a John. But you have to remember that it is case sensitive. So the only way to get this to work is to do a real literal one-to-one to test this out. Okay. So that's how you'd make it that work. But later on in a challenge, you may be asked, hey, what kind of JavaScript method do we have out there that will allow us to have an uppercase John up here and a lowercase one down here, and it still reports back as true. Okay, so keep that in the back of your mind as we're kind of going through some of this. All right, the last one that we wanted to talk about is the not operator. And again, you kind of saw this with the Boolean video if you watched it. If not, we'll go ahead and show you now. Let's go ahead and use one. We'll call this one let is vaccinated. We're going to set that to false, and then we can console log the inverse of that. So that's what the not stands for, the inverse of that, and it's going to come back as true. So if I save that, run it, we can take a look at that, and it says not true. Another thing that I wanted to bring to your attention, that I brought to your attention in the Boolean one, is it does not affect the original code, right? It doesn't affect what was stored in memory, because if I console log this one, I get the original false. All right, so that's one of the takeaways. All right, so hopefully we touched a little bit more into depth with these operators. You're going to get very familiar with them once we get to if statements and logic-driven code that is not just a simple storing this in a variable. Eventually, we're going to expand upon this, but we will give you some challenges, obviously, and hopefully it won't hurt your brain too much. All right, so hopefully we'll see you in the next video. Thanks for watching. All right, welcome back. In this video, we're going to be talking about conditionals, really focusing on the if statements. And just as a reminder, conditionals are statements that really allow your code to kind of make a decision based upon certain conditions. And if you remember the video that we did with logical operators and comparisons, right, going into that again, right, and that's going to give us a better foundation to help with our logic of code. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. I do have a file up here called conditionals.js. It's inside our JavaScript folder that we've been working with. And I'm going to, again, go ahead and give ourselves a little bit of room for some notes. And we're going to start off with conditionals, right? So there's if statements. There's also what we call our else if statements. And there's also else statements. So we're going to be hitting up on all of these topics here. And the first one that we're going to talk about is the simplest form of an if statement. Okay, so I call this simple if statement. This is going to happen when we want to create just a very simple if block of code, and this will execute the block of code only if the condition is true. If it finds out that whatever we put inside the condition section of the if statement, if it turns out to be true, then the block of code is going to get executed. So let's go ahead and write a few notes here. So if the condition is true, the code inside the curly braces will run. That's called the block of code. Okay. And then if the condition is false, anything inside the curly braces will not run. Okay. So let's go ahead and demonstrate that here. We're going to say let person equal John. Now we can make an if statement saying if the person equals John, then let's go ahead and console log hello John. All right. So here's the simple if block, right? And I'm going to just put this in here like so. This is going to be the block of code that will be executed if the condition is true, right? So inside the little parentheses here, that is your condition. Okay. So what can go in here? Well, if you remember back in our logical operators or conditionals, right, we had something called the triple equals, right? The strictly equals. And we can say if the person variable equals John, then we want to greet John in the console with a hello John. So I'm going to go ahead and save that. And again, anything inside the curly braces will be executed if this condition in here results in a true. Okay. So right now, if we were to run this, we get down to this line right here, 12. Person equals John, right? And then line 14, we are comparing that. We're saying, hey, does John equal John? Well, it does. Well, then I'm going to console log hello John. Let's go ahead and run this. Hello John. Okay. What if I put Sally in here? I save it and then I run it, right? And notice that I don't get anything inside here. So this block of code only executes inside here, right? I can put in here a console log after the if statement. And notice that I hit the play button and it doesn't even go inside of here, right? So if I were to change this back to John, I save it and then I run it. Now I get the hello John and then I get the after the if statement. Okay, so that's how we can start controlling some of our logic when it comes to the if statements, right? Let's try another one here. Let's say let num equal 10. Okay, let's go ahead and say if the number is positive, so if the number is greater than 0, we can console log the number is positive. Let's go ahead and save that, and then we can run it. It says, hey, the number is positive. Okay, let's start talking a little bit about the if-else statements. We're going to add a little bit more complexity to it,
but it should still be readable to us based off of what we know so far. So the if-else statement, if the condition is true, the code inside the curly braces will run. That is still true from our simple if statement. But here's the next part that we didn't go over with this because it doesn't have it. This is the else statement. If the condition is false, the code inside the curly braces will run. The other part of the curly braces will run for the else. And let's take a look at that. We're going to say let num2 equal -10. And we're going to take this same exact code that we had up here and apply it down here. So we're going to say if num2 this time, okay, if it's greater than 0, hey, the number is positive. Else, the number is negative. So this is where we have an either or, right? You flip a coin. It's either heads or it's either tails, right? So num2 is a -10. We come down here to this if block right here on line 29. It does a quick evaluation. It says, hey, is -10 greater than 0? It's not. So it's going to totally bypass this block of code, and it's going to move down to the else. So it doesn't do any further evaluations with this. It just does one evaluation, and it's either it's positive or it's negative. All right, so let's go ahead and try another example here. So let's go ahead and feel free to pause the video as well to type this all out. But let's go ahead and see if we can write an if statement that checks the weather. If the weather is greater than 75 degrees, let's console log it's hot outside. Otherwise, let's console log it's cold outside. Okay, so with this, kind of like pause the video and see if you can set things up very similar to what you saw up here, where we created a variable, we stored in a value, and then we did some sort of evaluation down here, and then we did a console log with an if-else, okay? So this is another if-else challenge here. And so go ahead and pause the video after you get done typing this out, and then go ahead and resume the video. All right, well, hopefully you ended up getting it correct. If not, no worries. We're still going to go through this here with you. So I create a variable here. Let weather equal, and we're going to say 80. Next is we're going to evaluate this utilizing an if statement. So if the weather is greater than 75, we're going to console log it's hot outside, right? Now that's just one part of it, okay? The next part is the else. Else, we're going to console log it's cold outside, right? Let's go ahead and run this, save it, and run it. As we can see, it is hot outside. Awesome. Like any good tester, let's test this out with 25 degrees. Save it, run it. It's cold outside. Perfect. We completed that part of the challenge. Let's go ahead and move on to the very last thing that we have to do or demonstrate to you, which is the if, else if, else. Okay, so with this, we're going to have it set up in a way where we're going to conduct an if statement, just like we did here. And then it's going to reevaluate again with an else if to see if it matches that condition. And then lastly, if the second condition is false, the code inside the curly braces will run with the final else. Okay. So here's the instructions that I would like us to kind of follow along with for this one. It's a pretty interesting one. Students always like to have this one. All right, so let's go ahead and read some of this here. And feel free to pause the video, type it out, gives you good practice. Now, if the hour of the day happens to be between 6 a.m. and 12 p.m., display good morning. If the hour of the day is between 12 p.m. and 6 p.m., display good afternoon.
And if we have no match whatsoever, just go ahead and display good evening. Now, I did put something in here as 6 p.m. We're going to utilize a 24-hour clock just to make things a little bit easier so we don't have to do any kind of conversions for PM and AM, right? So let's go ahead and start coding this out. We're going to have a variable called current hour. And for now, let's go ahead and set that to 8 o'clock in the morning. And then let's go ahead and start performing some of these evaluations that we have to do. So we need an if block, all right? And we need to evaluate the current hour. Now, if you remember our logical discussion that we had, where we're utilizing the signs and the ors, right? We can actually put one of those types inside of here to do our evaluation for us, right? So we want to evaluate the current hour. We're saying, hey, if the hour of the day is between 6 a.m. and 12 p.m., display good morning. So if the current hour is greater than or equal to 6 and current hour is less than 12, let's go ahead and console log good morning. All right. So just by itself, we can highlight this to save our console. Let me go ahead and clear it out. But just by that, we do get a good morning, right? But if I were to change this to, say, 1300 hours, right? That's 1 o'clock. I save it, and then I run this. I get nothing in my console, right? Because we haven't made our else statements yet. And again, this is an else if statement. So we have 3 conditions in here that we are trying to meet, right? We're doing a 6 a.m. to 12, we're doing a 12 to 6, and then we have almost like a catch-all if it happens to be outside of those hours. So let's go ahead and do that. And again, we did an else up here, but this time we need to do an else if. This is where that new concept is going to be coming in here for you. So if the current hour is less or is greater than or equal to 12 and current hour is less than 18, let's go ahead and console log good afternoon, right? Let's go and save that. We're going to run it, and we do see good afternoon. Okay. I guess I could have just highlighted it and ran it like I did the last time. Highlight, run, we get good afternoon. Okay. Now, the last condition that we need to meet is what happens if it's 2000 hours, right? So 8 o'clock, 8 p.m. If I save it and run it, I don't get anything. That's why we need to have our very final else statement to kind of end this all as a little catch-all. So we're going to do a good evening, and we'll save that. We'll run it. I'll highlight and run it. And there we go. We have good evening. All right, so that concludes this lesson utilizing if statements. There's tons of things in future lessons here that you'll just learn a whole lot more about if statements, conditionals, and how they can really help drive the flow. I encourage you to challenge yourself with some of the challenges that we have associated with the if statements to help solidify your understanding of this. Logic flow is going to be very fundamental for you to learn and to know how to accomplish things, and it's just going to take practice. All right. So we'll see you in the next module. All right.
In this lesson, we're going to be talking about switch statements. Now, switch statements inside JavaScript is a real convenient way for you to be able to choose multiple options based off of value from an expression. So as you can see here, this is a generic switch statement, and feel free to put this in your notes. But the switch statement starts off with evaluating some sort of expression. And then we're going to create what we call our cases that will match up with a value that we see right here. So with each value will get its own case, and notice that in between the cases, we have a break statement. In most switches, you're going to need to provide it with a default case that you see right there. You'll notice later on in the video that if we don't have any breaks in between the cases, that it will just bleed into the next case. So let's take an example here. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this code at the top. So let's say, for example, that we have a variable called day. So let's go ahead and create the variable, starting off with a let statement, and we're going to assign it day of Wednesday. We want a switch that's going to be based upon the day, and depending upon what day it is, we're going to display something in the console. We're going to make a switch statement, and here's the expression that we're going to type in here, which is the variable day. The switch statement itself, we're going to be provided with cases. So if the case happens to be Monday, then we want to go ahead and type in console.log. It's Monday, the start of the week. Now, just like we told you before, we want to make sure that we include breaks in here, and then I'm going to move on to the next case. I hope that you are seeing a pattern in what we are doing. This is a new case, and we will evaluate it for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. This is a unique one where we're going to have multiple cases evaluated at the same time. So based on Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, we're wanted to say it's a weekday. Keep going in our console. So as you can see, this is the syntax that you will want to use when doing multiple cases. We're almost at the end of the week, so we will do case for Friday. But remember that in between each one of these cases, you're going to want to put a colon at the end of each case. That's going to be the standard. We'll type out the case for Friday, and then we'll do a console.log of it's Friday. Let me put break in here, and then we'll do another console.log of after we do the case of Saturday and Sunday. It is just like the Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday one we did earlier. The cases will be stacked on top of each other. In the console.log of this one, we want to type out, it's the weekend time to relax. Then we'll put a break on the next line. It is good practice to have a default case at the end of the switch. Because what if somebody has typed a day in here that does not exist? We do not want our code to break. So we'll do console.log and type invalid day in between the parentheses. All right, so there we go. And now we can go ahead and execute this by pushing the play button. As you can see, it's a weekday. Keep going. It's displayed in the terminal. Next, if we take a look at this, we have to let day equal Wednesday. So it's Wednesday. It's going to go down through the switch statement till it matches the case. And now we see that it's a weekday. Keep on going. We can do Sunday to test that out, save it, and run it. It's a weekend time to relax. What if we throw in a day that doesn't exist? Based on our code, we should get invalid day to be displayed in our console. Let's go ahead and put in a Monday, and let's comment out the break. We will see what actually gets console logged. So I see it's Monday, the start of the week, and it's a weekday. Keep going. And again, that's because if the break is missing. Remember, after every case, or right before the end of the case, you need to put a break, and that way the code will not bleed through the next case. Well, that covers the switch statement example. Hope you enjoyed this video.
So in this lesson, we're going to be talking about the ternary operator, and it's a real slick way of thinking about if statements and making it really shorthand code. All right, you're going to take a look at it. You're going to say, hey, this looks really funny, but it's going to be really neat to use. And eventually, where I see students utilize this the most is going and looking at their projects that they're going to be creating with React. So I actually see a lot of it with React as opposed to just trying to use it right off the bat. But just know that it's out there, and of course you can always come back and take a look at this video again. All right, so I have a file in here named ternary.js inside my JavaScript folder. And with that open, let's go ahead and add in our handy dandy note-taking comments. And we're going to be talking about the ternary operator. Okay, it is a shorthand way of writing an if-else statement. Okay, it's a very clean way of looking at an if-else, assuming that it's usually like one line of code that needs to go inside the if statement. Anyways, we have the condition that we need to evaluate that you can see right there. followed by the expression. So this expression right here will get executed if the condition on the left side of the question mark is a result of true. So the way to kind of read this is we're going to evaluate a condition. If it's true, our code is going to execute right there. If it's false, then it comes down here. All right, so let's take a look at what a normal if statement would look like. So I'm going to do an example here, and we'll do let age equal 18, and then we'll say if age is greater than 16, let's go ahead and console log that you can drive. You cannot drive. All right, so again, we're starting off with the real basics here, and we're going to go ahead and run this, and we get you can drive. Okay, so how would this look in a ternary? Okay, so instead of using this if statement, and notice that we're taking up 5 lines of code in order to get this if statement to work, what if we were able to do it with 1 line of code? And so that's another reason why ternaries are a little bit of a slicker way of doing an if-else statement. So we can simply do the following. We can say, hey, you know what? Let's go ahead and test out this theory here with the condition. What is our condition? Well, our condition right here is the age is greater than or equal to 16. So that's what we can put first. And then if we're following this recipe up here, what comes after the condition? Well, it's a question mark, right? Well, if we are greater than 16, what should happen? Well, we put this inside here, right? Okay. Now we don't want the semicolon. We do want a colon. Okay. And then what goes on the right-hand side of this? Well, it's what did you have underneath the else? So now if I save this, run this, I get you can drive twice. I can double check this with putting 11 years of the age, and I can run this, and I see that you cannot drive. Okay. So again, real simple way of taking an if statement and making it into a ternary. Okay, let's look at one where we're actually like maybe assigning some values here. We'll do this. Convert this if else to a ternary operator. Let current speed, we're going to set that equal to 50. Let the speed limit equal 60. And then we want a message for right now. And we're not going to set that to anything. Now our normal if statement that we're going to have is if the current speed is greater than the speed limit, our message should be displayed, hey, you're over the speed limit. Else, we have this message equals you're within the speed limits. So now this if else that we just created should work if we come down here and we console log the message, right? We just stored it in there. We didn't actually console log anything. But if we save this and we run it, we now see, hey, I'm within the speed limit. Okay, I'm going 50. But let's convert this over to a ternary. Okay, we'll do the following. We'll say message equals, and we're going to put our condition that we put in here first, right? I'm going to grab that, put it in there. Again, if I'm following our recipe, after the condition, if I scroll up, what comes next? Right? It's that question mark. So that's what we need to put down here. So question mark, and then, well, what comes after that? Well, if it is greater than, then we need to put this in here. And then our else is simply this, okay? And I can go ahead and console log the message. Let me comment out this. And this is what a ternary would normally look like when we're coding things out in the real world here without console logging, right? Maybe you're creating a game and you wanted to evaluate, did you go over the speed limit? Well, looks like we are within the speed limits, right? We did not go over. But if we change this to 80, we save it, and then we can run it. It says you are over the speed limit. Okay, all right. Well, like I said, we don't expect you to know everything about ternaries, and the longer that you are going to be developing and getting yourself into a React situation, that's when ternaries really shine, is with React. But again, know that they're out there. You can always come back and watch this video. We'll throw out a few challenges going over ternaries to get you used to them, but it really comes a lot later on in your learning path whenever you are at a boot camp. Right, so you should be at a point right now where you're able to utilize some of the stuff that you have learned so far with creating variables, doing conditional statements, arithmetic operators, as well as a console log in order to complete this project. And so this is called the laundromat project. Everything's going to be really done in the console for this, but you will need to utilize something that we haven't really talked about quite yet, and we haven't got into HTML or anything like that. So we're going to utilize this item here called prompt, okay? Because we're going to need to get some user input. We want this to be a little more dynamic than just hard coding in values. And so the best way to go about utilizing prompt is to actually use it on JS Fiddle. So that way we don't have to build out an HTML page or anything like that. We can just hit a simple play button. So what does that look like? What does prompt do for us? And then we'll get right back into going over the project with a little bit of tips and hints for you. So let's look at this right here. So I have a simple variable called apple count, and then I have this new thing that we see here that we haven't really talked about, which is prompt. And notice it's just like console.log, but we're using something here called prompt with parentheses on here. And then whatever we have inside here is encapsulated with quotes, right? And so what this will do for us is if I hit the run button, we have user data up here, right? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just type in the number 6. I'm going to hit OK. And then notice in the console log here, I have 6. I have exactly what I typed in. But notice that I have quotes on this. And that means that it is in fact a string, and you're going to have to do a little bit of Googling to kind of see what do I need to do in order to convert a string to a number. And once you do your Googling, you can wrap this entire prompt in what you find, okay? And again, this is a string, and we can validate this with a type of, and if I hit the space bar to make that 2 separate words here, let me go ahead and run this. Let me clear the console first. Clear it, run it, and I don't care what I type in here. I'm going to type the number 5. We notice that it is in fact a string, okay? So again, you're going to have to do a little bit of Googling on how to turn a string into a number. That's what I would type in there and see what you find, okay? And that's going to be my hint number 1. But just know that whenever you use prompt, that keyword prompt, it will store something in there in that variable right here, okay? Again, I can do something like let orange count equal, and then do another prompt, right? How many oranges would you like? And this is going to get us 2 prompts, not together, but in a row, right? So if I hit the run button, and how many apples would you like? Well, I'd like 3. And all right, how many oranges would you like? 5, right? So this is going to be a way for you to capture data utilizing the prompt, okay? All right, let's go back to the lesson, or back to the overview. The pricing is going to be as following. So just remember here that a load of laundry can hold up to 10 pounds of clothes. So we threw in this here for you. So when you're prompting the user and they type in 15, well, that's more than 10, and we need to add another wash. You know, if they type in 25, that's more than 2 washes. That needs to be 3 loads, right? And so a load of laundry can hold up to 10 pounds of clothes. If the load is more than 10 pounds, the customer will need to pay for additional loads per 10 pounds. Okay, the cost of the washing and drying machines are as follows. So we have the colors set to $2.50, whites to $4. So all these things that we're listing here, you're going to need to have a prompt. How many pounds of color will you be washing today? How many pounds of whites will you be washing today? And so those are the questions that you're going to need to prompt and store those into variables. Next here, detergent, whether or not they brought detergent or not, you're going to have to ask them. You'll be asking them, do you need detergent for your loads? And do you need fabric softener for your loads? And then dryer sheets. How many dryer sheets would you need per load? Okay, so those are the things that we're going to be prompting them. So here's your instructions. Create a program that calculates the cost of washing and drying the clothes at the laundromat. The program should prompt the user to enter the weight of the load based upon the type. The program should also ask if the person would like to add fabric softener or detergent to the transaction as a whole, right? So we're going to assume if you have 6 loads to do, that all 6 are going to get detergent. If you tell me that you need 2 dryer sheets per load, we're going to assume that you need them for all of the loads. So you're not going to be nitpicky and saying, yep, this load gets it and this load does not, right? We're just going to assume that you need it for the entire laundry visit that you're doing today. Now the program should then calculate the cost of washing and drying the clothes based upon what the user input has displayed as a total cost. Again, if the load is over 10 pounds, the program should display a message indicating that additional load is required and display the total cost for the additional load. So here's some hints that we have, as well as some starter code. Again, work on the one part of the program at a time. Start by prompting the user for the weight of a specific type of clothes, meaning like, hey, let's just first get the color load to work, okay? And then let's focus on the whites. Then let's focus on the darks. Now let's focus on the additional services, okay? So as you move along, you'll go through it in a nice methodical way, right? So once you get one part working, move on to the next. This will make your problem a lot easier to solve and you won't get overwhelmed. There is going to be a lot of conditional statements within this program. Make sure you utilize these if statements because you're going to say, hey, do you need detergent? Oh, we do. Then let's go ahead and add that to your list here. Okay. So anyways, hopefully this little walkthrough helps. Again, it's going to test your knowledge on math and conditionals, variables, and console logging. Have fun with this for sure. And let us know if you have any problems or issues with this. Okay. So on the next module, you'll be asked to supply your JS fiddle. That way we can take a look at it and explore this when we see you for your next visit with your tutor. Okay, so please don't skip this part. It's very much going to help you out in coding. All right, in this video, we're going to be focusing on for loops. Obviously, we know that there's several different types of loops out there. And in JavaScript, a for loop is a very powerful way that allows you to repeat a block of code multiple times. All right, so let's go ahead. I have a file here. I have it for-loops.js, and we're going to go through a few for loop examples and even provide you a few challenges as well. And we're going to do a little bit of recall from some of our data type strings as well. Some neat things that you can do with loops while you're practicing. And then later on, we're going to get into more practical uses of loops, but now we're just trying to understand them, right? So it's crawl, walk, run. So again, let's go ahead and do our normal note-taking space up here. This one is going to be called for loops. And in for loops, there's 3 parts to a for loop. One is going to be the initialization. We need to initialize the variable. So this is where the loop starts by setting up an initial state. Now, the next part of it is going to be the condition. And the condition part of this is what is our loop going to be checked against? So every time the loop runs, what are we going to check it against to see if we have to go through the loop again? And then the last part here is going to be your increment, right? So we'll do 3 here and the increment. And this is the final expression that's going to be performed at the end of each loop iteration. It's kind of used to update the initial state of the loop. Okay, so I know that's a lot of words, right? Let's breathe and let's go into an example here. Okay, I did want to point out that there is some danger that you may get stuck in an infinite loop. So we'll put that in here. So anyways, we'll just be very mindful of that. When we are running these loops, you'll notice like for temporarily, you'll see maybe a stop button show up here, and that's going to be your clue on, hey, maybe I can end this. But our very first example, let's go over a very basic for loop. Okay, so we'll do example 1, simple for loop. Okay, so in order to get a loop started, we first need to use that key identifier of the letter, or the letters FOR, and in parentheses, we need to set up a few things. Okay, again, here's our 3 steps. First thing is the initialization. So this is where we want to start at. A lot of times you're going to use the letter I for your variable, and that is just customary. It means incrementer, right? And we'll say let I equal, and we're going to do 0. Our initial state is going to be 0. In JavaScript, semicolons are typically optional. Well, whenever we're doing a for loop like this, semicolons are mandatory, and it's going to be what separates these 3 parts of the for loop. Okay, so there's our first part. Our next part is our condition. When do we want this loop to end? And in our example here, let's do a loop that will loop from 0 and go all the way to 10. Okay, so we can do this. We can do I. As long as I is less than 10, and we need to include 10, up to, but including 10. And then at the end of this, a lot of times you'll see your incrementer, which is our letter I, and then we see a plus plus at the end. And there's no difference between I plus plus and I equals I plus 1. Okay, those things are synonymous, but many of the times you'll just see the I plus plus. All right, so let's go over these parts one more time before we push the play button. All right, so this first part here, that is the initialization. Okay, we're setting I equal to 0. This next part here is the condition. How long do we want this to go for? And then this last part here is your increment. Every time you go through the loop, you're going to add 1. In this case here, we're just adding 1 to I. So it starts off at 0, right? It goes through the end of the loop. It checks to see what our incrementer is. In this case here, it is 1. So it says 0 plus 1. I is now 1. It's going to keep going through this loop over and over again until we reach this condition here. All right, let's go ahead and push play, see what we see. And there we go. We have 0 through 10. Okay. So again, real simple example of a basic for loop. All right, so now that we have a simple example of a loop here, we can even do strings as well. I wanted to introduce that to you also. So let's do an example of a string. We can loop through a string. Okay, so let's do this example here. Let's do let city equals Atlanta. Okay. And we would like to do a for loop that would go through this letter and just console log each letter. Now, something that you may remember from our string class is that each one of these letters can be referenced utilizing square brackets. So how do we do that? Well, first we can do like a console log of city, and then we can use those square brackets. And if you remember in JavaScript, everything is 0 based. So that very first letter is not 1, it is 0, right? And so we can do that. We can run this, we can hit the play button, and we see the letter A right here, okay? Well, what if we want the next letter, right? Let's do a console log of the next letter. Save it, run it. I get the L, okay? So if we're seeing a little bit of a pattern here, okay, we just did a for loop up here and it looped through all the way to 10, right? And each time it went through the loop, the I got adjusted, meaning it started at 0, it went 1, and then 2, and 3, and so on, right? And so in our code here, we can kind of take advantage of this a little bit. So let's make a simple for loop. We'll do for, and then we'll do let I equal 0. And then let's go ahead and count out how many letters Atlanta is. So A-L-A-N-T-A, I counted 6. Okay, so we want to go through this at least 6 times. So as long as I is less than 6, and then we can do the I++. Now, I just want to demonstrate here to you that if we do all cities with the square of 0, save it, I get a lot of A's, right? As a matter of fact, I'm going to comment these out so we don't get confused, and simply just highlight this and run it. So I get 6 A's. Well, I don't want A's. I want A-L-A-N-T-A, right? So what can I change in here? Well, I can put a 1 in here, right? And save it and run it, and now I get L's, right? But I need something a little bit more dynamic, right? And if we go in here and we put an I, we save it, run it, I get Atlanta, right? Now, what if I change the city to Indianapolis? And I save this, and then I run it. Well, I get Indian. I don't get Indiana, right? Or Indianapolis. So is there something that I can do to my code that will give me the size of this, or maybe the length of the string? So that way I don't have to keep hard coding in the value here. I can use something else. Well, the answer to that is we need to use the length property. So if we wanted to know how many letters are in here, we can simply do a console.log of city.length, and we can get how many is in there. It says down here 12, right? So if I come up here and I do 12, save it, run it, I get Indianapolis. But again, I want this to be dynamic. I want this to be universal. I want this to work for any city that I decide to put in there. And for that, we can just go ahead and reference the variable city and do a dot length. So as long as we know the city length, we will keep on going until we get to that number. As soon as we get above that number, then we're going to stop. And notice that we're not putting the equal sign in there. And again, that's because JavaScript 0 base, the dot length is not 0 base. It actually starts at 1 when it starts to count, right? So just keep that in mind. So if you were given a challenge or asked by your instructor or tutor or teacher assistant, then you should be able to perform this function or this loop here based off of a name, right? So anyways, a real neat way of going about it. And again, we made it dynamic. We can put any city we want in here and it will work just fine. All right, let's look at some more loops, right? Let's go ahead and have you guys do another loop here. We'll call this one a little mini challenge. And what we want you to do is we want you to create a loop that goes from 0 or goes from 1 to 100, okay? And we only want you to console log the even numbers, okay? Now there's 2 ways to kind of go about this. We can take a look at both, okay? But one of them will include an if statement. The other one will not. So go ahead and pause the video right here and see if you can figure at least one of those ways out. All right, let's go over the solution to this little mini challenge. All right. So one of the first ways that you can do this is we're going to utilize the modulus and the if statement. So we're going to create our little for loop here. And we have the let I equal 1. All right, so hopefully you kind of got that one. That one might have been a little bit tricky. We did ask for you to start with 1. And so no longer is it 0. We're starting it off with 1. Okay, so that was trick number 1. And then we want to go up to an even equal 100. And that's where we're going right here. Okay, then the incrementer, we're going to set that to the I++. So every time it goes through the loop, we're going to increment it by 1. All right, so in between the curly boys here, we want to have an if statement, and we're going to use the modulus, right? And again, that seems to be a reoccurring theme in some of our little mini challenges that we've been giving you, just to be aware of that. So what does this mean? Say I is 2, 2 divided by 2 has a remainder of 0. So that is even, and that additional that we have right there, right here, that will be true, which means that we'll go inside these curly brackets and execute this code right here, which is the console log. Okay, and then we'll just go ahead and close that off. So whenever you are coding, just make sure that you're aware of your curly boys, making sure that you have both opening and closing ones as you're going along. So that's another one that you'll get a little bit frustrated on while you're coding. All right, let's go ahead and test this out here. So I'm going to highlight this code, and then I'm going to push the play button. And notice that I am getting all the even ones. I'm getting 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, and so on. All right. So that's method number 1 of doing it. Okay. The other way of doing it is it's all about your incrementer. You don't even need an if statement. Okay. So let's take a look at what that would look like. So I wanted to go ahead and do another for loop. And this time we can do a plus equals to, or if you're a little more comfortable with it looking something like this, where it's going to be I plus 2. That means every time we go through the loop, we are going to be adding 2 to it. And again, we're starting at 0 this time instead of 1. Okay, so those are the 2 differences, right? We have a 0 here and then a 1 there. So we want to start off with 0. Next time it goes through the loop, then it's going to go to the 2, right? Then it's going to go to the 4, and so on. So this is the other way of doing this challenge. So let's let me highlight it and run it, and we get the same exact thing. All right. So again, these are the for loops. We're going to have a little more challenges along with these videos here. Make sure that you go through them and then scroll down to the bottom. You'll see the solution set for them. All right. So in this video, we're going to be talking about while loops, and just to give you a few examples of what you can actually do with them, what's their purpose. We're also going to work a little bit with HTML and JavaScript just to show you a real interesting way to utilize a while loop if you're trying to ask somebody maybe a secret phrase and you got to keep asking them over and over until they give you what you want. Okay, and that's going to be like the purpose of a while loop. It allows us to execute a block of code given a specific amount of time until we reach a condition that is true. Okay, so let's go ahead and discuss some of this. With the while loop, I created a while-loop.js, and I'm going to be giving ourselves a little bit of room here for our standard coding notes. So when it comes to while loops, all right, let's make some definitions here. So while loops are used to execute a block of code multiple times. All right. While loops are used when we don't know how many times we want to have that loop happen. Okay. And of course, while loops need a condition to be true in order to run. Okay. So let's take a look at what a while loop looks like. Now, I will tell you this, while loops are also very dangerous when it comes to, you could be stuck in an infinite loop if you're not too careful. Sometimes the browser might freeze up on you. So just keep that in mind as you're going through this. But to kind of reinforce the ideas that we learned before in the other video with the normal for loop, let's go ahead and show you what that would look like in a while loop. The for loop required 3 parts. We're going to kind of have the 3 parts, but they're going to be spread throughout this here, right? So we're going to do let I equal 0. Just right off the bat, it's going to be outside of the loop. And in the normal for loop, that was actually included in it, right? So this time it's a little bit different. We're going to do while I is less than 10. And then we're going to add these curly boys here. Okay, so I'm going to pause right here, and this is our key indicator while. All right, I is less than 10. That's our condition. And then whatever happens in between the curly brackets, that's the block of code that's going to get executed. Now, we don't want to run this right now, otherwise we're going to get stuck in a loop. So what we'll do is we're going to first make sure that we put an incrementer in there. And just like what we learned before, that incrementer can be the I++ or I equals I plus 1, same thing. But at least we're in a loop. This will get us out of it. And we're going to be in this loop as long as this condition that we put inside here is true. So the very first time we go through this loop, I is 0. Is I is 0 less than 10? It is. So that is true, which means we're going to stay in this loop. Okay, we're going to keep going in this loop until we reach our final number, which is, it's going to try to do 10, but 10 is greater than or equal to 10. So we're going to exit out of the loop. All right, so let's go ahead and console log I. I'm going to save that, and then we're going to run it. And you can see that we go from 0 all the way down to 9 in our console. Okay, so that is a very simple while loop for us to demonstrate to you. Some other things that we can do to kind of play fun or make fun with while loops. We can kind of draw things out. Sometimes we'll do this with the students. Is we'll print out a pyramid and we'll say something like this. We'll say let equal, and it's just going to be a hashtag. Okay, and this time we'll do I equal 0. Just so we can keep everything in context here. And I'm going to comment out this very first one. And matter of fact, I'll comment out all this here just so that we're dealing strictly with the pyramid. And we can come in here and we can say while I is less than 10. Let's go ahead and console log the pyramid. And then at the end of that printing to our terminal, we would like to add on to this with another hashtag. So it's going to continue on growing. It's going to take whatever pyramid is before, and it's going to add on to it another hashtag, right? And then of course we also have to utilize our incrementer here with which is the I++. So if we save this, I'm going to clear out my terminal just so that we can see this and we can run this. And you can see that we kind of have a little bit of a lopsided pyramid. So again, really fun way to kind of play around with this. And of course you can increase this to 100 and play around with it with a save and then a play. So play around with that. What we're going to do next is we're going to show you an example of an HTML file as well as a JavaScript file. So that way we can run some code inside of it utilizing a while loop of asking a question. We're going to say, hey, do you know the password, or what's the passphrase? And if it doesn't match, it's going to keep asking it over and over until you get it correct. Favorite topics, and it could definitely go on for a very long time, but it's called functions. All right, and functions are blocks of code that can get executed whenever you decide to call them. All right, and we execute functions all the time in real life, meaning that they're there in the back of our minds, but we only use them whenever we need them, meaning that if we're driving through an intersection and we see a red light, we probably are running in our minds, hey, there's a function out there that I probably need to start slowing down and putting on the brakes, right? So it doesn't mean that I'm always putting on the brakes all the time. It's only during a given situation, and that's what functions allow us to do. So without further ado, I'm inside our JavaScript folder. I have a file named functions.js, and that's where we're going to be. All right. So inside our functions.js, let's go ahead like we normally do, give ourselves some room here, and we're going to start off with functions, right? So functions provide a block of code that will be ran once it is called upon. So we'll put that in there. Functions provide a block of code that can be executed when needed. Okay. Now, in order for a function to work, it must start off with a keyword of function followed by the name that you would like to give your function. Okay, so most of the times functions will have names associated with them. If they don't, they're called an anonymous function. But for this lesson, we're going to be naming our functions. And just as a side note here, because we'll get into explaining some of this stuff, is that functions do not need to have arguments or parameters. And functions can and most likely will return something. So those are the things that we need to keep in the back of our minds, that, hey, functions aren't just for console logging things. They typically return something, and we store that in a variable for whatever reason, right? So let's go over our very first function. So I'm going to go ahead and save that here and move on. So with functions, we're going to need three things here. And I'll do some other snowball and slashes here to give ourselves a little bit of room. So we want to first start off with the key function. So the keyword is function. So that's the word that we're going to start off with. 2 is going to be the name of the function. And then 3, we can add parameters or arguments. And our very first one, we're not going to have any parameters or arguments. So just like what I have up here on line 7, we're not going to have any. All right, so let's go ahead and do an example. So I'll do function. So that's the keyword that we need, okay? And then we're going to go ahead and just do an example 1. And then we want to do left and right parentheses, okay? And then we want to follow that up with a curly bracket. And then I'm going to do a console log of example 1 function has been called. And let me fix the spelling. The way that functions work, again, functions provide a block of code that can be called and executed when needed. So if I save this and I run this, I get nothing whatsoever over in my code output. Okay. And that's because in order for this function to be used, we must call it. Okay. And so that's what I want you all to know, is that we can come up here and we can say, you must call the function in order to execute it. So how do you call it? Well, it's almost just like if you had a kid. How would you call it? Well, you would say the name, example 1, and then this is how you make the connection, is you use the left and right parentheses. That is calling the function. So now if I save this and I run it here, it says example 1 function has been called. Okay, so I'm going to mark up a little bit of a descriptor of some of this. So this is the one, and then this corresponds with the one that we see up here on line 14. And then we'll put a 2 over here, and then we'll put a 3 here. So again, this corresponds with what we just did up here. So the 3, this is the 2, this is the 1, right? So the keyword is the function, and then we have the name of the function. That's in my yellow. And then we have the parameters for the argument, okay? So that is your bare bone example, okay? Now, a lot of times in class, I always get students that will say, hey, does it matter where I call it at? Can I call it down below? So let's demonstrate that. And if we save that and run it, we do get the example one function that's been called. A typical interview question that they're looking for is why? Why can I call it above the function statement? And that's because that functions are hoisted. And if that's a new term to you, no worries. You may not have gotten to the video quite yet, but we're going to have a special video going over hoisting as well as scope. All right. So again, this is just a bare bone example of a function. We have a lot more examples to kind of go through, but the function, it doesn't matter if it's at the very top of the page, down below. It only gets executed when you call it, okay? Again, another mistake that a lot of students make starting off is they'll create the function, but the last thing that they forget to do is they forget to call it, because I can run this all day and not get anything, right? But as soon as I call it, then I can see it show up in the console, all right? So that's one of the main differences that I really like about functions, because you are in control of when some lines of code get executed. All right. So let's go ahead and continue on with some other neat things that we can do with functions. All right. So let's take an example here of we have a game and the player's score is 10,000 and they would like to restart the game, which means that the score needs to be reset to 0, but only when we need it to be reset, right? So a great solution to that is to create a function that can reset some values back to normal, all right? So we can say let player 1 score. We're going to set that equal to 10,000, all right? Now we're going to have a function, and we're going to call this one reset player score. And in between the curly boys, we're going to have the player 1 score. We're going to set that equal to 0. All right. So let's play this game here. We'll do a console log of the player 1 score. Okay. And that way, if we save this, we run this, notice that we get 10,000. Well, I thought that we had this function in here, right, to reset it. Well, we do. We just haven't called it. Remember, in order for the function to actually be ran, you must call the function, okay? So how do we call reset player score? Well, we can do the following. We can say reset player 1 score, or reset player score, and then left and right parentheses is needed, okay? So that's the key thing here is it is needed. So let me clear this out, and then let me highlight and play, and there we go. It is 0. And to further demonstrate this, we could come over here and do a console log of, we'll do player score before the reset, and then here we can do a player score after the reset, just to get an idea that, hey, it's not being changed up until the point that we run this function. Okay, so let's save that, let's run it, and we can push play. So the player 1 score before the reset, it's 10,000, just like we expect it to be. And then we also have the player 1 score after the reset, which is 0. All right. Next, let's talk about functions that take arguments or parameters. And that's kind of cool here. So go ahead and scroll down. All right. So example of functions that take arguments. Okay. Inside here, I do want to specify that it's going to, I'm going to put an exclamation mark on here. Arguments are values that you pass into the function when you call it, and they are comma separated. So that's important to note for this. So we can have an example. We'll do function example2, and we'll do a param1 and param2, and we'll go ahead and console log each one of those. All right, so let's throw something at this example2. All right, we created it, yes, but are we actually using it? No, because we haven't called it, right? And so when we call this, we're going to type out the name of the function that we want. Okay, so we called it example2, so it's going to run example2, right? And if we run this, notice that param1 is hello, param2 is world. So there's a direct correlation to positioning here, right? Look at that position. So if I were to have flip-flopped these, okay? So if this one was world and this one was hello, right? I get world hello. Another note that I want you all to think about when it comes to these functions, right? Notice that we gave it an argument here of param1. That means in this envelope, I always picture the functions as they have multiple envelopes inside of them. And the first envelope is labeled param1. So whatever I shove in here, in that envelope, it can be referenced in the first part of the comma, whatever comes first there in that parameter. So notice that whatever I shoved in this envelope got labeled as param2, right? And that's very evident over here, world and then hello. Well, what happens if we don't send any parameters whatsoever? Does the function still run? Well, let's try it out. We're here to break things. I'm saving this, and then I'm running it. Let me go ahead and clear this out, and let's run it. I get undefined, which means that we didn't send anything with it. So if you don't send anything with it, it's going to come back as undefined. All right. Let's go into a real world example, but we're going to start out really slow. Okay. I want to provide you with a function. Right now we've been console logging. We're still going to console log in here, but this one's going to be a little bit special because I told you at the very beginning that functions can return something, and that's very key. We're going to do all the work inside of the function, and then once we're done with that work, we're going to pass it back to the person that called it, which is going to be something new for you. So let's create a function that will add up two numbers. All right. So let's do function sum two numbers. We're going to open up our parentheses. It's going to take two parameters. And this is where you can pick and choose what you want your parameters to be or your arguments to be. Please pick something that is developer readable. You could totally put X and Y in here, right? But that doesn't really make sense if I'm trying to add two numbers. So we're just going to do num1, comma num2. We know that it needs to take two parameters. And then inside here, I'm going to console log things just to make sure that I can have access to them. So I'm going to call this one num1, and then I'm going to do another one for the num2, just like I did up here. And I just want to validate that I'm getting some numbers in there. And after that, I'm going to really add them together inside there. Okay, so let's do the sum two numbers. We're going to call it here, highlight this, save it, and run it. And I get num1 as 10, and then I get the other one as 20. Again, same example that we just did with the hello world. Notice that if we take a look at these parameters, they go in order, right? Num1 equates to the 10, num2 equates to the 20. So hopefully you're starting to see a little bit of that pattern that we're trying to instill in you. So again, console logging is great. It's only good for taking a look at things inside of the terminal or the console. So what I really want is I really want to add these two things together. And so what I always tell students to try to start out doing is just go ahead and create a variable in here, maybe called total, and just add up the two numbers. And for now, let's console log the total. Just for now, we'll console log it and see if we get what we want. Perfect. 10 plus 20, it is indeed 30. Awesome. Well, this is where functions are coming really handy for returning values. Okay, so let's do this. So instead of console logging the total, let's just go ahead and do the following. We're going to do a return of total. Now, if I save it and run it, I'm not going to see anything. Okay, one, I didn't console log anything, but B, I'm returning something that I need to store in a variable. So what if I come out here and say let sum1 equal this, and then I can do a console log of sum1. So let's save it, run it, and now I get sum1 equates to 30. I just stored this in a variable, and guess what? Functions are reusable, right? So let's do a sum2, and let's console log sum2. So if I save that, and then I run this, I get 30, and then I get 300. So again, I just used a function. I supplied it two totally different numbers, right? And then I saved its value into a variable. And that's what you are mainly going to do with functions out there, or one of the ways that you're going to work with functions out there is they're going to return something, okay?
A little follow-up challenge here for you. What we're going to do is we're going to write a function that will take a temperature in degree F, or degree Fahrenheit, and convert it to degree C, which is degrees Celsius. Now, you could go and look for the formula for this. However, we're kind enough here to produce this here for you. So you take whatever the Fahrenheit temperature is, we're going to subtract 32 from it, and then we multiply by 5/9. So that's going to be the formula to get the degree Celsius. So again, write a function that will take a temperature in degree F, convert it to degree C, and return that value. So that way we know that we need a function. We know that it needs to have a return. And let's go ahead and come up with a function name. And usually those are the hardest things to come across. I always make the joke that I didn't get a chance to name my kids because if I did, they'd be like tax deduction 1, tax deduction 2, tax deduction 3, and so on. But coming up with the names of the functions, you kind of want it to be a little bit descriptive in it. And this one right here, function convert Fahrenheit to Celsius, and it takes in a temperature F. Okay, so I'm going to put some curly boys in here. And usually the way that you'd want to go through this logically is maybe add a few comments in there and go off of some stuff that we've already done before. So if we take a look at the sum of two numbers, we knew that we had to create a variable, assign it, and then do some math, right? So let's kind of do that. Let's make a comment in here. Let's say we're gonna have to create a variable that will hold the converted value. And then the other thing that we need to do is we need to convert the temp F to a temp C. So let's go ahead and create a variable called temp C, and we'll do like let temp C. And when we set this equal to the form, right, the formula that we gave you, well, if we look up here, we have this F minus 32. Well, what does that signify based on our function? Well, guess what? We have a temperature coming in to this, and it's being stored in this envelope called temp F, right? So that's going to be our F that we saw up there on my line 60. So it's going to be temp F minus 32 times, and then 5/9. Now, of course, we can always console log this and run the program. And I always do this in class where I try to run it, and I highlight it and I run it and I get nothing back. Well, and then I always ask, well, why did I not get something back? And hopefully you said, hey, well, we have a function. We just need to call it.
And so that's what we're going to do here. And we're going to provide the temperature of 32, which happens to be, we all know, 0, and that's how we can kind of validate this. And we'll go ahead and highlight it now and run it. And now we do get the temp C equals 0, right? But that's not what our challenge had us do. It says it needs to return a value. And in order for a function to return something, we need to return temp C, okay? So I'm going to get rid of this console log and introduce a new problem. I want to comment this out so you can still keep it if you want it. But I'm going to save this, and then I'm going to run this. Notice we're back to nothing, and that's because one, we didn't console log anything, but B, we have this temp C right here that we're not doing anything with, right? And so what we would need to do is we can either A, console log this, and that would give us our 0 back. So we got 0 back, but many times you will create a variable like let temp1 equal, and then convert F to C, and we'll do 212, and then we'll console log the temp1. So let's do that, and then we can run it. And so we get the 100, right? And so we just created another function where we can supply any number, right? And we saw that right here. We took the 32, and then we took this 212. But many times you'll have a variable, and you'll assign it the function of whatever it returns back. And so you let the function do the work and let it provide the value, and that way you can reference it later on. All right, so in this video, we're going to do a few more challenges just to get functions a little more attention. And again, you're going to be using functions all the time in all of your code. So the more practice, the more reps we get with this, the better. All right, so this function right here, have a little prompt for us. It's going to be write a function that will accept a dog's age and return a human age. Now, we just got done writing a function for temperature, right? If I scroll up here, function convert Fahrenheit to Celsius, right? We had a formula for the temperature, and it is to return the answer or that result from that formula, right? And we want to do the same exact thing here with writing this function out, all right? So feel free to pause the video now, and we're going to go over this one. All right. Okay. Well, hopefully you had enough time to go over this. All right. We're going to create a function. If you didn't create a function naming convention that we did, that's fine. Again, you can use whatever function name you want. What I am encouraging you to do is to create functions that make sense. So if another developer comes to your code, they can read it. All right. So let's take a look at this here. I'll call it function, and it's going to be convert dog age to human age. And notice that we're going to be taking a parameter in. Not only do we want to have good function names, but we want to have good parameter names, like age would work well, right? But we added dog age. What we should not see in the parameter, and what I'm talking about here, is this right here, dog age. What I would not want to see here is a number, right? I don't want to see num. I want to have this be as descriptive as I can, okay? Because this allows us inside of these curly brackets for us to reference the dog age that gets sent to this function, okay? So just keep that in mind as we're going through this. All right, so we have that. Just like before, what we need to do is we need to have a formula, and we need to assign it to a variable. So we're going to say let human age equal the dog age that comes in. We're going to subtract 2, and then we're going to multiply by 4 and add 21. Okay, and then this last part here, it says that we need to return the human age. So let's take a look at this. Usually in class, I ask a few people about their age of their dog, like how many years have you had the dog? And we'll go ahead and do a console log And here, let's say I have a dog that is 5 years old. So I'm going to go ahead and save that, highlight this, and run it. So I get 33. So a 5-year-old dog in this equation here gives me 33. 33. All right. Let's do another one here. Let's do a console log. Let's do another one of 10 years old. You know, as dogs get older, you know, we wonder what that represents in our human years. So let me go ahead and highlight that and run it. And there we go. We get 53. So yeah, really cool thing. And again, like I said, usually I go around the class, grab a couple dog ages, and we play around with these numbers. All right, so feel free to play around with these, making sure that it works. And it kind of even makes sense when we're thinking about that. Oh, wow, I have a dog that's only 1 year old. How old is that dog? Right? So it's a pretty neat little exercise. All right, for this next challenge, let's do a cuboid. Okay, so I'm going to grab the prompt here, and we want to write a function that takes 3 arguments. Okay, that's going to be length, width, and height. All right, usually I talk about this and I talk about a cube, or you know, and people remind me that a cube means that it all has the same 3 lengths, width, and heights, right? And you cube it. So a cuboid is something that can have a different length, width, and height. So that's what we're going to do. And again, the function should return the volume of it, right? And that formula happens to be length times width times height. Okay. So again, pause the video and let's see if you end up getting it. All right. So hopefully this worked out here for you. All right, we can go ahead and add that formula in there. Again, function naming, let's practice with that. Calculate cuboid volume, perfect. I told you that the parameters need to be length, width, and height. So that's what we need to put inside there. Then we're going to follow this pattern of creating a variable inside of the function and assigning it the formula. Okay, hopefully we are seeing a pattern in this. And then we need to return what we just stored. Okay. And for any of you all that are watching this, you're like, hey, is there any way that we can shorten it down? There is. We're going to get to that in a different video. But for starting out, let's think about what steps do I need to do in order to accomplish the task. Okay. The next thing is we're going to calculate this. We'll do a 10, 20, 30, and we'll save that, and we'll highlight and run this. And there we go. We get 6,000. All right, cool. So hopefully you've learned a few things about creating functions. We're going to make another video going over a real common question that may get asked to you in a project or even a one-on-one session. And that's going to be in the next video. So you're going to want to watch that to learn how to do it. All right. All right. So let's go into this video with that we're going to create a function that will generate a random number between 1 and 10. And this function, again, needs to return the random number that we generate. Now this lesson right here that we're going to go over this walkthrough, you're probably going to want to bookmark this code somehow or reference it, because I guarantee it, even we have challenges that will challenge you, and we need to generate a random number in order for the challenge to work. So it's going to be something that you can reuse, refactor to meet the needs of your program, right? Random number generation is really cool for flipping heads and tails. It's really cool for rolling dice. That's really cool for guess the number. So there's many ways that we can go about this that you're going to know how to do it, because you have this function that you've already written that you can just rewrite and tweak to meet the needs, right? So for this first part of this, we just want a function that generates a random number between 1 and 10. All right, nothing too special with this, but we're going to eventually grow this out so that we can generate any number that we would like. And all we would have to supply as a minimum or a maximum, for example. So let's go ahead and create this function. Okay. And notice that for now, we don't need any kind of parameters, right? That's a little bit different compared to what we have been using. And again, what I'm talking about parameters is I'm talking about this right here. But notice right now it's blank. We don't need it. And again, whatever goes inside the curly braces is going to be executed whenever we call this function. Now we have this method out there. It's called the math, right? And if we utilize math, we can generate a random number. Let's take a look at that real quick. So let's just do let random number equal math dot random. And what we'll do next is we'll just console log the random number, and then we'll just end it right there. And now we can go ahead and call this out with generate random number. Okay, so if I save this and I run this, notice that I do get a random number, but it's a decimal, right? And I can run this many times and I'll get a different number every single time, but it's an integer, right? And we need to be able to have a number between 1 and 10. Okay. So a way to go about this is we can take this number that we have, right? And we can multiply it by 10, for example. And let's see what we get when we do this. So we'll do math.rand times 10. Okay. So let's go ahead and save that. And we ran it and we got 7, right? So we're getting pretty close here. Let me highlight the stuff, clear out this, and we'll run it. We'll run it again, run it again, run it again. And so we're getting a random number, but it's really between 0 and 9.99999. Okay. So there's got to be a way for us to kind of truncate whatever's to the right of the decimal. Okay. And we use that, we can do this with a math.floor. Okay. So the math.random helps us generate a number between 0 all the way up to 1. Okay. And whenever we multiply by 10, right? So if I get a 1, that means I actually can get a 10, right? Because 10 times 1 is 10. So that would be the way to generate that. Next thing that we need to do here, like I said, we need to floor this. So I'm going to wrap this in a parenthesis, and I'm going to put math.floor at the beginning. So math.floor. And what this will do, it will return the greatest integer less than or equal to the numeric argument, right? So let's run this again and see what it does. So I'm going to go ahead and clear this out. I'm going to highlight this, and then I'm going to run the code. All right, so I got 9. Notice that I no longer have the decimal places, right? So now I get 0 all the way up to, but not including 10. Okay, well, how do we get it shifted over just by 1? Okay, well, we want to add a 1 to the end of this. Okay, and that's going to help us generate a number between 1 and 10. And you can keep hitting the button on here. Notice that I now have a 1, and now I have a 10, and I'm not going to get anything higher than that. And the math.floor ensures that I'm not going to get anything more than 10, because I'm going to truncate that number. All right, so we kind of solved our problem there with the math.floor. We added the random number, and then we have a 1. And if we were to kind of encapsulate this formula somehow, is that the number that we have right here, okay, provides us our range, the range that we would like to have, right? Because I want to go from, right now, 1 to 10. And so I have that as my range, okay? And then over here is what value would I like us to start off at, okay? So what if I added 20 to this, and I save this, and I run it? Let me clear this again, and highlight this. Notice that it is now shifted. It starts off with 20, right? So my range is still 10, but I want to start at 20. Okay. So anyways, I'm going to put this back to 1, and then this is going to give me a number between 1 and 10. Let's do another one here. Keep this in our view. And so we're going to write a function that will generate a random number between a min and a max. This function should return a random number. Oh, and before I go on too long, this did not return a random number. We just need to go in here and do return random number. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and create a new function. We'll call this one function get random number. Now it's going to take in a min and a max. And then what I typically like to do is I will create a variable to calculate the range. And so I'll do something like this. I'll say let range equal the maximum that it comes in minus the min. The next thing that I'll do is I will go ahead and say let random number. And we want to do the exact same thing that we did up here, right? So we did a math floor. We're doing a math floor down here. We did a math random. We're doing one down here. We're multiplying by 10 up here, but this, we said, hey, this can be our range. So how do you get the range? Well, it's going to be your max minus the min. Okay. And then the last part over here is we're going to add in the min. Let's go ahead and give this a try. We're going to return the random number. And this time we're going to store it in a variable. Let number 1 equal get random number. And we're going to generate between 1 and 100 just to show you that we can get a random number. Oh, we forgot to console log, so let's do that. Console.log number 1. Save it and run it. I get 12, get 39, 97, 31, and so on. Let's try this out with 1 and 2, and let's see what we get. Let's clear this out, run it. But I'm not seeing the 2, no matter how many times I do this. Well, that's because we need to add a 1 to this. And once we do that, we should be able to get our proper functioning random number. There's a 1, there's a 2, there's a 2, there's a 1, there's a 1. So that's what we would need to do to the range. We take the max and the min, and then we just need to add 1 to it in order to get this to work properly with our function of get random number. Again, potential use cases for this. Hey, let's do a coin flip. All right, let's do a computer where it guesses the number. Let's roll the dice and see who wins, right? Those are all neat things that we can do with that. And that's what we're going to give you as far as some challenges to do, to kind of go through and think about to see how you can use this random number generator that we created, this part right here, to generate a random number, and then you should be able to compare things to it, right? So that's going to be in the next lesson to go a little bit deeper dive into utilizing this get random number generator that we have. All right. All right, in this video, we're going to be talking about hoisting, and we're inside the JavaScript folder with a brand new file called hoisting.js. All right, I'm going to close this out just a little bit while we talk about hoisting. So hoisting, you're going to need to know this, recognize what hoisting is, job interviews, as well as coding in general when it comes to JavaScript and what it does. So I have some notes up here for us to type out. But hoisting is a JavaScript mechanism where variables and function declarations are moved to the top of their scope before code execution. And what this really means, and how I always try to relay this to students, is that when the computer reads your JavaScript file, it's going to do 2 scans on it, and it's going from top to bottom. And it's plucking out all the variables, it's plucking out all of the functions, and it knows that they're there. It doesn't know what the value is associated with any of it, right? So it's kind of neat to kind of see, but it's also really confusing as well. So just be prepared for some trippy stuff once we get into the next lesson, which is scope, because then you'll be a little bit more confused, but hopefully we'll make it clear for you, and that you'll with practice, you'll just come to understand why things are the way that they are. So just know, computer does a pre-scan of the page. It pulls out variables, pulls out functions. It knows that they're there, and it doesn't get actually a value assigned to it until you're actually using it, okay? So let's throw out some examples here. So say I have a variable here called hello, right? So we'll do an example 1. We'll do a console log of hello, and then I'll create a variable hello, which I'm setting it equal to world, okay? So if we're trying to access something, right? This is a variable, hello is a variable, okay? If we're trying to access something before we actually initialized it with a value, usually you're going to get an error if you don't use a var. Var is something that JavaScript came out with when it first came to fruition. Let and const are what we typically use and what we are going to be using from here on out. We're just using var to do a few demonstrations with hoist and scope, and you won't see us using it again, but just know that these little nuances are out there. So again, this hoisting thing only happens with vars when it comes to variables, okay? And the pre-scan, when the computer scans, it's looking, it's pulling things out, and it says, oh, I see a var here. I know that you're there. I know that there's a variable called hello, but I don't know what is in it quite yet because I haven't got to that line of code. So if you're trying to access a variable before it is defined and initialized, then it doesn't know. It doesn't know what the value is whenever you're using a var. So if I hit the play button, I get undefined. Okay, so if I were to change this to a let, we actually get an error. And that's good because now we know as a developer that, hey, we're trying to access something that shouldn't be accessed. So if I save this and run it this time, you can see how I get an error over here. It's just saying, hey, you cannot access the variable hello before it's initialized. Okay, so I'm going to change that back to a var. Okay, so vars get hoisted up, and if you try to access the variable, you'll get an undefined. Another example of hoisting is with functions. So if I created a function out there, and let me go ahead and just create a function here, a function called test, and inside here, we're just going to say the test ran. Now notice that if I save this run as I don't see anything in my console, okay, which is good. That means I didn't call this function. So you can have functions above the code, right? We're trying to access it now. And if I save this and I run this, it works just fine. If I move this up, and I'm holding my Alt key down here, if I move that up above the function, right, we're trying to access the function before this line of code, and guess what? Do we get an error? We don't. The test ran just fine. So Functions get hoisted, meaning get pulled up to the top. Vars get hoisted, meaning it gets pulled up to the top. And you won't get an error on it, but you won't also get a value. So if you're trying to do math, or if you're trying to get a string, or if you're trying to get a value from something before it's defined, then you're just going to get it. It's going to say undefined unless you're using let or const, then you're going to get your program to crash. All right, so that's hoisting. We're going to talk about scope in the next lesson, that we're going to throw in a few more tricks and tips when it comes to hoisting and scope. All right. All right, so we're going to be talking about a new topic, which is our input and output. So the next couple modules, we're going to be giving you some challenges and such where you're going to need to be able to utilize this input and output. And now that we know things about functions, this is a perfect time for us to talk about this. So there's going to be times throughout this course here where you're going to be required to have a project that's going to use live user input instead of hard coding in some values and testing it that way. And so this module, this section here, will prepare you for that section. So again, I/O, input and output, we can use something here called the read line module in order to read input from a user. They're going to be able to type in the console. So that's going to be our goal with this lesson here, is just to get a simple console log going where we're going to ask a name, and we're going to just display a real brief greeting. Okay, but I wanted to explain a little bit about the input and output. So with that being said, the readline module provides an interface for reading data from a readable stream. And I have this in parentheses here, such as the process.stdin. So that's the stream of the input. And then as far as the readline goes, it's also a very useful module if we're doing something that is in the console, right? Utilizing command line interfaces. Now, the readline module is part of the Node.js library, so we don't need to actually install anything separately. We can just bring it into our file here, and it's going to work. So any server that you have is running Node, you're able to accomplish what we're trying to do here. There is a few tricks that we're going to have to do in order to get it run in VS Code, but this is not going to be able to be worked out in your browser. This is strictly going to be a console style of application. So let's go ahead and talk about how do we get this thing started. Well, the very first thing that we need to do is we need to write out an import statement, okay? And you may see your code editor here throw a little ... in here. And that's just because we're utilizing not the file type that it would expect for doing an import, because it wants us to actually import this, but it's okay to put the require in there. The next line that we need to add to this, again, this is going to be standard for the next few lessons, and I'm just going to call this input-output boilerplate code that you're going to want to put into these projects. Okay. The next thing, once we've brought in, read line, now we want to create an instance of it. Okay. And so let's add a few more notes on here. So we have this standard in, right? So we'll put a few notes on it. This is the readable stream. It's used to read the input that the user has typed out. And then we also have the ability to write something as well, write the output to the user utilizing the std out, the standard out. Okay. Now this create interface that we see here, this is just a method. It's used to create an instance of the read line. So if you see that there on my line 21, you'll notice that Now it's 22. You'll see that we have this method right here of create interface. And again, that comes from the read line that we're bringing in to this file. And so the create interface does take 2 arguments, and that is going to be where we're utilizing the input and the output. So that's why we have the process.stdin and the process.stdout. Okay. So just know that when we are going through your next few modules, these 2 lines are going to be required, and then we're going to talk about a few more lines that will be required for your boilerplate style code for doing input and output. Okay. All right, the next thing that we need to do is we're going to create a function that has a promise on it. And again, a promise is something that can either resolve or reject. And we're just going to make a very simple one, and it's just always going to resolve. We're not going to reject, but basically we need to have this set up this way. So that way we're waiting for the user's input. And what do I mean by that is typically we'll have something here called a function ask. Let me scroll on up here. Function ask, and it's going to take in the question text, right? Like, what kind of question do we want to ask? What kind of user input are we waiting for? And that's going to display in the console, okay? So this right here is going to display in the console for us once we get this thing all started. So right here, this question text, again, we're going to be utilizing this function. And again, we're just returning something, which is a promise. Okay, and we're going to be waiting for the user to respond. Okay, and we get to supply a question, and then this right here allows us to grab what the user has actually typed in, and we can store that in a variable, and we'll see that here. Okay, so the next thing that we'll do is we need to create a function down here, and I'm just going to call this one start, where we're starting the program, and it needs to be an asynchronous function as well. So we're going to do an async function, and we'll just call it start, because many times in these other modules here, you're going to start a game. You're going to put all of your logic inside of this function that will kind of start and run the script for us. Okay. Another thing that I wanted to make sure that I mentioned, that we're not going to be able to hit the play button in here in order to get this stuff to run. Okay. All right. So the next part of this is, let's go ahead and do the following. We can say something like let response equal, and then we want to utilize this keyword here called await. And then we want to run this function here called ask. And then right now, I'm just going to go ahead and just do a console log. And we can put in there hello, and then $curly response. All right, let's see what we get with this once we call the function of start. Okay. And then there's one more thing that we do need to put on here in order to stop the program, is we'll put a process here, exit, just to make sure that we're not in any kind of endangerment of any kind of loops or anything. All right, so I got the start here saved. Now, in order to run this, this is going to be a little bit different, and the way that I typically teach it is you need to be in the directory that the file's in. Okay, and then you need to execute this with a node and then the file name. And the easiest way to do this in Visual Studio Code is to come up here where you have your files, right click, and then open integrated terminal on the actual file itself. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and open integrated terminal, and now I'm going to go ahead and close this out to make this a little bit bigger. Okay, so now in order to run this, I'm just going to type in node, and then I'm going to start spelling out my file name. Now, if you look at the very top, you'll see what the file name is. This one is called input output. And so if I just start typing the name of it, I'll just do an IN and then hit tab on my keyboard. Notice that it auto completes for me, and that is what I actually need. I need input-output.js, and then I hit the enter key. Okay, and then I can go ahead and type my name in here, and then the program exits. Okay, and it says hello Rob. Notice that it waited for me to type. It wasn't instantaneous, and that's because we put an await here on an asynchronous function. We are waiting for this logic here to finish. Well, what are we waiting for? Well, we're waiting for our user input. Notice that the question text that I have right here, it was supplied, injected inside this function, and it was displayed in our terminal down here, right? What is your name? Okay. So again, it's just going to take a little bit of practice for you to kind of figure out what things are, how things are going, and how to proceed with your own logic. But just know that anything that the user types in here, right, is going to be stored in this variable here. So if you have something like this, you can say, we'll make this be first name. And then we'll do another one for the age. And then we'll say, what is your age? And then we can say, hello, first name. I hear you are, and then $ curly boy, age, years old. And so we can take advantage of some of these questions in here and store them into variables. So you don't have to stick with the keyword response for anything, but if you are in a loop, you might want to do something like that. Just create a variable name called response. All right, so let's go ahead and try this out, and I can go ahead and do a node and then do this again. I know this is tedious, or you can always hit the up arrow while you're in the terminal. And it says, what is your name? Well, my name's Rob. What is your age? 43. Hello, Rob. I hear you're 43 years old. Right? So we just took data in. Remember, if you type in junk, it's going to spit back junk to you. But it did store it in those variables for us and allowed us to access them, and we can do whatever we want with that data and display it in the terminal. Okay? So again, if you didn't get all of this code, if you didn't write it all down, make sure you check below the video of the module. You'll see the starter code. That way you can kind of code along with these notes. Okay. All right. Well, we'll see in the next module when we're doing some more cool things with input and output. All right. In this video, we're going to be talking about scope and how that is very important for you as a JavaScript developer to kind of understand, and more importantly, you're going to need to understand scoping for your project that you're going to have to complete throughout these next couple modules. All right, so hopefully this will make sense to you, and again, with more practice and trying to access variables that you create, you will start understanding the importance of scope. And so there's really two types of scope out there, or maybe even three. There's global scope, there's block scope, functional scope. But the way that it works, and one of the best ways that I can kind of help teach you this is with this little picture that we have here. I have this white box that you see right here in the middle of the screen. And this is going to represent, it could represent a function, it can represent an if statement, a loop, and so on. And it is a bounding box. So any variables that we create inside of this box, if we try to access them outside, we're not able to. But if we create variables outside of the box, then we are going to have access to them inside the functions, inside the if statements, inside the loops. All right. So the way that I'll demonstrate this here is I have the simple variable up here at the top that says let my name equal John. And if I try to console log it, again, I'm outside of the box. then I'm fine. I'm able to access it. Again, I created it outside of the box, and I am outside of the box here trying to console log it. I get no errors whatsoever. Now, let's pretend that this box here is an if statement, and let's move on to this one over here. So now we see that the variable creation is inside of this function. Okay, it has the 4 walls around it, where if anybody tries to access any of the data to this variable, try to access it, we're going to get an undefined because it's not defined anywhere. Remember, anything that is trying to access data from the outside of this box is not going to be able to have access to it. Okay, you can only have access to it if you are contained somewhere in this box. Now, if I were to try to move my console log inside the box, guess what? The variable was created inside the box, and now I'm able to access that information. Okay, so again, that is block scoping, and again, once we move to the code, you're going to visually be able to see it not as a rectangular box, but as curly boys. Anything contained inside the curly boys is going to be block scoped. So here's another tricky one that we'll discuss, and we'll do this in code as well, is we have globally created a my name equals John. Okay, and again, this is no different than the first example that we did. Okay, we console logged it, right? Okay, what happens if I move it inside the box, right? So the way that the program works, where JavaScript works, is it sees that we have something here called my name. It's going to look inside of the box to see if it finds it anywhere. If it doesn't, it's going to search on the outside of the box and says, hey, is this anywhere on the outside? And it finds it right here. So it will in fact console log. Let's do another one. Let's move this inside here. Again, the way that JavaScript is going to work, it's going to look inside here, inside this box, and it doesn't find it. Then it's going to move to the next box, doesn't find it. Then it's going to move to the outside of the box. Again, it found it. So this one works as well. Now, if we move it inside the function, again, no change because it looked first in this orange box, and then it moves to the next box and it found it. All right, so that one works. Let's move this inside here. So now the variable creation is inside of the if statement, this orange box here, and it found it. You're able to console log it. Now the next thing that we're going to do here is if we do a console log on the outside, remember, it cannot see this, right? Because it's going to try to see it. It's going to try to look for it, but it's only looking in the white box here, and then it's looking on the outside of the box. Okay, so it doesn't find it because this let my name is John is being hidden by the if statement code block. Okay, so that's something very important for you to know. And again, if you're going to be creating variables, you'll want to create them in the lowest scope possible, so that way you're not cluttering up your code. All right, so let's take a look at some examples inside of the code instead of utilizing these pictures. Code here, and I just have a folder JavaScript and then a file named scope.js for your notes. And then I'm going to go ahead and close this off here. So just like we talked about earlier, in JavaScript, there are 3 types of scope. We have global scope, block scope, and functional scope. And we're going to show you examples of that in code. I know we showed you the pictures, but let's take those pictures and write it out to code. So what I would like you to do is go ahead and copy down this code here. I'm going to put it up on the screen. And this is going to be our block example. We're going to say let x equal 10. And then we're going to have our little if statement. Remember, if statements have block code, and there's loops, there's functions, really anything that you can think of that might have these curly boys and you have code in between, that's going to be considered block scoping. Okay, so if I were to just console log this Y, I should be able to access it, no problem, right? I can hit the run button over here, and we see it console logged. I can even do an X plus Y, and because I told you before that we are referencing a variable right here, X, it's going to look in the first block scope and say, hey, is there an X inside here? Oh, there's not. Well, let me look outward, and then I can look, and there's a 10. So now we have 10 plus 20. We should get a 30. So there it is. No errors. But as soon as I try to move this outside of that if block, and I save this, I'm going to hit the run button here, and now I get an error because it doesn't know what Y is. I get this little error. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and move that back in, and maybe we can just do a copy and paste and then put in here just a tiny little comment like this, where we get a reference error where Y is not defined. And then I'm going to go ahead and comment out the entire line so that way we don't break code later on down the line. The next example that I'm going to give you is we have the functional scope. Okay, so if we copied this code down, let me go ahead and scroll up into the view. So we have a function here called myFunction. I have a variable in here called a, let a equal 4, and then I'm console logging it right here on my line 27. So let's go ahead and call this function. So I'll do my function and call it. So if I highlight the code here and I run it, let me bring this up into view, I do get 4. But if I need to reference that A that was generated inside of that my function, I get another error, right? So let me go ahead and highlight that and run it. You can see that I get A is not defined. Okay. So again, we're talking about the scoping, right? Now, how do you fix that? Well, you can move the let A equal 4 outside of the function if you're really trying to access it. So again, in your development planning, if you need access to the variable that you think that you only need in the function and you need it outside, then you may want to think about moving it to the outside. Okay. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and comment this one out as well. And then we talked a little bit about the global scope, right? Where we're able to just create a variable on the outside. Let me go ahead and scroll that up into view, clear this out. And we have up here, we have a let b equal 5. And guess what? Inside here, the function, right? My function 2, I have something here called a console log b. And then down here, we're console logging outside. And so right now, we're not even calling the function. But if we go ahead and run it, or I'll go ahead and clear this and let me highlight and run. So the outside of the function, the b is 5. Right? So I am able to access it outside of the function. Let's test to see if I'm able to access it in the function by calling my function 2. Let me save that and highlight and run that. And so I do get 5, right? And again, this is coming from inside of the function. Okay. So I have this little test to test your understanding of scope and see what you think. Okay. Because this one's a little tricky. So we have test your knowledge of scope. Okay. And again, this is a really good oral type of test for you to kind of look at. And maybe in a job interview, you may get asked a question for a junior position of, all right, so if I put a console log on my line 51, what is going to be console logged, right? So let's go ahead and highlight this, and then we'll run it, and then we'll talk about it. But just look up here on my line 47. We initialize a variable called C, and we assign it 10. And then we, inside the function, we create another variable. You know, that's the question that you kind of need to ask yourself is that going to be allowed? And then we're going to look at line 51 and see what it says. All right, so inside the function of my function 3, it console logged it as 20. So this goes back to what I was telling you before, which is what happens if when we're trying to console log something or trying to access a variable inside of a block scope, right? And so we're trying to console log this C, okay? Well, it's going to look in the curly braces first. If it finds it, then it's going to use it, all right? So it found it, boom, it's 20. It doesn't need to look any further, all right? So if I were to comment this line out and save it, and if I were to run this, oops, let me highlight all of it here. Let me clear this out. Before it was 20, now it's 10, because it looked inside of the block scope of my function 3. It did not find a C, and it went to the outside. Okay, and it found it right there on line 47. All right, so here's the tricky one that that gets you thinking is, what if I did this whole block of group here, saving it here, and then running it? Well, let's talk about it. So inside the function, it is 20, right? Perfect. So now over here, it's saying, hey, I need to know what C is. Well, remember, it cannot peek inside any other block scope element, right? So it's looking at the whole page. Does it find a C somewhere else? It does. It's line 47. It has to go with it. And again, this would be considered global scope. So line 47 is global scope. This one is your functional scope or block scope with its value. So you are able in JavaScript to create a variable on the outside, and when you go inside of a function or loop or an if block, you are able to create variables that are named the exact same thing on the outside. Okay, it does get confusing. I would try to limit yourself on doing that, but just know that it is possible. You are able to do it, and it can be a little bit tricky. And again, that's why these little coding blocks of scope and hoisting are very important for you to know and for you to realize what's going on in the background, so that way it will help you troubleshoot later on down the line. All right, so that's scope. Hopefully that helped you out, and continue on with your module learning. All right, so in this lesson, hopefully you watched the input and output introduction, and now it's time to try some things out with it. And this is a really good challenge to test your knowledge. So again, all these challenges here are going to now focus utilizing the input and output scenario that we kind of gave you. And again, we have some boilerplate code, and this is going to set you up for your final project for these subset of sections. So our job here is we're going to create a passphrase, and we're going to store it in a variable. We're going to ask the user to enter the passphrase, and if the user enters the correct passphrase, then we're going to display a success message. If the user enters a wrong passphrase, then we're going to display a failure message and ask them to try again. Okay, so again, we got some boilerplate code here. I think what's going to be best is if we take a look at our thought board to kind of help us with creating logic flow in order for us to help build this out. All right, so let's go ahead and head over there. All right, so this is kind of the flow chart that we can somewhat go with here. So we have this passphrase that we see right up here. And then we have some sort of prompt here. It says, what is the passphrase? And then we have an evaluation. We have a conditional. Is it correct? Does it match? If it does, you're correct. And then we can just end the program, right? Now, what happens if it's not correct? Well, we need to display it's not correct and then ask it again. And we need to keep doing that until we get it correct. And the thing that we have to think about is, what tool do we have available to us that will put us in this loop-like condition where we're going to keep going through this scenario until we meet a certain condition. So, think about that, and feel free to pause the video and try this challenge out on yourself, and resume the video. All right. All right, so we're back in the code, and now it's time to finish up some of our boilerplate code if we plan on utilizing this. So from here on out, going through some of these modules, I'm just going to try to create a little bit of a standard for you to use. Later on, you can always tweak it and rename things, but I need to have a function that needs to be ran in order to sort of ask these questions and store it in a variable. And I need to make sure that the function that we create, it needs to be asynchronous. Okay, so we'll do an async, and then we'll do the function, and then we'll just call this one start. Okay, now inside here, part of our boilerplate is going to be, we need to create a variable, and that's going to store the response that we get back from the user's input, okay, from the input stream. So we can say something like this. We can say let user passphrase equal await, and then we want to ask the question, enter the passphrase. Okay. Now, the next thing that we would like to do is we need to create the password, right? The one that's going to be a little bit of a secret. So we'll do something like this. We'll say let passphrase. We're going to set that equal to password 1 2 3 4. Okay. Now the next thing that we can do here is we'll just go ahead and do a process exit, and then we'll do the left and right parenthesis there. Okay. Now we need to invoke this function. We'll do start left and right parentheses. All right, I'm going to go ahead and save that. Now, in order to get this to run, we need to do what we did in the previous module. Is we need to select the file, right-click, open integrated terminal. You'll see mine is over here, and we need to type in the word node over in the terminal, and then the name of the file. And the name of my file is input-output. Now you can hit the tab. Now mine automatically came up because I don't have any other files named input, output. You may have yours, and it will only tab out to this section that matches both files, and then you can start typing the rest of the file name. But it needs to be just like what you see here. And then I'm going to hit the enter key. So I now see something that says enter the passphrase, and I can go ahead and type anything I want in here and hit the enter key, and notice that my program now ends. Okay, it ran the start and it did all this. Now, what we need to do is we need to create this loop that we're going to continually to be in unless it meets a certain condition. Okay, so what we can do is we can do something like this. We can say while, and then in here we can put the condition in here. We can say, hey, if the user passphrase does not match the passphrase that we see on line 24, then we want to stay inside this loop. We want to revisit this loop. And if we're in this loop, if we're in this while loop, that means that we've already got the wrong passphrase. So I can do a console log of wrong passphrase. Okay. But then we need to ask it again, and we can do something like this. We can say user passphrase equals await ask, and then we're just going to go ahead and ask them for the passphrase again. Enter the passphrase. Okay. Now, if we actually exit the while loop, we need to do a console log here saying passphrase correct. Okay. All right, so let's give this one a try. I'm going to make sure that I save it. And then I'm coming over here to my terminal. I'm hitting the up arrow since I've already ran this one time. And I'm hitting the enter key. So now it says enter the passphrase. So if I just type in anything and hit the enter key, I'm now stuck in that loop, right? Enter the passphrase. Password 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to hit the enter key, and that is correct. Okay. Now I did notice that I needed to put a colon here and then a space in order to make it look a lot prettier. But that is how that challenge kind of worked. And so let's just go through this one more time, line by line, to make sure that we are understanding a few things. Okay. So we hit this right here, line 34. It comes up here. It runs our function. We are waiting for user input at this point here. That's why we have the await. Okay. And then we have the standard question text in here that we're going to see over here, right? So as you can see, this part matches this right here. So now we have whatever the user typed in, it's stored in this variable here. We created a new variable, passphrase. We stored in and hard-coded in the password. So down here we get an evaluation. If I already at the very beginning typed in password 1, 2, 3, 4 at the very beginning, it's going to do a check here. And in order to go inside this loop, the passphrase and the user passphrase are not matching. Okay. So let's go ahead and try that real quick and see what we get, because I do want to show you here. So I'm going to go ahead and clear that out, and then I'm going to hit the up arrow twice, and we're going to run this program. So if I get it right at the very beginning, password 1234, and I hit the enter key, notice that I automatically just get passphrase correct, because if we look at this conditional that we have here in our while loop, they already match, and we're never going to go inside this while loop. Okay. But if we do, we get the console log message of wrong passphrase, and then we ask for it again. And if it is incorrect again, we're stuck inside this loop over and over and over. Okay. Side note, if you do get stuck in the loop and you want to exit the program, you can do Control-C on the keyboard. Okay. All right, and that is really it. We're outside of the loop at this point, and that means that the passphrase is correct, and then we just exit the terminal of waiting for it to finish the program. So we just exit it right here. Okay. So hopefully that made sense. Again, we're going to try some more challenges out throughout this module to get us used to this. Again, for your final project for these modules here, this is something that you will experience of getting put in a while loop. Okay, so anyways, let's go ahead and continue on with the other modules. One challenge, since we just learned a little bit about utilizing some math object functionality. So this challenge here says we need to write two functions that take in a number of students that need to go on the field trip. We have two types of buses. There's a large bus that holds 40 students and a small bus that holds 20 students. The first function should return the number of large buses needed, and then the other function should return the number of small buses needed. You'll need to solve this problem with the least amount of buses possible. So that means that if we have this example here, 61 students, it would require one large bus, and then we want two small buses, right? Because if one bus can hold 40 and then the small bus can hold 20, well, we have one large bus, there's 40, then we have 20, then we just have one student for the other one. So we need a total altogether of 3 buses, but one large and then 2 small. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and try to tackle this problem here. And I'm going to create some constants to kind of help us out here with readability, right? And so the first thing that I'm going to identify here is the large bus capacity. So we'll do that. So we'll do const large bus capacity, and we're going to set that equal to 40. And then we'll do the same thing for the small bus. And that way we, later on when we're doing some funky math here, we'll see what's going on. So the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to create that function that has a parameter in there for the total students to be put in there. Okay. Now this function needs to return something, and it needs to return what we actually calculated on how many buses that we actually need. So let's kind of run through this here just a little bit, and we're going to just return the total students that comes into this function, and we're going to divide that by the large bus capacity. Okay, so let's just do return, and then we're going to do the total students divided by the large bus capacity, and then let's just go ahead and console log this. So we'll do the following. We'll say let large bus needed, and then we're throwing in the 61. right? Which is the total students. So matter of fact, let's do this. Let's do a const total students, set that equal to 61, and that way we can put total students in here. So that way we can change just one thing up here and it will affect all of these other things. And then I'm just going to console log the large bus needed. All right, let's go ahead and save that and run it. And so I get 1.525, okay? And I really, there's no way for me to split a bus in half, right? So I need just the one. Is there a way for me to get just the one based off of the previous module that you saw? And to get that, we have to utilize the math object, and we'll use math.floor, okay? So if I go ahead and do math.floor, I put a parenthesis on there, and then I put a parenthesis over here. Now I go ahead and save this, and then I run it. Now it's as if I chopped anything off of that decimal point that we saw right here. It is now gone, and I just have 1. Okay, so pretty simple so far. All right, so our function for the large bus is complete. Let's go ahead and do one for the small bus. Okay, so we'll talk about the logic with this one. We'll do function small bus, total students. Now, as far as the return for this one, we need to take a look at how do we get the remaining students, right? So how do we get that? So we have access to something, and you learn this very early on in these modules, which is the remainder is coming from the modulus, right? So if I simply just did the following, if I just said return and then total students, and then we want to modulus that based off of the large bus capacity, okay? And let's just see what we get here, because ideally we'll say 61 modulus 40. What does that give us? So let's take a look. So down here we'll say let small bus needed equals small bus with the total students. And then down here we'll just console log the small bus needed. So we'll save that. I'll clear this out, and then we'll run it here. Okay, so obviously the one comes from the large bus, and then the 21. Okay, so that's how many students are remaining. Okay, so let's take a look at this. What if we were to then do the following? We can say, hey, you know what? Okay, I understand we have 21 students remaining. Well, let's see how many buses we need if we divide this by the small bus capacity. Okay, and so that should tell us how many buses we need. So let's go ahead and save that. I'm going to run that. And now I need 1.05 buses. Okay, so how can I get that 1.05 to be rounded up? Okay, so based off of that previous module, take a look at that chart, or take a look at that module and see what tools do we have available that automatically would round things up no matter how low the decimal point is. Because right now that 0.05, if we use rounded, it's not going to work. What do we have available to us? So the answer is going to be if we use something here called math.ceil. Okay, so math.ceil, which is like the ceiling, right? automatically go to the ceiling. So we'll save that, and then we'll run it. And now we get 1 and 2. So we need 1 large bus and then 2 small buses. Pretty cool. Go ahead and test that out. And if we put in here, what if we had 80 students, right? Let's go ahead and clear that out, run it. We need 2 large buses, 0 small buses, okay? What if we had 100 students that needed to go on this field trip? Save it, run it. We need 2 large buses and then 1 small bus. All right, cool. So we just solved the problem there, utilizing 2 functions and utilizing some of the math object that you've learned about in the previous module. All right. So hopefully that kind of made sense, and this helps prepare you for utilizing these for your final project for this section. All right, so you made it this far. You've gone through some modules, and guess what? It's time for a project or a major challenge, right, for you to kind of go through. All right. So what kind of challenge do we have set up for you? Let me run through it first, run through what you're going to be building, and then we'll talk about some of the instructions as well as the challenges to get you set up on the right foot here. Okay, so again, you can see right here in my terminal, this is a terminal game, and you're going to enter in your guess. Your possible choices are red, blue, green, yellow, orange, purple, pink, brown, black, and white. Okay, so you're going to try to guess what color the computer is thinking. It chose a random one. Okay, so I can just go down the line here to see which one it is. Typically, when you're coding these out, you'll want to put in like just a little test console log of what it actually chose, so that way you're just not guessing randomly. So there's orange, pink, purple, brown, black, white. So there it is. It chose white. So anyways, that is what the game is kind of looking like. It's all going to be ran in the terminal. Okay. So the objective of this project: create a simple game where the user tries to guess the color of the computer of what it has chosen randomly. So that's the key part here, randomly. That's just the one that it chose. And if we started up a new game, then it would pick that one as well, pick a new one as well. So as far as the instructions, all right. So we're going to take a look at some of the code here, but you're going to start the game. When the game starts out, the computer chooses and selects a color from a predefined list. The user is then prompted to guess the color, just like what you saw. The user will enter the guess through what we've talked about in an earlier module, which is read line. Okay, so you're going to utilize it. And then you're going to check the guess. You're going to need to check to see what did the user type in, and is it the correct answer based upon what the computer selected. So think global variables on what the computer selected. Start thinking in terms of that. Or also, you're going to want to think about loops, because we're going to be stuck in a loop until we get the right answer, right? And so you're going to have to think about, well, what type of loop would that be? Would that be just a normal for loop, or would that be a while loop, right? So which loop would you pick? And then, of course, the ending of the game. Once the user has guessed the right color, go ahead and display that message saying that they won the game. Optionally, you can also provide it with the option to play again. That way you don't have to quit the game altogether. And so implementation guidelines here, you want to utilize readline for the user input. Again, we're going to give you some sample code that will get you started. Use if statements, compare the user guesses with the chosen color based upon the and provide feedback, right? And then we also want to make sure that we're utilizing functions to encapsulate different parts of the game logic. So again, we've hammered home a lot in the previous modules with functions. And then you're going to want to use a loop. In this example here, like a while loop. Again, think about which loop that you'd want to use, a for loop or a while loop, in order to allow the user to make multiple guesses until they actually win the game. I added a bonus challenge to this as well, so it should be somewhat easy to implement if you got the game to work, but you want to keep track of the number of guesses that the user makes and then display that number once they get to their final answer, right? Once they pick the right one, be like, wow, you guessed that in 4. And maybe even come up with custom messages, right? If you guessed it in 4 or less, say this message. If you guessed it in 5 to 8, say this one, right? If you guessed it in 9 and 10, say that they're a loser, right? No, just joking. But you can even take it that further if you're looking to expand some of your knowledge. So we have this right here. We have the read line equals require a read line. Again, this shouldn't be new to any of you if you've gone through some previous modules of the input and output section. So that way you kind of get used to how that kind of works. So let's go ahead and just take a look at something real quick. I just wanted to make sure that everybody is on the same page with this. And let me pull that back over here. So again, this is the startup stuff that you were given, and I just added these 2 lines of code, okay? And that is going to allow us to capture what the user is typing in and storing it in a variable here called response. So really, if you want to go ahead and add these 2 lines to your starter code that we give you, feel free to do so and go ahead and try this out. So the thing that I wanted to pay close attention to is that we're storing it in a variable here called response. We are doing an await of something here called an ask, which is a function up here that has a promise. And remember, a promise will either resolve or reject. In this case, we're resolving it, but it allows our console to stay open and ready for the user to respond. And that's why we have to do that. So we are in an asynchronous function. We are awaiting the promise that is up here for that user to type something in. So how do you get something to work utilizing readline? Well, I'm in this file here called practice. Okay, so whatever your file name is in, what I always tell people to do is go ahead and just right-click the file name, open Integrate in Terminal, and then you'll see something that looks like this. And then all we have to do is type in node and then start spelling out the file name. And this one is practice. So I'm just going to do PRA, and then I'm going to hit the tab button, and it's going to complete my spelling of that file name. Okay, so I'm going to hit the enter key. And there it is. It is waiting for me to type in my name. So my name is Rob. I'm going to hit the enter key, and then it just says, hello, Rob, let's play a game. And then it ends. So again, we try to apply some comments on here. This will close the readline interface. I'm not saying that you need to have it written like this. Another hint is your ask is going to need to be inside of your loop that we were talking about earlier. But again, go ahead and copy and paste the code, play around with the response and the console log here just to play around with it. But then eventually this stuff is going to be, you're going to need to put that into some sort of loop, whichever loop that you decide on trying to go with. Okay. All right. Well, hopefully that gave you enough clues. If it didn't, please reach out to anybody on the chat, on the Discord as a group, or you can try to message us individually. Okay. All right. Hopefully this is a good little challenge for you. We'll see you at the tutor session. In this lesson, we're going to be talking about arrays and what they are, how we can utilize them, reference them. They are pretty powerful, and in JavaScript, they are really loose type of data type. They are considered an object, and the arrays, like I said, can have multiple data types inside of it, which is kind of cool. So let's go ahead and take a look at it. I'm going to go ahead and open up our brackets here. Notice that I'm in the JavaScript folder. I have the arrays.js file created, and we're going to call this one arrays. So arrays are objects that have the following characteristics. Arrays are resizable and can combine a mix of different data types. Now, arrays are also going to be indexed at what we call as a 0 position. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. And then, just so we have it in our notes, example data types, they're going to be the following. You can put strings in there. You can put booleans on there. You can put numbers in there. You can put objects, arrays, and function. So again, if you haven't watched any videos yet going over functions, no worries. Same thing with objects, no worries. But we all should know what strings, booleans, and numbers are in order to put inside of our arrays. Okay, so what do we mean when we say an array has indexes? Well, let's first take a look at an example of an array. And I'm going to go ahead and create one right here called let city array equal. And we'll do a few of these. We'll do Houston, we'll do Tampa, and then we'll do Atlanta. Now, as far as arrays go, they have what we call our indexes, and they start off with 0. And what I want to show you here, first of all, that an array is signified by these brackets that you see here. They're on every end, so that will indicate to you that is an array. Later on, once we get into browsers and looking at APIs typically will have arrays built inside of them. And so that's one indication that you know that you're dealing with an array is those square brackets. The other thing that you'll notice here is I have a string here. And then, like I said, you can have the data type strings in there. Each one of these is considered a string. Notice by the quotes. Notice that each one of these is separated by a comma. So that's also another clue that you're in an array. Now, like I said, these arrays are broken down into indexes. And the way that I typically tell students to think about this is pretend that an array is like a street, and a street has a lot of mailboxes, and each one of these mailboxes is like an address, and it starts off with 0, 1, and then 2. So if we ever need to access any one of those, we can tell in JavaScript, hey, we are interested in mailbox 0, right? Or I need mailbox 2. And the thing that students get very confused on when they first think about this is they want to count. We all are, right? Count like humans. And this, to me, as a human, would be placeholder number 1, mailbox number 1, but it's not. It's mailbox 0. So let's first just console log the array and see what that looks like in the browser. And we'll do city ARR. So we'll save that, and then we'll run this, and we get exactly whatever we stored inside of there. All right, so that's kind of cool. Next, let's do the following. Let's say we only wanted Tampa. And so I'll put a question mark in here. What if we wanted Tampa? Well, in JavaScript, we will annotate this with the name of the variable first. And then notice that we have brackets on here, right? We have 2 brackets. We have an opening bracket and a closing bracket. Typically, Visual Studio Code, once you do an opening bracket, it will automatically autocomplete for a closing one. And if I told you that we wanted Tampa, well, that's 0 right there, the 0 mailbox. And then this one is in the 1 mailbox, okay? So if I go ahead and save this and run this, I do indeed get Tampa, okay? Well, what if I wanted to grab Atlanta, okay? Well, let's count. 0, right? 0, 1, 2. So that is what we want to have, is city and then R, square brackets, 2. And that will get us whatever value is inside here, all right? So another thing that we typically will want to do, and again, you're going to have to reference this later on whenever you're doing any kind of challenges. So we'll put a few questions here. Can I use to determine the length of the array. And when I say length, noticed when we talked about strings, if you watched that video, if we want to know how long a string is, we use something called the length property. And arrays have length properties as well. And so I can do a console log, and then I grab the variable name, and then I use the dot length just like we saw for the strings. Okay, so if we save that, run that, we do get 3. So that's very helpful. Okay, and why would that be helpful? Well, that becomes very helpful when we want to talk about loops. And if we ever want to loop through an array using a standard for loop, it becomes very easy. So let's see what we can do about that. So what can I use for loop to iterate over this array? Okay, so let's do this for an example. Again, you may have a challenge that looks very similar to this later on, so you may want to pay attention. So we have for, and then we're going to do the let I equals 0, and then we do want to use those semicolons, right? And we want to do this iteration as long as I is less than, well, how long is this array? Okay, well, if I count it, right, we did the length over here, it is 3, so I could put a 3 in here, and then I want to do an I++. Now this loop that we have right here will console log the cities one by one. And notice that the I, right? So if we think about this from a program point of view, we start off with 0, okay? So we're saying, hey, we're starting off with 0, console log, city R, and then this is 0. Well, what's in the 0 position? Houston. So it's going to print out Houston. And then once it gets to this curly boy here, it's going to increase the value of I. So I is no longer 0, it is 1, right? So 0 plus 1 is 1. And then we come down here, city R, I happens to be 1, which is the Tampa position. And then it moves on to Atlanta. So if we save that, run it, notice that we get Houston, Tampa, Atlanta. All right, let's add another city in here. Let's add Dallas. We're going to save that. And let's go ahead and run this. Well, I get Houston, Tampa, Atlanta. All right. Well, why am I only getting these 3 still, right? Well, that's because I hard-coded in the value 3 here. It's only going to go to the third position here. We need it to include Dallas. Well, instead of us putting a 4 here, which I meant we could put that there, but we want something to be a little more dynamic. Let's go ahead and add this in there instead. So instead of the 4 or instead of the 3, if you added it in there, I'm going to go ahead and save that, run it, and now I get the Dallas. So that's a real quick example of looping through an array. Okay, so as a little challenge here, let's create a variable called greeting names. So I'm going to do a little challenge here with us. And this is where you're going to be able to pause the video, give it a try. Okay, so we're going to create a variable called greeting names. This variable will store an array of strings and they will be names. Okay, so this will store an array of strings that are names. And you can make these names whatever you want. Put in this example here, I'll do Bill, I'll do Ben, Brenda, and Kim. That's what I'm going to put in there. And then I want you to use a loop to iterate over that array, just like what we did before. But I want to have a greeting on there this time. Utilize string interpolation. So use string interpolation to console log the greeting of each name. But this is what I would like you to say. Example is going to be name of the person. So maybe Bill. I hope you have a good day. And you want this to iterate over every single person. Okay, so go ahead, pause the video. I'm going to have this little challenge part inside of the lesson so you can just copy it and paste it. But that's what I would like you to do. So go ahead and pause it, and hopefully you end up getting it. All right, well, hopefully you did end up getting it. Let's go ahead and go through this here. The first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to create a variable called greeting names. And inside there, I'm going to make them an array, right? So make sure that we have the square brackets, and then each name does get a comma to go in between them. The next thing that we need to do is we need to create the for loop. So we can say for let I equals 0. And then we're going to utilize our iterator over here. We want to do this as long as the greeting names dot length, and that's going to be very similar to up here. Hopefully you're starting to see a little bit of a pattern. And then we're going to console log the greeting name with the square bracket I, and we're just going to add on the extra part of the string that we saw right there. All right, so once we have that, I believe we can go ahead and save this, and then we can run this. And now we see Bill, I hope you have a great day. Ben, I hope you have a great day. Brenda, I hope you have a great day. Kim, I hope you have a great day. All right, so cool. Now, if you got that challenge, great. If you didn't, hopefully going through this kind of made you realize that there's a little bit of a pattern here that we're trying to instill in you. And again, we're going to have more challenges that are going to be in a separate lesson here for you to strengthen those loop muscles with arrays and strings. All right, so continuing on from our lesson utilizing arrays and strings, let's go ahead and demonstrate how we can kind of do the same thing with numbers. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new variable here. We'll say let my shopping cart equal, and then we're just going to put an array of numbers in here. Okay, so we'll do $14.99. We'll add a comma to separate each one of these. We'll do $11.99 and then $9.99. All right, and so just like we did a loop up here to loop through this, we're going to follow the same kind of example that you see on my line 36. We're going to start off with a for. We're going to create initialize a variable, and then we're going to create the loop based upon the length of this array. So again, hopefully you're going to start seeing a pattern in all of this once you start getting some repetitions in. So we're going to do a for, and then we're going to go ahead and let I equal 0. And then we're going to do the loop to make sure that we want to stay inside this loop as long as I is less than my shopping cart dot length. And then we're going to utilize our iterator of the I++ to increment that each time. Now, for this, again, if we want to console log each individual item here, we can definitely do so by doing a console log my shopping cart with the square brackets and the I. Again, here's the pattern. Notice that we have the square brackets there as well. So let me move this out of the way. We have this right here, the square brackets I. We also have this one down here, and we're just listing the variable. Again, following this pattern. So if we save this and then we run this up here at the top, notice that we get the 14, the 11, and then the 9.99, right? But we want to do something a little bit different with this. We would like to accumulate a total from it, right? So let's go ahead and see what that looks like. Let's create a variable on the outside of the loop. We'll say let total equal, and then we'll just initialize it to 0. And what I want to demonstrate here is instead of console logging the my shopping cart square brackets, let's just go ahead and console log total. What do you expect to see when we run this? Well, notice that we haven't really changed the variable at all throughout this process, right? So I would expect it to only be zeros in there 3 times. All right, so let's give that a try. So we're not actually adding anything to the total. So let's go ahead and try this one. What if we were to do total equals whatever total was before, and then add my shopping cart to it? Let's go ahead and save that. I'm going to highlight that, and then I'm going to run it. And notice I now get a $14.99 to start off with. I get a $26.98, and then I get a $36.97. So it looks like it is adding it up, which is really nice. Let me add a few more numbers into this and to see if we have something that we can use from another lesson that you should have gone through to kind of help defeat the problem that I'm going to introduce. So the item that I added to this is the 0.53. So really we can put whatever number we want as far as the whole dollar value, $2.53. And what I'm really trying to force here is if we take a look at this and we highlight this and run it, that our very last item here is 37.5, right? That's what we're trying to represent dollars. Okay. So what tool did we have available to us in JavaScript to say, hey, if there's not 2 digits after the decimal point, let's go ahead and make sure that there is. Or in some cases, you may have more than just 2 decimal places. It might go on forever over here, right? So what do we have available to us that allows us to just have only 2 digits and that's it? And you've seen that lesson before, going back over the basic section, and right when we were talking about the numbers, it was a follow along material that you should have read through, and that is utilizing the toFixed. So again, that's going to be something that you might reference in some other challenges, right? So if we do toFixed and we put the number 2 in there, it means we're going to get 2 digits, right? So if I save this again and I run this, I'm going to hit the play button, and now I get the 50 cents, right? And again, feel free to play around with some of this code. Feel free to break it because it's not going to hurt anything, right? So if I save that, run it, you can see that by adding the 3, I now get 3 decimal places over, even if it didn't have it before, all right? So I'm going to change that back down to 2. All right, so one of the challenges that I like kind of giving is maybe an average, to have a loop go through the total, go through the array and loop through it, get a running total, and then afterwards go ahead and conduct an average of it. So let's go ahead and create a real quick challenge here. And use the given array, and we'll come up with that here, to loop through the bowler scores to generate a total. And then after you generate a total score, go ahead and find the average. So after the total score is calculated, find the average. So obviously there's the hint. The average is the sum of all the items, and then you divide that by the number of items, okay? And keep in mind with this challenge, let's make it dynamic, okay? So if we're going to have a bowler's average here, we'll say let bowler 1 scores equal 167, 188, 179, 161, and 201. When we figure out the average, let's make it dynamic so that if I were to add another one, we really don't have to change any more code to make our loop and average work. Okay, so go ahead and pause the video right now and see if you can come up with a solution to this challenge. All right, so let's go ahead and go through this here. And
Again, if we're looking off of patterns and what we saw with the My Shopping Cart, we know that we need to have a way to kind of keep track of the total score. So we can do something like let total score equal 0. Okay, it's always going to start off with 0. The next thing that we need to do is we're going to emulate what we saw up here on my line 43, create a for loop. And so I'm just going to do for, and then we're going to, again, utilize that variable on there of let I equal 0. And then we're going to make sure that we stay inside this loop until the bowler scores, right, the array, as long as we're less than that length, okay? So we're going to stay inside that loop as long as this array is. Again, so if I add another score in there, it should total it up just fine. And then at the end of here, I'm just going to go ahead and console log the total score. I don't need it to accumulate or see it accumulate. Of course, you can always put the console log inside the loop, but I only care about the final total, right? So I can do a console log of the total score. So let's go ahead and save that and run this. So I'm going to save it here, and then we're going to run it, and we get 896. Okay, so that is going to be the total. But I said that we wanted the average. Okay, and again, what a lot of students will end up doing to kind of getting the average, we'll do console log of the average. I'll put this in quotes here, just so we know what numbers they are. And what I see a lot of students do is they'll do the total score and like how many scores do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So they'll do total score divided by 5. And that's what I usually see when I look at a student's screen. And of course, this answer here is going to be correct. But what I want to instill in the students here is that what if we were to add another one here of maybe, I don't know, 209, right? This 5 we would have to manually change, and we don't want that. We want to make our code reusable no matter how large or small the bowler scores array is. And so in order to accomplish that, of course, we utilized that here using the .length. Okay, so if we come over here and we say, all right, let's do bowler scores.length, save it, and now we can run this. And now we get the average of 184.16666. So again, if you are looking to change this 184 to maybe like to have it be a whole number, right? We can actually take what we put right here. Let's store this in a variable. Let's do let average equals the total score divided by it. And we can do the following. We can say, hey, let's make this to 2 digits as well, right? Let me clear this out here. Let me hit the play it. So we do get 2 decimal places. What if we wanted 0 decimal places after? We'll save it and then run this one. And then we got the average of 184. Okay. So if 2 fixed was new to you, feel free to do a little bit of research utilizing W3 schools, MD and Docs. Like I said, we also have a lesson that goes over a little bit more of seal and floor. And so again, if those are new terms to you, you may want to take a look at the lesson that just follows the numbers. All right. Well, we've dealt with arrays with strings. We did it with numbers. And in the next lesson here, we'll talk about what happens if we have mixed things in there as well. Strings, booleans, even more arrays, right? So we'll talk about how do we access data inside of those. So the first 2 lessons here with arrays. This one we're going to show you how tricky it can be to access different parts of the array, and maybe it will be a little confusing for you to
have within an array. But we're going to start off real simple here with a little refresher. So I'm going to put a few more notes on here. So arrays can have different data types in the array. Okay. And let's do something that looks like this. Okay. We have a new variable here that we created called mixed array. And the elements that we see inside of each of these, just like we talked about before, you can think of them as mailboxes, right? And if I wanted to access true, right? Let's go ahead and access that one here. So let's go ahead and put a little bit of a note in here. What if I wanted to console log the true? So what would I have to do for that? So if I'm thinking about this as mailboxes, this is mailbox 0, this is 1, and then this is 2. Okay, so something very easy that that we should know how to access. So we'll do a console log of mixed array, or mixed ARR, square brackets 2. And let's go ahead and save that and run this. And there we go, we got true. Okay, now how do we get to this bucket right here? In this entire one with the square brackets, right? Again, it looks kind of funny, but we are able to access it, and it will give us back the entire array back if we do it. But let's go with the mailbox theory here. So we have 0, 1, 2. This is in the third position, right? So let's go ahead and console log that one. So let's do another what if. I wanted to console log the array within the array, right? So this is where we're going to do a console log of mixed ARR and the 3. Let's go ahead and save that and run it. And there we go. We got an entire array. Okay. So kind of the way that I want you all to kind of look at this, we can put a little bit of notes in here, and we can think of this as levels, right? So on our very first level that we have, so we'll do level 1, we're going to be able to access, so we'll put a 0 in here for that mailbox, right? And then we'll have a 1, and then we'll have a 2, and then a 3. All right, I'm going to go ahead and save that there. And so that's what we just demonstrated, right? Where we are trying to access the true, right? Well, that's in mailbox number 2. Okay, the array is in mailbox number 3. Now, what if we wanted the 15, right? Let's do that down here. So what if I wanted the number 15 within that array? We need to go and dig a little bit deeper into a second level, right? Level 2. Okay, and this is where we're going to put a bunch of space bars in here. And so we also have a 0 and a 1 and a 2. Mailbox for it. Remember, anytime you see an array, you can think of, hey, there's like a mailbox associated with it. We just need to get to the right address, right? And so we want the 15. If we're looking at this array, this is the 0 position. There's the first one. There's the second one, right? So we've already identified the array within the array. Okay, this is where it gets a little bit confusing. I want the 15, okay? So if mixed ARR square bracket 3 got me that array, I can step into that one by adding another square bracket to the outside, because again, I'm dealing with an array, right? So let's do this one. So we got the console log and then the mixed ARR square bracket 3 square bracket 1. And if we save that and we just run this one, there we go. Now we got just the 15. Okay. All right. So I know that's a lot to think about when we're doing this. Again, we're going to have some challenges associated with this to see if you're able to access some of these. And again, this is going to be another great exercise for you to meet with other people that are going through this same kind of course and kind of ask those questions if you have them. All right. So hopefully you enjoyed this video. Follow along with the challenges that we're going to have for this section here, and it will definitely help you access certain data points, because the further that you get along in your JavaScript, we're going to eventually, big picture here, reaching out to maybe things on the NASA website, and you're going to need to know how to step into data and extract what you want to extract. I know right now 15 makes no sense to you, right? But what if these were temperatures throughout the day, right? So that's what we're moving towards, and just know that you can have a mixed type of array. It can have strings, it can have numbers, it can have booleans, it can have other objects such as arrays and even objects and functions. So, but we'll get to all that. But try out the challenges and let us know if you have any problems. All right, so I feel like you thought we were done with arrays, and we're not. So we're going to go ahead and continue on. I just wanted to bring to your attention that there are other ways to loop through an array. And just like we saw up here, we saw where we could go ahead and just use a normal for loop. There's another one out there called the for of loop. And so we'll put that in here. We'll do a for of loop. And the way that it works is it's going to take an array, and the code's going to look a little bit cleaner to you. I'm going to give you some tips on naming of the variables and such. But if we were to have maybe an array of fruits, for example, right? Let's get that on here. So let's do let fruits array equal apple, banana, orange, grapefruit. Okay. And let's show you what a for of loop would look like. So just like we had the normal for loop that we talked about earlier, it's going to start with the keyword of for. And then inside here, usually what we see is we're going to initialize a variable, and the variable that we're going to call it is usually the singular version of what the array is, meaning that if we have an array of fruits, well, this one's going to be called fruit, right? And so if we say, in this example here, let fruit of fruits array, okay, it's looking a little funky, I know, but it's going to loop through the array, and every time that it comes to a new mailbox, it's going to be called fruit. Okay, we're just relabeling it. We're saying, hey, instead of us doing the whole, like my shopping cart square bracket, let's just, every time we're through the loop, we're going to name whatever mailbox we're in right now, we're going to name it fruit. And we can console log that and save that here. And if we run it, we will see that we do get all of the items that are inside that array. Okay, so that's a real simple one. Let's see if we can do another example here. Let's choose another array, so multiples, and we're going to do the exact same thing. Okay, then we can come in here and say let veggie or let vegetable, so that's singular, right? And then inside here, we can just do a console log of the vegetable and then close off our square brackets, our curly brackets. So I'm going to save that. I'm going to run it. And now we get the carrots, lettuce, squash, and tomato. Okay. Let me go ahead and scroll up, and let's see if we can grab this up here. And I'm just going to put a few comment placeholders on here, just to give us a little bit of a reference. So I want to convert this for loop that we just got done doing a couple lessons ago, and I would like to convert this to use a for of loop. Okay, so let's take a look at this. So we can say, we can do a for, and then inside here we can say, instead of bowler scores, we can use either score or bowler score. right? We can say let score of bowler scores, bowler 1 scores, and then the total score equals whatever the total score was before plus the score. Okay. And so if we loop through that, we can come down here and now we can go ahead and console log the total score. And before I do anything, I do want to zero it out because up above we kind of added to it. So I'll do total score equals 0 just for here. All right. So now I am going to have to play the entire file that we have in order to get this to work. But I'll hit the play button and notice down here we do get the total, right, of 1105. So again, that's just another way to take that loop that we did up above and notice that that's exactly what we got from the other loop as well, right? So another way to conduct a loop, some people like to use this way of doing it. If you have an array, some people like the for loop. There's no performance difference whatsoever. It's more of developer preference. So this one is a little bit less typing. You don't have to do the iterator, but the other one kind of allows students to, it makes sense to them using the other way. So again, no difference on either or. I just wanted you to be aware that there is something out there called the for of. So this is a pretty neat and interesting challenge for us to work with, and we do provide you with some startup code. And feel free to pause the video at any point and try to accomplish this task. So I'm going to first explain the problem, and then we're going to talk about ways to maybe process this and come up with a solution, right? So anyways, use the function provided, write logic that will shuffle an array and return a new one. Use a loop, use a for loop, actually to iterate over the array to kind of give you the new shuffle. And like, I know we're just doing this with just a simple array. You can see on line 16, we have this simple array of 1 through 9, but think of this almost, expanding this to maybe you wanted to shuffle some questions, or maybe you wanted to shuffle a deck of cards, right? So this is just preparing you with the little baby steps, and then think about the large picture. So let's talk about what we see here as code so far. On line 7, that's where we have this function here, and this is just your generic generate a random number function. I didn't want us to focus so heavily on the randomization. It just takes a minimum and a maximum, and we'll be able to use that inside of our function here. Now this function here is called shuffle array. Notice that we are console logging shuffle array, and we are passing it the array that we created down here on line 16. Okay, so that is what we're doing here, and if I were to just run this right now, I just get the same array back. You can see that it's in the normal numeric sequence that it started off with. So go ahead and try to pause the video now and see if you're able to maybe solve this. And if not, we're going to go through a little bit of a walkthrough of my logical thinking and going through this, and maybe seeing some of these tools out there to help you with your logic flow might be beneficial, because we want to do little bite-sized things, and it's a really neat little project here. So let's go ahead and move on to it. All right, so I have this Miro-like board here, and you can see the yellow Post-it notes that we have here. These are going to represent the numbers that are in the array, and then here we have the array indexes. Okay, I have this little spot up here for temporary memory to kind of store some values for us, and you'll see why. So I always want to approach some of these problems as, how would I do this as a human, right? And if I wanted to shuffle this thing 9 times because I have 9 numbers, then I'm going to loop through each one of these and I'm going to rotate a few, right? Or shuffle some cards, right? So the way that I wanted to go about this is we're going through the loop and we're starting off with the 0, right? We're starting off with 0. So what I would want to do is I want to place whatever is currently in 0, and I want to go ahead and push this to the back here. And I want to put this in temporary memory. I want to store it because I'm going to then generate a random number and say that random number is 7. I want to be able to pull the 7th index over here and I want to put it in the 0 position because I'm already on loop 0, right? And then I know what the random number was, and it was 7, and I just want to put whatever I had in temporary memory, and I want to swap it over here. Then next in the loop is this 1 position, and so it's going to put this in temporary memory, and it's going to choose a random number. Now, again, it could go back in that same spot. That's fine. Or it could go into the 0 position, and that's fine as well. So say that it did go to the 0. Well, then they just simply swap, okay? And that's going to be the pattern that we're going to follow, okay? Whatever loop number we're on, that's going to go into temporary memory, and we're going to get a random index, okay? And that is going to go in its spot. And then it's just like they're swapping positions here. Okay, so that's what we're going to do in our code. So let's go jump back in over there. All right, so this is where our code is going to be, and hopefully that little walkthrough of the logic kind of helps. Okay, so we need to have the for loop first. So we're just going to do our normal standard for loop. We'll do a for let I equals 0. And then we'll follow that up with as long as I is less than, and it's going to be the array that comes in and the length of it. Okay. All right. So once we have that, then we can do the iteration, and that's going to be the I++. And then we're going to open up the curly brackets. Okay. So while we're in this loop, okay, we need to first, like I said, take whatever index we're on and store that in some sort of temporary memory, right? And so what do I mean by that? Well, let's go ahead and do a let temp number equal, and then whatever array index we are currently on, whatever array index that we're currently on, we want to grab that number and store it in this thing that we just created called temp number. The next thing that we need to do is we need to generate a random number. We need to pick which index are we going to be referencing, okay? And so the way that we need to do that is we need to do something like this. We need to say let random index equal that generate random number that we created, that function up there that we gave you. Again, it takes a minimum, it takes a maximum. And then we have to use the 0 index because that's what we want to start off with. And then we have to do the array length -1, and that will give us 0 all the way to 8. Remember, although we have 9 numbers down here, just like we showed you on the sticky notes, that everything in JavaScript is 0 based for the index. Okay. All right. So now that we have that, now it's time to do the flip-flop, right? So we already put it in temporary number, okay? We already put that number that we're going to get in temporary number. And now it's time to replace the index, right? So we're going to do array, square bracket, I, and then we're going to set that equal to the array of the random index. Okay, so again, this is the part right now where we took, so this is the part where we took the index. So let me go back to it real quick to kind of explain here. So if we are on the third loop, right, we have put this into temporary memory. We went to the random generator, got a random index. It told us it was index number 5. And now we are assigning what was in 5. We're assigning it to the index of 3. Okay. So that's all we did right now. So that's what we did. Now the next part is we need to assign what we put in temporary memory and assign it to the index that we took from. Okay. So let's go back to the code for it. And so we're going to do array, square bracket, random index, and we want to set that equal to the temporary number that we stored in memory. So this is where that swap happened. Okay. So line 16 and 17 are responsible for the swap. So now that we can save this, and now I'm going to go ahead and run this here, we should see that they are now randomized in a different order. So we just created our own little shuffle. Cool. Well, hopefully you enjoyed this lesson.
All right, so one of my favorite things to kind of talk about and go into are array methods. And array methods really just are functions that are built into JavaScript that we can use in order to perform various operations on an array. And there's a lot out there, to be honest with you. We're only going to cover a few, but we're going to provide you with documentation and links on where can you go to get more information. I think the reason that I like this so much is because I love logical thinking. I'm always thinking, hey, I want to do this with the data. I'm sure there's a way to do it with some of the methods that are out there. And some of these methods are like, hey, how do I add data to an array? How do I remove something from the array? And I combine two arrays, right? All those kind of questions that you might be thinking as well will hopefully be answered in this video. And if not, we'll provide you with the resources in order to move forward. But anyways, I'm inside our JavaScript folder. I have a brand new file called array-methods.js, and that's where we're going to be for this lesson here. So as always, let's go ahead and put in a few notes. This is going to be array methods. And just like I told you before, array methods, they're functions that are already built into JavaScript. And they're just used to perform various acts that you would like to do on the array itself. And what do I mean by that? And again, we're going to be going over some of these topics here, but we're going to be introducing to pop. We're going to be introducing you to what we call as a push. We're also going to be introducing you to something called a shift, an unshift, a join, and then we're also going to introduce you to something called a split, and then a reverse, and then a join. And again, like I said, there's tons of methods out there. I kind of paired these up with opposites, right? Pop and push, those are going to be opposites of each other. Shift, unshift, those are opposites. Join, split, those are kind of opposites. Reverse, really not anything with a join, but we'll show you how you can combine some of these methods on the array in order to get an outcome that you might want. Okay, so let's first talk about popping, right? Or the pop. So what happens when we use the pop method on an array? It actually removes the last element of the array. Okay, so let's demonstrate that here. So I'm going to have a variable here called fruits, and in there I'm going to put banana, orange, apple, and mango, right? All of these are strings separated by commas. Again, if you watched the array video before, we know that this is an array because we're in the square brackets, okay? So if I wanted to remove the last part of the array here, the mango, I would want to use pop, okay? It's a real quick, simple method that's out there.
and we'll take a look at that. So we'll just do fruits.pop, okay? And notice that we have the left and right parentheses, right? We are invoking the method, okay? These methods exist in JavaScript, and the .pop, we need to invoke it by using the left and right parentheses, okay? And to validate that our fruit is gone, we can do a console log of fruits. And if we save this and run it, notice that the mango is indeed removed, okay? We went from a size 4 array down to a size 3. Now, this last part that I put on here, right, the pop method returns a value of the item that was popped out. And this could be useful. Sometimes you need it, sometimes you don't need it. But if I come up here and I type in let removed fruit, and I set that to a variable here, right, I have an equal sign, okay? If you're watching the videos in order, we haven't talked about functions and returns quite yet, but think of it as you passed off the fruits array to this factory called pop, and it gives you back the fruit. It takes your fruits that you gave it, and it removed the last part of it. Well, it's almost like you're going to a butcher and you're like, hey, I want you to remove that last part of mango here, but I want you to tell me what you took off. Okay, and so we're just storing whatever the pop method returned, and it returns the item that was removed. So if I come in here and I just do a console log of removed fruit, I get mango. So let me go ahead and show that to you, and you can see that here I do end up getting mango. Okay, so let me put in here for us, just because we're gonna have a lot of stuff in our console. We'll put pop example here, and we'll put pop removed here. All right. So again, a useful item here. The other thing that I would also probably note that whenever you're using the pop, it does affect the original array. So we might want to put that in our notes as well. It does affect the original array. So some of these methods do, some of them don't, and we just want to be mindful of what does and what doesn't. All right, so we talked about pop. Awesome. Let's talk about the next item here. We'll call that one push. So as far as pushing goes, let me go ahead and bring in some notes here. So whenever we want to add data to our array, the push method will do that for us. Okay. Now it doesn't add it to the beginning of the array, because again, arrays are an ordered, it maintains order whenever you recall it. The push method actually adds a new element to the end of the array. Okay, so if I wanted to add on to our fruits array that we created up here, all I would have to do is say I want to add kiwi, right? So I can do the following here. We can do fruits.push, and then we're going to add kiwi. Okay, let's go ahead and console log that as well. Clear out the console, and then I'm going to play it for us. So here's the push example up here. We have banana, orange, apple, and kiwi. Awesome. Okay. It does tell us here that the push method, okay, just like we could have stored it in an information here, stored it in a variable. The push returns a new array length. So that's what a push gives you in return. Okay. So one of the things that we typically like to do as like a little exercise to demonstrate the push is, we've talked about loops before. Let's go ahead and every time we loop through the array, let's go ahead, or every time we go through a loop, let's go ahead and add the number. So I want to create a loop that iterates from 0 to 10, and it will go ahead and add it to our array, whatever number we're on. So if we're on 0, it will put that in the array. Now we're on the 1, it will add that to the array. And so it's a neat little exercise that we can do to kind of demonstrate the push, right? So Go ahead and write a loop that will iterate between 0 and 10 and see if we can get that to add to the array. All right, so what does that look like? Well, let's go ahead and do let numArray equals square brackets. We have to have an array outside of the loop in order for us to push something on it. We will need to make sure that we initiate our array with it being empty. Okay, you can't push onto a string or anything like that, so it needs to be an array starting off. Okay, the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to write a simple for loop, and we're going to start off just like we did before in the loop videos. We're going to say let I equal 0, and then we want to keep going with this as long as I is less than or equal to 10. Okay, and then we're going to do the I++. And notice that every time we're in the loop, we're just pushing. We're using that push, meaning that we're adding a new element to the array every time we're going through the loop, right? So let's go ahead and save that, and then we will need to console log this in order to view it. Push example loop, and for this one I will clear it out and highlight everything here and run it. And then there's the push example, right? I got 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that is a good example of popping and pushing. All right. And like I said, we got a couple more to go through. We'll go ahead and put that in another video to go along with this lesson here. Move right along with the next two opposites. Here we have shift to talk about as well as unshift. So let's see what that one is all about. And like I said, some of these are the most likely used ones that we're going to be going over for you to be aware of, to know about. And like I said, there's a lot of methods. We don't expect you to know them, memorize them, but just know that they're out there, and it's okay to go look at documentation in order to find what we're looking for. So with shift, so the shift method actually removes the first array element and shifts all the other elements to a lower index. So it shifts them all to the left. All right. The shift method also returns a string of what was shifted out. So let's take a look at that real quick. So if I had an example of, let's come up with boy names, right? So we'll say let boy names equal, we'll do John, Paul, George, and Ringo. All right. Now, if we want to remove John from this array, we would want to use the shift. All right. So let's take a look. At that. So if we do an example here of boy names dot shift, and then we console log this. If we save this and run it, I'm going to go ahead and clear this out from our last one and highlight it, run it. Notice that John no longer exists in our boy name array. All right. Now, like I said before, anytime we use boy name.shift or anytime we use the array name.shift, it will not only remove it, but it returns. So just like we talked about before, it returns a string of what was shifted out. So we can store that in a variable just like what we did before by, we'll say something like this. We'll say let removed name equal, and then we'll go ahead and console log the removed name here, and go ahead and save it and highlight and run it. And notice that we stored that value in a variable of what was removed. All right. Now you're not always going to store it in a variable just like we talked about before, because it's only on a case-by-case basis on if you are trying to track what was actually removed and not. All right. Let's go ahead and talk about the opposite of shift, which is unshift. This is where we're actually going to be inserting. It's very similar to the push, but we insert it at the beginning of the array. So The unshift adds a new element to the array, but it only adds it at the beginning. So it unshifts the older elements. And let's take a look at that. We're going to do girl names. So just to be a little bit different than the first, we have Mary, we have Jane, Susan, Elizabeth. And if we want to add in names such as Anne, and then we console log this, we shall see Anne be put in the 0 index of the array. So let's take a look at that. So it starts off with Mary, and let's see where Mary goes. And Mary is now on the first index. Mary got shifted over on to the other side. So it unshifts the array and makes room for the 0 index for it to go and be inserted into it. All right. So again, this is the shift and unshift. We're trying to show you some opposites here just to get a little bit exposure with this. So continue on watching the next video series. We'll go over join, split, and reverse. All right, so let's talk about these 3 methods here. We're going to be talking about join, split, and reverse. And the join, believe it or not, you may be using it more than what you think. We're definitely going to provide you with challenges that involve join. You're going to be probably doing projects in your code camp that involve join. So it's a real interesting one of why would I ever want to convert an array worth of information into a string, but that's what join does. So let's take a look at it. Let's add some notes. So we have a join. The .join method joins all array elements into a string. It behaves just like the toString, but in addition, you can specify a separator, which is really nice. We'll show you an example of maybe why you'd want to do that, or how to even put spaces in between your items that we're going to have in here. So if we take a look at this example here, let's just have a variable that contains some vegetables in there, and we can do the following. We're going to add carrot, comma, potato, comma, onion, comma, broccoli. All right. The next thing that we're going to do is, again, it returns a stringed version of whatever's inside of the array, right? So ideally, what you'll do, just like what we did before in some of these other ones, is we're going to create a variable that will store the return. And again, the .join does not affect the main array, doesn't mutate it by any means. It just turns this for you. So let's go ahead and do this. We'll say let veg string equal, and then we can do vegetables .join. And if we just do the .join with left and right parentheses, we're going to get something funky in the terminal for the output of this. So I'm going to highlight all this here and run it and play it here. Oh, forgot to console log it. So let's do a console log of the veg string. And this time we'll save it, highlight it, and run it. All right, so we have join example, and then it's going to go carrot, comma, potato, comma, onion, comma, broccoli. It did exactly what we wanted, except for human readability wise, it didn't do it right. Like there's no spaces, right? So let's see what happens when we add a space. So inside the join, if we add quotes and hit the space bar, we're going to see the following happen. We're going to hit the play button. Notice that there's no more commas in there. All right, well, again, it says it on here, it behaves just like toString, but in addition, you can specify what the separator is. Right now, we're just using a simple space, right? Well, let's just go ahead and add a comma in there, and we'll save it there and run it. Well, let me clear this out. We'll highlight it and run it since we have a lot in our console. And then we get the carrot, potato, comma, onion, comma, broccoli. All right. And the more that you play around with it, the more that you're going to know how to do a few things to this. But maybe eventually in a challenge, you may see something to the factor of hey, I have an array worth of information, I have an array worth of vegetables. How can I make this a little more human readable by throwing an and in there, right? So carrot, comma, potato, comma, onion, and broccoli. And again, that's going to be one of our challenges that we're going to give you. And based off of the knowledge that you have just from watching these couple videos, whatever code that we currently have on this file, you should be able to do that without a problem. It may take you a couple minutes to kind of think about it on, what array method do I have that could solve that problem, all right? So again, really great example of a dot join is doing something like this. Again, you may be asked to think about creating a game, and you need to list out all the items that person has on them, right? Or maybe you can list out every single thing that is in a given room of a game that you're making, right? So various ways to kind of go about that. And again, crazy as it sounds, join is actually very useful, and it's going to be one that you use a lot when you're trying to make things a little more human readable. All right, let's talk about the opposite of join. And again, this kind of goes into a string, but a string can be converted into an array. All right, and again, the split, another powerful one that you're going to want to put in your tool belt and know about is the split. So let's look at that. So it's a string that can be converted into an array utilizing the split. And if we utilize this here, let's go ahead and convert the vegetables back into a normal array, right? So let's see what that looks like. So we're going to create a new variable here. We'll say let veg array, and inside here we're going to put what do we want to split them by. All right, so if we noticed up here we have a caret and then a comma, right? We have a caret, comma, potato, comma. And so how do you want to split this string up? Is I would like to base it off of every time it gets in contact with a comma and a space, that should equate to a new array, right? So let's do a test of that, and we'll do a console log of the veg array, and we actually have to highlight all of this here and save it and run it. And then there we go. We have an array right here of going back to the original. Now, you can split up words, okay? For example, let's do let since equals hello, my name is John, and then we can split this based off of the space. Let's just see what that looks like. So we're splitting by the word, and then we'll console log the other split example here. I'm gonna cut this out. Oops. Console log. There we go. Save it, run it, and look at that. We now have it split based off of the word, right? Notice that we did encapsulate a comma in there, but we did see that little comma there. We did end up getting a comma in there, but you are able to remove it later on. But for now, it's based off of the space, right? We just based it off of the space. What if we wanted to do it based off of the letter? So just split everything based on the letter. So we'll do split based on the letter example. So we could take the sentence that we just had up here, and we can split it, but notice that we don't have anything in between the quotes here. This is where it gets a little bit interesting. So we can go ahead and highlight this, copy it, or highlight it, save it, and run it. And we get that, but we forgot to come again. Console log with the letters. And this time we're going to get all of the letters in its own individual section there. So that's kind of cool. All right, let's take a look at one of our last things that we want to talk about, and then we'll show you how we can join, a split, and a reverse. Okay, so the reverse is kind of cool. The reverse method actually reverses all of the elements in the array, and so it does allow you to to sort your array in a reverse fashion. So again, the nice thing about arrays, they hold their positioning. Well, utilizing the dot reverse will reverse the order of the array. So I have an example here of some of our US presidents, right? Washington, Adams, Jefferson, Madison. And then I would like to reverse the array. Now, this one's going to be mutable, right? Meaning that if I try to console, after I perform the reverse, it will show up reversed. So this one is mutable. So it does change. So let's invoke it, and then let's console log it. So this is where it's a little bit dangerous with it. So let's take a look at it. So we'll highlight that there. I'll clear out my code window. And we get Madison, Jefferson, Adams, Washington. All right, so that's why we say, pay close attention with some of these, that because it does do things. All right. Okay, so let's do a little bit of a thought process here and combining some of these. So I have the word wonderful, and I would like to reverse it so that it prints out like this in the console. Okay, so we can do the following. We can say let word equal wonderful. Then we can say let equals word dot split, and again we're splitting it based on the letter. Okay, let's go ahead and console log what this is. Just show that in here, save it, run it. You see how it's split up individually into its own little letters. Okay, the next thing that we can do to this is we want to, because it's an array now, we can reverse the array. So let's go ahead and do that. Split word dot reverse, and again it's mutable, meaning that once we do this, it changes the array whenever we reference it again. So let me go ahead and run this, and we can see that again we didn't have to assign this to any other variable. We just did split word dot reverse, and over here this is what we got. It's now reversed. Okay. Well, now that we split it all up into an array, is there a way for us to put it back together? There is, and that is with the join. Remember, we did join, split, and reverse. So now let's do it in a little bit of a backwards order here. Let's do a split, then we're going to reverse it, and then we're going to join it, right? So then we can do let join word equal split word dot join. And notice that we do have to assign it to a variable, because a dot join doesn't change the original array whatsoever. And now if I highlight this and I save it and then I run it, let me clear this out here. There's the joined word after we got done splitting it. So that's how we do it in stages, right? Obviously later on, while you're going through things, there's a way to refactor this, and they are daisy chainable, which is a really neat thing to see. And so if we were to daisy chain this, this is what it would look like. And then we can go ahead and console log the daisy chain, right? So we're going to take the word, we're going to split it. So that's exactly what we did here, right? So if we're looking at things, we got the split and the split, and then what did we do next? We reversed, and then we joined, right? So there's a way to daisy chain this so that it all happens at the same time. Let me go ahead and comment out this stuff up here, just to show you that if I highlight everything here and hit the play button, I get the same exact thing that I did before with the joined word. So again, daisy chaining looks really nice. You don't have to assign it to other variables, but as you're going through the course, you probably want to slowly transition to the daisy chain way. However, what I recommend as going through this as a student, as a learner, is to do this in your mind and go ahead and do exactly what we just did here. Break it up into smaller chunks, and then later on, once you can internally visualize this, you can refactor. Obviously, if you're going to a job and you're going to have a code review, right, the daisy chain one is the preferred way. But while we're learning, totally fine for seeing it split up what you see on my lines 86 through 91. Okay, nothing wrong with that whatsoever. The logic is there. Later on can come the code cleanup. All right. Well, we're going to have some challenges that are going to go along with what we just learned with all these methods. And that way you're going to feel a lot more confident, a lot more comfortable with utilizing some of them. And if you don't get some of the challenges, that's totally fine, because you're going to see the repetition, you're going to see the problem, and you're going to be able to chunk those problems out. Right? If you have any questions on any of this, please feel free to reach out. We'd love to hear from you. All right. All right, so in this video, we're going to be talking about objects, and it may seem a little bit confusing to you at first, but don't worry. Hopefully we'll get enough repetitions with this that it will totally make sense. All right. So I created a brand new file called objects.js, and let's go ahead and do what we normally do, which is create a little bit of room for us to do some comments, right? So this one's going to be objects. Now, when it comes to objects, objects are going to be variables too, but objects are going to be able to contain a lot of data in it, and it's really used to describe data. And many times if you go take a look at some sort of MDN documentation or W3 schools, in there they talk about explaining it to you as, hey, this is to describe a real object, right? And they give an example of a car, for example. But objects have what we call our key value pairs. So we have key value pairs that are going to be associated with this, and they are written in the curly braces. And once we start defining some objects here, you're going to understand about these keys and values. Now, as far as keys go, these are just strings that are names, and the values can really be any data type. And when we say any data type, we're talking things such as strings, numbers, booleans, arrays, even objects and functions can go inside of these as well. So I think we made this very abstract as of right now. Let's go ahead and create our very first object. All right. And so one of the things that I will typically do is we can create an object just like a normal variable. We're going to use our keywords let, const, or var in order to create an object. We're going to give that object a name, and then we're going to supply some properties that can go along with this. Okay, so let's go ahead and describe a car, right? So we can say let car1 equal, and then we can add a few key value pairs to this. So let's go ahead and do a make, a model, a year, and let's also create, along with a color, let's go ahead and create a Boolean to show you what a Boolean looks like on here, of is drivable, right? And we're going to set that to false. Okay, so this is a good example of an object. We just made a description, and notice that we have a key and a value with this. So if I do this right here, so this is the key, is the make, And then forward is the value. Year is the key. 1969 is the value. Is drivable is the key. False is the value, right? So those are key value pairs. Okay, so let's see, how do we access some of these properties? All right, so let's go ahead and say, how do we access the make? And we're going to utilize dot notation in order to access this. So I'll put a question mark here as how do we access the make of the object car1. All right. So for this, I'm just going to console log it. I'm going to do a console log. The first thing that we want to do whenever we're console logging this is we want to call out the variable's name, right? And so we do that by car1. Okay. And then this is the dot notation that we were talking about. We add a period, and then the key that we are interested in accessing, right? So car1.make. Okay. What if I wanted to access the year? So let's put that in there. How would I access the year? Well, I can do a console log of the variable name first, and then using the dot notation, I can now have access to the year. Okay. Now, of course, you can treat these as almost like individual variables as well if you're looking to do some string concatenation, right? Let's print the sentence. The Ford Mustang is red using the object of car1. Okay, so let's try that out. So just like we've done before with string concatenation, where we can go ahead and spell out the word the, add the plus sign, and then we can just access these values that we see here. car1, using the dot notation, and then make, okay? And that's going to get us the Ford. And then we're going to add the next one, car1.model is, and then the color. Period. Right. So we're going to go ahead and save, and then we're going to run, and there is where we have it, right? The Ford Mustang is red. Okay, and of course you can play around with these properties that we've set in here. You can change the make, you can change the model, you can change the year, and so on. Okay. All right, let's play another part with this, which is how do we add another property that we didn't see originally in the curly braces, right? So let's go ahead and add that in our notes. How can we add a property to the object? Well, say we wanted to add a new property called, is it a convertible? And we're going to set that to true. Well, even though we don't see it in here, right? We see is drivable. We can go ahead and add any property that we would like, and it would be just utilizing the dot notation. Let's go ahead and console log the object so far. So we do a console log of car1. And let's see if it got added. And there it is, right? So we see the is convertible, and it is set to true. Notice that we are in an object, right? We have the curly braces. So that's pretty neat. Now there's also ways to access different properties utilizing square bracket notation. So let's take a look at that. How can I use square brackets notation in order to access the value of the property model? Well, this is what it would look like. It almost looks like an array a little bit, right? Because we see these square brackets this time. Notice that we have to put the key in quotes this time in order to access it. But nonetheless, sometimes you will have to use this way of accessing a property whenever you're doing your development. All right. But that is another way of accessing it. So we can save this and we can run this. And we see that we have Mustang. Let me go ahead and clear this out and run it again. And you can see that we have Mustang right there. Okay. How do you update a value? So that's a good one to do. So how do I update a value? So say we wanted to change the color, right? All we have to do is just add the assignment operator to our property here, right? car1 dot, and then whatever key we need to change. And then over here on the right-hand side, we can change its value. Something to note is just because it started off as a string here doesn't mean it has to be a string. It can be a number, but you can change those. They are not set in stone of a model has to be a string or a year has to be a number. Okay. All right. So we'll have another section kind of going over how do you loop through objects and everything. One of the ones that a lot of students will get a little bit confused on is, can you have either an object within an object or have an array within the object? And so let's go ahead and create a new object here. And we'll call this let person1 equal. And then we'll do the first name here. We'll do John Doe, age 50. And let's go ahead and add a friends list. So we'll say best friends. And this is going to be an array. Jane, Mark, and Bob. Okay. So let's go ahead and save that and see if we can get down to the best friends, right? So let's console log it. So how do I console log best friends? Okay. So if I save this and run this, notice that I get an array back. Okay. So hopefully you've watched the array video that we've done, and knowing that best friends is an array, how would I access Mark? Right? Mark is the second one in here. However, remember, things are zero-based in JavaScript. So we have, this is the 0 mailbox. This is the 1 mailbox. All right. So we need to access the 1 position. And so notice whenever we're doing this here, we are talking about the person, right? Person 1, we're identifying the object. we're moving on to the key that we care about, which is best friends. And because this is an array, we have to use square bracket notation in order to access it. And we don't need the 0 position. We need the 1 position. And so that's what this one is right here. So let's go ahead and save it and run it. And there we go. We have Mark. Okay, and so that's how you can access something in an array. So what I would challenge you to do is think of a pet or think of an animal that you have or that you've even seen, and let's create an object for it. Okay, so let's do a practice one. We're going to create an object based off of your pet. Okay, again, this can be a fish, it can be a dog, it can be a cat, right? And so some properties that we're going to have on here, right? Some keys. Are going to be the type of pet. We're going to make sure that you have a name for it, the age, the color, and is it a happy pet? All right. So let's kind of go over some of these here, and also include an array for practice of favorite toys. Okay. But think about what properties are what, right? And so name, that's going to be a string. An age, that's going to be a number. A color, that's going to be a string. Is happy is going to be a Boolean, right? And then obviously favorite toys is going to be an array of strings. So pause the video, take a little moment to go through this one, and we'll go through one together. All right. All right, well, hopefully you did end up getting this. Let's go ahead and start this off. We need to do a let pet equals. And again, you could have named your variable anything that you wanted. Okay, I'm just choosing pet here. The next thing is we're going to choose the type of dog. Type of pet is going to be a dog. The name of this will be Buddy. The age of my dog is going to be 5. The color is going to be brown. Is a happy pet. Always true. Sometimes. And favorite toys are going to be a ball, frisbee, and a bone. Okay. So hopefully yours looked somewhat similar to this. Something also that I want to point out to you, that whenever we're dealing with an object, it doesn't have to be in any certain order. A lot of times when you go to your job, they will have some sort of prettier, maybe, or their SOP or standard operating procedures will be for you to alphabetize your object list to make it a little more readable. So really up to you, but as far as our demonstration and our purposes and our point for here is the order does not matter when it comes to creating objects. When it comes to arrays, order does matter, but objects, it does not matter. Doesn't matter if it's alphabetized, mixed, Z to A or A to Z. Okay. All right. And then one last challenge here for you all is access the name, the age, and the favorite toys that are in the array. See if you can make a sentence that looks something like this. Ball, frisbee, and bone. Okay. See if you can get a sentence that kind of looks like that. I'm not going to go over with it in the video, but I will have it for you in the lesson to kind of look at. All right, in this video, we're going to be talking about looping through objects where we can iterate through them, grab their keys, and grab the value that's inside of those keys. It's a real interesting concept, but it's going to take some practice for you to kind of understand what's going on with these loops. So I am in a brand new file called object-loops.js, and it's inside my JavaScript folder. All right, I'm going to go ahead and do what we normally do, is add some notes section here. And so we're going to call this looping through objects. And the one that we're going to discuss here is going to be the for-in loop. Now, whenever we're using a for-in loop, that allows us to loop through the properties of the object. Okay, so we're going to loop through the values of an object. Now, just because we have the properties now, we're going to be able to access what's inside of that object's value. So let's go ahead and revisit a few concepts about an object. All right, so we're going to create an object called person. That person's going to have two things in it. We're going to keep it really simple. It's going to have a name and then an age. Okay, now just to review on a few things, when we're talking about keys, this is a key. Name is a key, age is a key, and then the value is whatever on the right side of that colon, right? So the value is going to be John. The value of age is going to be 30. So in JavaScript, they provide us a way to loop through this stuff, loop through this object, but when we loop through it, we only get the properties from it, okay? And so let's go ahead and demonstrate that real quick with the simple for loop, okay? So we're gonna use that keyword for, all right? We're going to initiate a variable inside of this loop. And many times you'll say the following. You'll say let key, which remember an object has keys and values, right? Let key in person. So let the key, right, inside our person object. So this over here is very specific on what we're trying to reference here. This has to be the variable name that you came up with for the object. So this will work in an object. It also works in arrays, but we're going to use it here in the object to loop through all of the keys, okay? So again, we're just creating a variable, called it keys. You can name this really anything, but traditionally we'll call it a key, all right? And let's go ahead and access the key. Let's do a console log of just the key and see what we get. All right, go ahead and save it. We're going to run it, and look at that. We get the name, right? We get age, which are the keys in this object. That's awesome. But we don't have access to the value of that. And again, we only have this to work with. We only have this variable up here that we created in the loop. So we have to ask ourselves, is there a way for us to access the value from just providing the key? And the answer to this, we kind of went over this in the previous video when we said, how do we access the data, right, inside of an object? And this is just going to be a little bit of a review, is I can access, how do I access the value of an object? So we had something called dot notation. And for example, we can do a console log of the person dot name, right? We identified the object here with person, right? And then we did a dot name. And many students will think, well, like, cool. Well, if key is representative of the object, maybe I can just do a console log of person.key,
right? A lot of people will think that they can do something like this, okay? And if I save this and I run this, I get undefined. It doesn't know what key. It's thinking key literally. It's looking for a key in here called key. Then our undefines should be test, right? So we don't really want that. And the other way to access data is square bracket notation. So what does that look like? And again, we talked about this in the last video, but we're going to first identify the object, and then we use the square brackets, and then the actual key name of this, right? Again, if I wanted the age, I can do this, and I would get 30. Let me go ahead and save that, highlight it, run it. Let me clear this out, run it, and I get John and 30. Okay, John is coming from this person's name up here, so let me comment this out so we're not confused on where we're getting information. Save it, play it, and we get 30. Okay, so the age we can reference utilizing bracket notation. So all I'm going to do to change this here is, instead of using the dot, you have to think about this, instead of using the dot, just use the square brackets instead, and don't use any quotes or anything like that. And let me go ahead and add value to this, so that way we can actually see it in action. Okay, so I'm going to comment you out just so I can keep my console kind of clean. Clear it and run it. And so we got the key is name, the value is John. The key is age, the value is 30. All right, so that is an example on how we can access not only the key, but we can also access the value. And that's going to be very important on any job interview that you may have, is, how can I access the data from this object? How can you loop through it and have access through it? So it's, again, another kind of gotcha kind of question. And we have a couple challenges to go over here as well to kind of reiterate some of this. Okay. So let's go ahead and create a new challenge. And we're going to start off a little simple, but with a more complex object. So we're going to say loop through an object, and if the value is a string, go ahead and print it out. All right. And here's the object that I would like you all to create. Feel free to pause the video. If you're in a rush, you can go ahead and copy and paste the code that goes along with this video here. But we have a student. Okay, I always say practice typing. It will just help you out. So we have a student. Name is John Doe. Okay, and if we look at this, that's a string. Cool. And then we have the age, and then we have scores. All right, now the age is a number. So if we're thinking about this in our head and building out this loop, so far I should only see John Doe being printed out. Score is an object. So that's not going to get printed out, but it has some keys and values in it for sure. And then we also have favorite subjects. Now this is an array of strings, but it's not a string. Okay. Has a pet. We have that set to false. That's not a string either. That is a Boolean. And then we have vehicle. All right. Vehicle's a Ford. And that is a string. Now, if I were to loop through this, it's only going to loop through the first level of items. So that's all I'm really caring about in this challenge, is the first level. This group right here would be considered like a second level. Same thing with this second level, but the main first level items, the only two things that are strings are the vehicle and the name. Okay, so go ahead, pause the video, see if you're able to accomplish this. The hint that I'll give you is, how do we know what type of data type we're in? And you're going to, hopefully you're thinking about that. And it's type of. Type of is what you're going to be utilizing for this. All right, so hopefully that gave you some good insight. Hopefully you ended up getting it. And the first thing that we need to do here is we need to create our loop. So we're going to create the loop starting off with a for with the let key in student. Again, we're following that pattern of key, and then in is that other keyword, and then student, which is the object that we want to loop over. So then we just need a simple if statement, right? If the type of, and then the student square bracket key equals string, then let's go ahead and print that to the console. Otherwise, we don't really need to have an else. And that's really it. So if I highlight this, I save it, let me clear out the console, and I run it, I get the two things that I told you were a string. Pretty cool. Okay. Let's add a little more complexity to this. Let's go ahead and change those strings all to lowercase. So loop through the student object, convert all the string values to a lowercase. Go ahead and pause the video, and you should only have to add one thing to this, but we can copy this and paste it. And the only thing that we're going to change on this is down here where we're console logging it. You guys remember the method in order to lowercase something. It's called to lowercase with left and right parentheses, and we can save that. And let's go ahead and run that. Actually, I will highlight them all just so we're not getting all the code from above and running it. And there we go. We see the uppercase ones at the beginning, and then now we have the lowercase ones. All right. So again, there'll be other challenges that will help test your knowledge with looping through this. It's going to take a lot of practice just to start thinking like this. I think this is probably one of the harder concepts to think about, especially starting off, is how do you loop through an object. And this is one of the ways to do it, utilizing a for in loop. Please keep in mind that whenever you're looping through this, it does not maintain the order. So there's no guarantee on the order when it comes to looping through objects. Sometimes it is the way that you had it, just like what we saw right today. But in the documentation, it says that do not rely on the order of the object to be consistent whenever you're looping through it. So you cannot be thinking that it has an index of any means. All right.
All right. Hi, my name's Rob. I'm with precodecamp.com, and in this video we got another great challenge exercise for you if you're just learning JavaScript. A great way to kind of practice what you're learning. Anyways, we have provided you with a random number generator as well as an object here, and I'm going to explain the challenge here. But we're going to use the provided getRandomNumber function in order to generate a random number between 1 and 6. You can choose either to have our custom object that you see right here with dinner options with what's in there already, or you can create your own, but we'll make sure that you need to have 6 on there. Then we're going to write a function that will get a random number, and that number will correspond to that dinner option. So I don't know if anybody has ever had family or friends and you're like, what do we do for dinner? Well, this might be a great way to kind of solve that problem, right? So anyways, that function that we're going to create here will return the dinner option that was selected, not the number, but the actual dinner option. All right. So let's talk a few things real quick here, and as well as how to kind of solve this methodically. Now, I will tell you this before we get started, that if you are new to programming and you don't have your Visual Studio Code set up like mine, take a look in the descriptions. I provide you with a link as well as video resources to get everything that you need to get started to get your Visual Studio up and running. Or, of course, you can always use JS Fiddle, Code Sandbox, CodePen, and so on. But let's think about this logically here with maybe some problems that we may need to solve. Is how do we get random numbers? So that might be one problem. The next problem is, well, we get a random number, then how do we access these options that are in here? So let's first take a look at the code, look at the existing code that's here, and see how we're able to use it really quick. And so in order to get a random number generated here, this function here takes a minimum and a maximum, right? And what we want to supply in it is, for our example up here, it says that we need to choose something between a 1 and a 6. So if I go ahead here, and I'm going to scroll up here just a little bit. If I console log get random number, and I supply a 1 and a 6, and I save this and I run this a few times, I notice that I am getting values that are between 1 and 6, right? So if I change this to 100 and save that, I'm going to clear out this code here, and I play it. There's a 7, there's a 71, right? And so you can see that as we add numbers to this second argument, our range is kind of expanding. So if you are just starting your coding development learning cycle here, this function right here is definitely something that can be reused, refactored to meet the needs of any major project that you might be doing for your learning progress. Whether that be create a random number generator for some dice, create it for guess a number, right? This get random number is a function that you're going to want to keep in your toolbox. All right, so we know now how to use the get random number function. Let's go ahead and see about accessing items in the object based off of what we see here. And like we're not going to want to be able to use dot notation in order to reference items in an object. So usually in an object you can reference things utilizing dot notation, but in this case here we're going to use square bracket notation in order to reference the item here. So let's take a look at that. Let's do a real quick console log, and we're going to do dinner options. And instead of using dot notation, I'm just going to use the square bracket, and then I'm going to put a number in there. And in this case here, I'm going to do 3. So if I save this, it's going to look for the key over here of 3. So if I save that, I do get sushi, right? If I put 4 in here, let me clear this out again. Save this, run this, I get burgers for 4. So imagine if we were to put in a get random number generator and store that value into a variable and then plug that number into here, we would probably get one, right? So let's go ahead and set up our function now. Now that we know how are we going to use the random number that we get and plug it into a return statement maybe, right, for our dinner options and actually get the dinner option that we would like. Okay, so let me get rid of that. All right, so let's create a function here. We're going to call it get dinner option. So we'll put that in here like so. We have the curly bracket, and then we're going to put the ending curly bracket in here. So let's go ahead and get that random number first. So we'll say let random number equal, and then we're going to do the get random number, and we want to supply it with the starting point, which is a 1, and we want to go to a 6. Now that is going to be stored in this variable right here called random number, and then all we have to do here is we'll do a return of dinner option square bracket random number. Okay, so this function is going to return the dinner option that it chose with the random number. Now if we save this and run it, we're not going to see anything. We need to first call this function that we have right here, which is get dinner option. So if I say dinner choice equal get dinner option, and then we can do a console log of dinner choice. All right, so now let's go ahead and save this. Let's run it. And there we go. The first one is a salad. Let me clear this out. Let's play it again. Tacos. Clear it out. Play it again. We get pasta. So our random number generator is working. Our return statement is working. And we're saving it into a variable here called dinner choice. All right. So feel free to play around with this. If you enjoyed this tutorial, subscribe And again, take a look at our Discord channel if you're needing any extra help or anything like that. We're more than happy to help you out there. All right. So we'll see you next time. All right. Hello, everyone. My name's Rob. I'm with precodecamp.com. And in this video, we're going to be talking about functions and do a little bit of practice with functions and parameters and getting return values from it. And just a little precursor here is I'm in Visual Studio Code. You don't have to use Visual Studio Code at all. You can use your own IDE. However, if you are interested in utilizing my type of setup that you see right here and the extensions that I'm going to be using, please feel free to check out the videos that I have in the description below. All right. Okay. So in here, it says we're going to create a function that will help determine the last angle of the triangle. This function will accept 2 parameters, right? Because interior angles of a triangle, we need 3. And put a little hint in here for us all, since it's been a while for any geometry to be done for some folks, to include myself. All angles that we have inside of a triangle, they should total up to 180. So if I have 2 angles, and if I subtract that from 180, I should get the last angle. So that's going to be the thought process here on how we're going to tackle that. So again, we're going to be creating a function. Let's go ahead and do that. And we're going to start off with that keyword of function. And then we need a name for this. And I'm just going to call it getLastAngle. And inside here, I'm going to put in 2 placeholders for our parameters. I'm going to do angle 1 and angle 2. Okay. Now that we have our function, I know that we can probably do this with a single return statement, but as beginner coders, I'm always telling people, hey, let's stub this out. We can do it in as little as 1 line, but I think for thought processing, we should stub this out on how you would tackle it as a human, right? And so the first thing that I would do as a human is I would take the 2 angles that I'm getting in to this function, and I'm going to add them up, okay? So I'm just going to put in here, let total equal angle 1 plus angle 2, all right? And so that now in memory, with these 2 angles coming in, if I do 60 and 60, that's 120. I now have 120 to work with for my total, okay? And then the next thing that we need to do, if we're thinking about this logically, is we need to create another variable, maybe call it last angle. So let's do that. Let last angle equal. Well, what did I say at the beginning for the hint, right? All angles, they will need to total 180. So if I start off with 180 and I subtract the 2 angles that I already have, and that's called total, I now have my last angle here, right? So if you imagine an equilateral triangle, 60-degree angles, they should all be 60, right? And so 120, if we subtract that from 180, we get 60. So our math is right so far. And then a function just needs to return something. So we're going to do return, and we're going to put in here the last angle. All right. Now, as beginners, and we're going through functions, if we were to just save this and run this, we're not going to get anything whatsoever. And that's because we didn't call the function, right? So let's call the function. Now we do that by simply finding the name that we gave it, and then we supply it what it needs. Okay, so that's going to be an example of that. So let's do a get last angle, and we're going to supply in there our first example here. We'll do 60, 60. Okay. Now we know mathematically in our minds that this should return us 60. Now I'm always telling students this is when we are calling it, right? And we're running it, we still don't see anything in our console or in our code runner, right? And so the reason behind that is we haven't really console logged anything, right? It's running the function just fine, but we're not seeing that in our terminal. So how do we get that? Well, we can either wrap this entire thing in a console log, right? That works. But traditionally, whenever we use functions, we want to store them in a variable. And so what I can do here is I can say let triangle 1 equal, And then right below this, I can console log the triangle. So now that I have these lines of code here, I can go ahead and save this and I can run this. And now I get 60. Well, what happens if I change one of my angles to 35? And I save that and I run it. Now I get 85. So that last angle of that triangle needs to be 85, right? So the total needs to equate to 180. Okay. Otherwise, it's not going to be considered a triangle. Okay. Now we didn't put any errors into our function for handling these types of values of what happens if it's over 180. We're assuming that the user did input the correct numbers. Now, like I told you before, hey, can this all be done in a single return statement? And again, yeah, it can. And what would that look like if we were to refactor this? And so I'll just put down here function refactored, get last angle. Okay. And we're still going to do angle 1 and angle 2. And it's going to look exactly the same as what we did up above. But this time, we can just knock this all out with a single return statement. Okay. So we got the return. And instead of doing the total up here and then the last angle, we can simply do 180 minus, and then these two angles here, right? So we can, in your mind, we can take the 180 and we can subtract these two angles. Okay. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and save that. And then we can test this out. I'm going to do a let triangle 2 equal, and then it's going to be the refactored last angle. And let's do our 60, 60. And then let me spell triangle properly. And then we'll go ahead and do a console log of triangle 2. Okay. So I'll save that, run it, and then we have our 60 that you see right there. So again, as we're learning, as we're growing, I would expect this from like beginners. And then as you are progressing, then you can start thinking, well, I can refactor this. I can make it less lines of code. But either way, still fine. We're all learning. So, hey, thanks again for watching this tutorial. Definitely appreciate it. Feel free to like and subscribe. We'll see you next time. All right, welcome to this video. My name's Rob. I'm with precodecamp.com, and in this video, we're going to be demonstrating functions and functions that take parameters and that return something. Now, I'm in Visual Studio Code. If you don't have Visual Studio Code or you're looking to get yours set up like this in order to get it to work, we have a video set up. Take a look in the description and you can follow along with getting that set up. Now, of course, you can always go online using something like JS Fiddle, CodePen, those sort of things all work fine as well. So our job here is we're going to create a function that's going to take a string of words, and we're going to have that function return the word that is the largest. Now, if there is a tie, we're going to return the first word that it comes in contact with. So with that being said, we're going to go through this very methodically and problem solve it together, right? And I'll throw out some key things that we need to start thinking about whenever we're trying to build this. So we know that the prompt is asking us for a function. So let's kind of build that out. In JavaScript, the first thing that we need to do is we need to have that keyword of function, and then followed by the function name. Now, again, you can choose whatever name you want. In my case here, I'm going to call it largest word. And inside here, it's going to take an argument, something that we can reference later on. Remember, anytime the function is called, we are able to supply it with some information. And this is just going to be a placeholder for that information to be stored. So inside the function, we can just do str for string. Again, it's very arbitrary as far as what goes inside, but we just know that a bunch of words are going to be going inside of there. Now, something that we can do right off the bat is if we are looking to run this and see what we're getting in here, I can go ahead and do a console log of str. And down here, we can actually call the function and see what's going on there. Okay, so let's do that. We'll do largest word, and we're going to put in here a phrase, right? And again, you can do whatever you wish, but I'm going to be putting in here, I am a coding ninja. So let's go ahead and save that and run it. And again, this is just to check to make sure that the function's being called. And this right here, I am a coding ninja, is going to be put inside here. And we are simply just console logging it right here. So let's go ahead and run that. And we do get, I am a coding ninja. Awesome. So we know that the function's working. We know that it's receiving data. So the next thing is, wouldn't it be nice if we were able to kind of separate these words into its own subsection, right? To split it up. So like I want to have the I separate. I want the am separate. I want the A, the coding, the ninja all separate, right? And we have something available to us that we're able to do on strings, and that is the split method, right? And so what is a good way to split this by? What do we see in this string here that gives us a good idea as a human that each one of these items here is its own individual word? What is in between each one of these? Well, it happens to be a space, and that's what we're going to use. So what if I were to come up here and I do the following? I say let words equal, and then str.split. So we have the split method. And what do we want to split it based off of? Well, we want it to be split based off of the space. And so we can do that by putting string quotes on there and hitting the space. All right, now let's go ahead and console log what we just did. So we'll do a console.log of words. We're going to go save that, and let's run that now. And if we notice over here, we have it all placed inside of an array, right? So this right here indicates that it's an array. Perfect. Now, arrays are really nice because we're able to loop through them. So let's go ahead and loop through the array. So for that, I'm going to get rid of that console log here, and we're going to go ahead and do a standard for loop inside the JavaScript. And so that looks like the following. I'm going to go ahead and put some curly brackets in here. So we have the for, that's the indicator of the for loop itself. We're initializing a start, right, with the let I equal. And we want to stay in this loop as long as the length of the array, and then we're going to iterate over that. So that's our for loop. We're going to continue to be inside here. Now, something that we can do in here to just real quick to demonstrate how we're going to be going about this. We can do the following. We can say, you know what, let's go ahead and just, for right now, let's console log the word square bracket I. And let's see what that does for us. Okay. Words square bracket I. And I'm going to go ahead and clear this out, hit the run, and we now see it line by line here. I am a coding ninja. Okay, cool. Now the next thing that we need to think about a little bit is how can we tell, what do we have available to us in JavaScript that will help us determine how many letters are in that word, okay, or in that string, right? And so we have a property on here called length, right? So let me go ahead and save that and clear it and run it. And now I get 1, 2, 1, 6, 5, okay? So what we need to do in order to check to see which one is the highest, the idea behind this is, again, I always tell students, learners, that we need to picture this as if we are a human, right? And we only get to take a look at something really quick and individual-like, meaning that if the I is coming in first, right, what's the length of it? Well, the length of it is 1. All right, well, I don't have anything to reference anything to, so far 1 is my highest word. Okay, so I want to put it in then I move on to the next word, am. Okay, AM, that has 2 letters. And then I have to ask myself the question, is 2 bigger than the I? Well, it is. Well, then I need to remove that I from that plate that I said, hey, we're going to keep that on. And I need to replace it with the am. And then I come to the next letter and I'm taking a look at it. And I'm like, is 1 bigger than what I already have in my keep pile? It's not. So I'm going to discard it. Is coding more? It is, right? So we need to have some sort of logic, some sort of conditional that is checking these things, right? So what we would like to do is we need to put something on the outside of this loop to help us keep track of what word did we our keep pile, okay? So here we can say let largest word equal, and for right now it's just going to be an empty string. Down here is where we're going to have our nice conditional. We'll say if the word I.length is greater than the largest word.length, then we're going to say, you know what, largest word, you're going to be whatever word we are on now. And then the last thing that we need to do is we need to return largest word. Okay, nothing in here is console logged quite yet, but we could do a console log of this, and we'll save that, and then we'll clear this out, and then we'll run it. Coding happens to be the largest word. Okay, now I'm going to pause this video. I'm going to get the debugger set up, and that way we can kind of take a look at what's happening word by word. All right, so let me get that set up for us. All right, so I found that the debugger got that all set up here for us, and let's kind of go through this line by line. So as you can see, where the yellow is here, we're on this line here, line 7. We've already gone over line 6. So the words, as you can see here, it says it's an array already, and it's split up into its individual word slices there. And the next thing that we're going to get ready to go into is the loop, right? We're initializing largest word here just to an empty string. All right, so here comes the fun part. I'm going to go ahead and step over that and step into this. So I have this watch list over here set up for us. I kind of keep track of all of the variables and stuff that, that's going to be going through every time it's going through the loop. So notice that on the words I, we're on the actual I part of that, which is right here. Its length is 1, and notice that the largest word.length is set to 0, and that's because, again, we initialized it to an empty string. Largest word, again, empty string. Okay, so let's go ahead and go through this here. So notice that the largest word now has the I in there. And then now we're on to the AM, the second word of our phrase. Notice that the length is 2 on it, right? There's the 2. And it is greater than the length that it's currently set at right now, which just has the I in it, right? So 2 is greater than 1. We're going to get a replacement here. So what I want you to notice here, the I is going to change to the AM. Okay. So there we go. You see how that just changed? Now we are on a new word, which is just the letter A. And then we're moved on to coding. Coding has a length of 6. 6 is greater than 2. And so now coding gets replaced. The next thing that is going to happen is it's going to take a look at Ninja. Ninja is 5 is less than 6. So coding is going to be the one that stands out there. All right. So anyways, hopefully that little debugger thing didn't confuse you, but just know that of what's going on. Sometimes that's one of the hardest things, is to think about what's going on inside of this loop as far as this problem goes. Okay. All right. Well, hopefully you enjoyed it. Again, my name's Rob with precodingcamp.com, and we'll see you in the next lesson. All right. Hello, everyone. My name's Rob. I'm with precodecamp.com, and in this video, we're going to be going over functions that return values. And in this challenge here, we're going to write a function that will count the number of vowels that it finds in a string and returns the number. So for example, we have this right here where it says we can count the vowels. We're putting in there hello, and what we should get back in the console, or what we should get back returned, should be 2, because it has an E and an O. Also put a hint in here. You can use the includes in order to check to see if the string includes a certain character, letter. And so I thought that I would explain a few things as we go along with this. Feel free to pause the video, see if you can conduct the challenge yourself, and play the video. That way you can learn. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. The very first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to create a function here, and I'm going to call it count vowels. So we'll do a function count vowels. It does take a string, right? The parameter that we put in here is going to be a string, and then we're going to have some code happen in between these curly braces here. And for now, I'm just going to do a console log of string, and I'm going to do exactly what we had up here in our example of count vowels. And I'm going to save this and run this. Now, if you don't have Visual Studio Code looking like mine, and you are interested in features that I'm using with the extensions and stuff, please take a look at the description below. You'll see a link to get in your VS Code set up the way that I'm running this. If not, feel free to use any web-based editor such as JS to Fiddle or Code Sandbox, something of that nature. All right, so we know that this function works. We're seeing hello up here. Now it's time to talk a little bit about includes. What does it do whenever we are looking at something, right? So let's take a look at that. If I use the keyword includes, and we'll do something like this. We'll say let vowels equal A-E-I-O-U, and notice that they're all lowercase here. And if we did the following, if we said a console log of vowels dot includes the letter A, let's see what we get in here. And I'm going to remove that very first console log here, and I'm going to clear this out as well, and then I'm going to run it. And what includes gives us is either a true or a false statement. So it's taking a look at the vowels, and it's saying, hey, inside the string, is there a letter A in there? And if there is, then hey, it's going to come back with a true. So if I type an F in here and save it, and I run this, I do get a false, right? Because F is not included in that string that we have right here. Okay, so that's the way that includes works. It's going to take a look at the string in this example here and compare it and say, hey, did we find that letter inside there? And if it did, cool. It's going to say true. All right, so now that we know includes, let's go ahead and also talk about how we can almost like loop through a string in order to compare it to the vowels, right? Because we can't just simply plug in the word hello in here and have it report true, or even try to give us a count there. We want to actually put in an individual letter. Now, how do we do that with a string? So if I did the following, if I did a console log of str. Okay, so we already know that that is going to be hello, right? But what if I were to put in here square bracket 0? What would I get? So if I save that and run that, I get the letter H. And that's because what we're doing here is if you can imagine this being a placeholder, 0, right? The H is in the 0 position. If I put in the 1, then we would get the E. If I put in a 2, I would get in an L, and so on, right? So we can test that out here, save it and clear this and run it, and we get the E, right? So that's how we're going to go about this strategy. This concept is we need to loop through the string, and that will help us with trying to see, hey, is this letter part of the vowels that we're kind of checking for, right? So let's go ahead and do that. So we'll do a for, and then we'll do a let I equals 0 with a semicolon. And then we want to do this for as long as our characters are of the string that's coming in. Okay, so the str.length, it's going to supply us with whatever or however long our string is. Okay, and then we just have our iterator right there. All right, continuing on. Inside our for loop, we need to have an if statement. And that if statement is going to check to see whether or not that vowel is contained in the letter that we are examining. So let's kind of think about what's going to be going on here real quick. So when we start off this loop, we have a 0, right? So a 0 is going to be plugged in here. str0, what's in the 0 position? Well, it's an H. It's going to check to see, does an H, is that included in the vowel set? It's not, which means that this will not console log. Now it's going to move on to the next letter, right? Because after 0 comes a 1 inside here. Well, what's in the 1 position? It's an E. Do we see an E inside the vowels? We do. It's going to report true, which means that we will see a console log down here. So that's going to be kind of neat. So let's go ahead and save that. I'm going to clear this out here, and then I'm going to run it, and we get an E and an O. Well, that's perfect. It's console logging it, but what we need to do is we need to add something. We need to keep track of a count that's associated with this. So let's do let vowel counter equal, and we're going to start this off at 0. Okay. Now, instead of console logging the current vowel, let's just go ahead and do, you can either do vowel count equals vowel count plus 1. Okay. Or you can do the plus plus just like you saw earlier, and that's going to add 1 to it. Okay. And then the last thing that we want to do here is instead of console logging the vowel count, we want to return the vowel count, right? Which means that down here we can do something like this. We can say let example1 equal vowel count here, and then we can console log example1. Okay, so let's go ahead and try that one. We're going to save it, and then we're going to run it, and we get 2. Let's do hello world. Save it and run it here. We get 3. All right. So it looks like our function works. Okay. Test this out with a sentence. Test it out with just a simple word. So hopefully you enjoyed this tutorial. Hopefully it was nice and challenging and refreshing for you. Please make sure that you like and subscribe to these videos because more will be coming. All right, hello everyone. Rob here with precodecamp.com, and in this video we're going to continue on and stretching the mind muscles with functions that return things. And in this challenge we have to write a function that returns an array of 6 random numbers from 1 to 6, And for practice, we're going to be utilizing while loops. Now, we already provide you with a random generator function with this, so feel free to copy this down word for word, and your random generator should work. To test that out, all you have to do is just do a console log, get random number, and throw in something like 1 through 6, save it, and then go ahead and run the code, and hopefully you get random numbers between 1 and 6. Okay. Now, if you are new to VS Code and you don't have your setup exactly like mine, no worries. I do have a video series going over how to do the setup of this. The link will be in the description. So let's go ahead and stub out a few things that we're going to need for this. And like I said, we're going to need to write a function that returns an array. So let's do that real quick. So this one's going to be called function. And we're going to do get random sequence. And it's not going to take anything inside the parameters. And then we're going to do some curly braces. And again, we're going to think about this logically here. I'm going to just create a variable. I'm going to call it sequence. And I'm going to set that to an empty array. And then like our prompt says, we need to return the array. So we're going to return sequence. Now we're going to run this, and for practice purposes, when we run this, we should see, or you'd think that we would want to see, just an empty array, and we don't see anything. And that's because in order to use a function, we need to call the function, right? And so if I went ahead and called it of get random sequence, left and right parentheses, and then I console log this, I should see an empty array. All right, so let me go ahead and save that and then run it. And you see right here, I do get an empty array. Okay, so now we know that our function's being called and that we are receiving an empty array. So that's part one. The next thing that we need to do is we need to see if we can somehow generate a random number and have it be stored in the sequence after we do that. So again, we're just bite-sized chunking away at this problem. Is I know I need to get a random number. How am I going to get a random number? Well, I already have a function for that, and that's up here. So let's do something like this. We'll say let random number equal get random number, and then we're going to do a 1, 6 because we know that we need to have this between 1 and 6. And then the question that we need to ask ourselves is, well, once we have this random number, how can we put it into the sequence array? How do you get information into an array? And so that is going to be utilizing the push, right? So let's use a push to get it in there. So in order to do that, I'm going to do sequence.push, and then I want to push in the random number. And so now if I save this and then I run this, I now get something inside my array, right? Let me clear this out and run it again. So there's a 5, there's a 4, right? But I'm only getting 1. I need to have more than that. I need to have 6, right? Well, how can I do that utilizing a while loop, right? So the way that while loops work is as long as the condition that we put inside the while loop happens to be true, it's going to continue to execute whatever's inside of it. So we do need to have these two things work, and we have to think to ourselves, based off of scope, what should we do? Should we include the sequence square brackets inside of our while loop, or does that need to exist outside, right, based off of scope? And the correct answer for this is it needs to live, line 15 needs to live outside of the while loop. So I'm going to start my while loop inside here. So I'm going to do while, and then inside the parentheses, this is where we want to put our conditional statement. So as long as sequence, okay, is how many, we have to think to ourselves here, how many of these random numbers do we need? Well, we need 6 of them. Do we have anything available to us in JavaScript that allows us to know the size of an array? And that's going to be the .length. Okay, so while sequence.length is less than 6, so as long as our array length is less than 6, we should still stay in this loop here. So anything inside here is going to run until we get to a certain point. So let's go ahead and save that. Let me clear out this, and then let's run this. And there we go. Now we get a sequence of random numbers between 1 and 6 that are inside of here. Okay. Now, as a special follow-along challenge, I would say see if we can do the following, where we can make them unique. So let's make the numbers unique. So if it already exists inside of the sequence, then we need to get another one. We need to go through the random generation process again. So go ahead and pause the video, see if you can think of something on, hey, is there a way for me to check an array to see if it already has something in it? So I would recommend taking a look at the .includes in the MDN documentation or W3 schools to give your head a little bit of pre-knowledge before you try to tackle this and play the video. So go ahead and pause the video, take a look at that, and then come back. All right, so hopefully you saw something that made sense on those document pages. And we can make a simple if statement. So think about this logically, right? If we created a random number, all right, and it already exists, we need to check to see how does that already exist. Now, if it doesn't exist, we need to go ahead and add it to our collection. But if it already exists, let's not add it. Let's just stay in this while loop. So let's take a look at that. So we can write a simple if statement. If, okay, we'll do sequence.includes, and then we're going to say the random number that it generated. So this is going to return true or false. So say, for example, we already have a 1 inside of our sequence, and we got a brand new random number, and it came up with 1 again. Well, this is going to say, hey, did you find a 1 in there? If you did, we need to skip it. So in order for this to happen, you can either do this. You can either do triple equals false. Okay, that's fine for beginners. Or we can go ahead and put the not symbol in front of this, which is the exclamation mark. So as long as we did not find a match, and that's how we can read that, let's go ahead and push on that new random number. Otherwise, we're going to bypass this if statement altogether and go through the loop again, because guess what? We didn't add anything to our sequence length, right? We didn't add a new number. So let's go ahead and save this and run this. And when we do, if we take a look at our sequence of numbers inside that array, we should not see a repeated number. So that's what's really cool about this, because later on you may have a project that you may want to do and follow along with us to create lottery balls of the lottery ball selections to make sure that there's no repeating numbers inside that array, right? All right, cool. Well, hopefully you got something out of this tutorial. Make sure that you like and subscribe to our channel for more challenges to help with your learning JavaScript experience. All right, so I hope you're ready for another great challenge. My name is Rob. I'm with precodecamp.com, and in this video, we're going to be testing our knowledge with function building, as well as some array methods that are out there, as well as loops, in order to kind of help solve this problem. And our problem is we need to write a function that will take in 2 arrays, and it will tell you how many matches there are between the 2 arrays. All right, and this is a great segue into one of our previous videos, which was to generate lottery balls, right? And to generate lottery tickets. So if you can imagine this being a lotto number, and we're trying to see how many matches we end up getting with this. That's kind of where my thought process was when I was creating this challenge. So it is a pretty simple one if we can kind of stub this out on how would we go about doing this as a human. So the very first task is we need to create a function that will actually consume these two arrays that we give it. Okay, so let's do that first. And for that, feel free to pause the video at each one of these little stopping points and see if you can go ahead and do that. So go ahead and write a function. We're going to call it find matches, and it's going to take in 2 arguments. And that's really all I want you to kind of write out and do. So feel free to pause the video and go ahead and write that out. All right, well, hopefully you ended up getting something that looks just like this, and then we're going to close that off. So the function is called find matches. It takes in 2 arguments that you can see right here, which is array 1 and array 2. And we're going to be doing our logical work inside of here, okay? So whenever we're going to be doing any kind of loops or anything like that, and we're trying to keep track utilizing a counter, we're always going to want to have the initialized counter outside of the loop. And so for that, I'm going to go ahead and create a variable in here, and I'm going to call it matches. So I'm going to say let matches equal 0. So that's going to be really standard, a real standard pattern. Again, if you saw one of our other videos of, hey, let's count to see how many even numbers we see in an array, we did this exact same kind of pattern of let's create some sort of variable outside of any kind of loop. So that way inside the loop, we are going to be keeping track of it, right? Now the next thing is we need to create a for loop that will go through this array. It will go through one of the arrays, and it's going to see if we have a match inside that array, okay? So let's go ahead and do that. So I want to type in here for, and then I want let I equal 0, semicolon. Then I'm going to do this loop as long as the array 1 dot length is less than the array size, right? So I want this loop to continue on until we get to the end of the very first array. And then after that, I want to go ahead and do an I++, okay? Again, this for loop should be something very familiar to you if you've been watching our series of videos going over looping through arrays. Now, the next thing that we need to think about and do is we need to see if we have a match, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to take the second array and we're going to see if we have a match based off of this. Because like what we want to do is we want this loop to look at this first character here, this first index, and check to see did it find a 1 inside of the second array, okay? And if it did, then we want to increment our matches up here, so that way it keeps on counting, okay? So the way to do that in JavaScript is we have something here called includes. It's going to take a look at the second array, and we're going to see if we have matched with a 1, okay? And the includes returns either true or false whenever we utilize it. So we can put this in an if block. If the array 2 dot includes, okay? And then, well, how can we tell it that we only want whatever index we are on to be checked? Well, that's where inside here, we're going to type out ARR, the first array, square bracket, I, okay? Now, if we do get a match, then we would like to increment that counter. So many times we can see something like matches equals matches plus 1. That would be fine. Or you could do matches and then put a plus plus there, and that does the same exact thing. But I think if we're just starting out, that this one works best for most learners out there. Okay, so just to reiterate, what we're doing here is we are comparing the first one here, and we're comparing it to see, hey, do I see a 1 in this array here? And if it does, then we're going to increase our counter. Okay. And then we're moving on to the next one. Does it see a 2, right? And then we can come in here, look for a 2. It doesn't. It's going to keep on moving on. Is there a 3? Well, there is a 3, right? And so it's just going to continue on going through this entire array until we get to the very end. And then at the end of this loop, we need to report back the matches. Okay. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and save that, and then I'm going to scroll up just a little bit. And let's set up our testing here for these two arrays. So let's go ahead and do something that looks like this. So our first array has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in it. The next one has 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in it. And if we did everything correctly, we should now see that we have matched 3 of the numbers that are in here. So I can go ahead and hit the play button, and I do in fact see 3, which is kind of cool. Okay. All right. Well, hopefully you enjoyed this tutorial. Feel free to play around with these arrays. Again, you can make them any size that you want. You can add more numbers to it, either the top, the bottom, or both, right? So test that out, see if it works for your scenarios. But again, this is another great example of the lotto generator, and if we're trying to compare tickets to see if we got a match on the jackpot, right? So that's what we're leaning towards once we put all these finishing pieces together. Okay. Hi everyone, Rob here with precodecamp.com, and hope you're ready for another exciting challenge for us to kind of go through. Again, this challenge here will prep you for maybe something like a fizz buzz type of scenario. I know that's usually a common one that people will go through whenever they're beginners. So in this case here, we have an array worth of 10 numbers, and what you would like to do is you would like to write a function that will count out how many of those numbers are even. We're going to utilize a for loop to iterate over this, so that will give us practice with for loops. I know we can do this with other ones, and that can be a bonus challenge here for you. But we're going to use a for loop to iterate over the array, and each time it's going to go through the loop, it's going to check to see whether or not that number is odd or even, right? And if it's even, we're just going to increase a counter, so that way we know that, hey, this one's even. Let's go ahead and add it to the list of it being even, and we're counting it, right? So let's go ahead and write this out here. First thing that we're going to do is we're going to create, we'll create the array that we're going to use here. And for this case here, we'll just do let numbers equal, and then for now, we'll just do 1 through 10. So 1, 2, 3, all the way up to 10. And obviously, if we're doing this and we're sending it through a function, we should get 5 out of this, right? So the next part of this is we're going to write a function. So let's create a function here, and we're just going to call this count evens, and it's going to receive an array worth of information here. Okay, so I'll put the curly brackets on here just so that we can maintain scope. The next thing that we need to do inside of the function is we need to establish a counter, right? Because we need to count. We need to go through a loop, and we need to increase this count every time we go through. Now, the way to initialize a variable in here is we'll just do let counter equals 0. And that way, every time we run through this function, we know that our counter is going to be 0 there. Now, the next thing that we are going to do is we're going to loop through the array. Now, we're just going to use a normal for loop for this. And again, we don't know, because we want this to be expandable, right? Maybe we only want to send 1 through 4 through there instead of 1 through 10. And we need something that is dynamic to know how long or what the size of our array is. So we can definitely tap into the .length property out of numbers, right? So if I just did a console log here of numbers.length, and I save this and then I run this, we get 10, right? Because that's how big this array is. It's 10 in length. So that's how many times we need to go through the loop. So I'm going to go ahead and comment that out here. All right, so we're just going to do a for loop, okay? And then we want to initialize a variable here, okay? And I'll explain this code. So we need to initialize I, which is the iterator. We're going to set that to 0. And we want to stay inside this loop as long as I is less than the array length that's coming in, right? We just did this right here, numbers.length. And then we want to use our incrementer, which is I++, okay? Now the next thing that we need to do is we need to throw in an if statement. So that if statement is going to look something like this, where we have an if, and then we want to evaluate the current array, the current number, the current index that we're at. And then we're using this special % sign that you see right here, and that's called the modulus, which provides us the remainder, right? So if I did, if the number in here was 8, okay, 8 divided by 2 is 4. And then it has this little % sign, means like we only care about the remainder. So the remainder of that is 0. So that's how we can tell whether or not it is an even number, if 2 can divide it into it evenly. And so this is going to be something that you want to put in your toolbox later on, because again, as you're going through your beginner steps, and like I said, into something called FizzBuzz, you're going to want to make sure that you kind of understand what the modulus does here for us. So we're just checking to see right here, this will give us if it is even, if it divides into it evenly. And if it does, hey, let's go ahead and increase our counter here. Now, many times starting off, you may not like the ++. You can definitely do counter equals counter +1, and that's the same thing. It means, hey, whatever counter was before, it's going to add 1 to it. So let's kind of step through this a little bit in our minds here. If our array of numbers is coming in, the very first one it gets to is 1. Okay, so is 1 divisible by 2 evenly? It is not, so it is skipping it. It moves to the next one, 2. 2 divided by 2, is the remainder 0? Well, it's going to increase our counter, right, by 1. Well, what was it before? Well, it was 0 before. And so as we stay in this loop, counter is going to continually to go up. If we get to 4, right, 4 divided by 2 is 0, the remainder is 0. And then we come in here and we're saying, hey, counter equals counter +1. Well, what was it before? Well, it was 1 + 1 is 2. So our counter is going to continually to go up. So again, you can do counter equals counter +1, or you can do counter ++. It doesn't matter at this stage here. They both do the same thing. All right, lastly, to double check this, to make sure that it works, we can just do the following. We do need to put a return in here. So we need to return the counter. And then we need to actually call and use the function here. And so we'll do something like this, right? We'll do a console log of it. We'll save it, run it, and I'll put that in there. Now it's 5. Okay. Now you don't need to like have a variable up here in order to pass the array to that function. You can do something like this. And obviously 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 should give us a response of 0, a return of 0 there. And there we go. Okay. So hopefully you found this challenge useful. Feel free to like and subscribe. And again, feel free to take a look at our other videos on YouTube. And we also have an online course that allows us to help you navigate the fundamentals. So make sure you check that out as well. All right. So again, we'll see you next time. All right. So in this video, we're going to be conducting this little challenge here. My name's Rob. I'm with precodecamp.com, and we're going to take you through the thought process on how to solve this prompt. There's a link going to be in the description, as well as this video, on where you can actually go to JS Fiddle, try this out yourself if you are wanting to code along utilizing it. So our challenge is we need to provide a function that will take a string of numbers, like you see right here that I have on line 5, and it will provide you with the average of those numbers. Now, the thing also says that we have to return 0 if we receive an empty string, and also all these numbers are going to be separated by spaces. So that's how we're going to do that. So things that we need to think in the back of our minds is, all right, is there anything out there that can help us with converting a string to maybe an array, right? And then the other thing that we're going to think of is how can we loop through that array and keep track of these numbers being added together, okay? So those are some things that you might want to think about while trying to do this. Feel free to pause the video and see if you can do it yourself. And if not, just unpause the video and we can go ahead and resume with this lesson. So, all right, well, hopefully you ended up trying this out, and this is where we're trying to go with this is we're going to go ahead and create a function here, and I'm just going to call it average. So I'm going to do function average, and inside the parameters here, I know that I'm going to be taking in a string, and it's going to have a bunch of numbers in it. And then I'm just going to go ahead and close off this function. And I'm going to supply this part here with a console log. So I'm going to do a console log of this right here. Okay. So what we first need to do is handle the part where if the string that's coming in is empty, then we need to just return 0. And one of the things that I like doing is let's just do a real quick if check at the very beginning, and then we can go ahead and just exit out of the function altogether, because if it's empty, there's no point of even trying to do the rest of the things that we need to do with it. And readability wise, it really helps that developer see what's kind of going on. So if we can just do that right off the bat really quick, and we can do a real quick test here. So we can do if, and then we'll do num string, and then we'll do equals equals equals, and then in the string quotes, we're just going to do empty, right? We just want it empty. So if it is empty, then we can return 0. Now in JavaScript, you can simply do a return 0 all one line if that's what you want to do. I typically will just go ahead and teach the curly brackets and just put it inside of that scope of a return of 0. Okay, both work out really well. Let's go ahead and test that out real quick. I'm going to cut that from our console log, and then I'm just going to run it, and then of course we get 0. Now if I put something in here, I save it, run it, I should get nothing because we didn't return anything, right? So we get undefined. Now, the next thing that we need to do is we need to take our string somehow and convert it into an array. So something that I will always tell students that are trying to learn this is, all right, well, let's go ahead and pause right here and let's do a real quick Google search on how can I convert a string to an array, right? And what we'll see is what we can do is we will utilize the split method on the string. Okay, so we can do something like this. We can say let numbers equal, and then the num string dot split, and then what do we want to split it on? Well, we want to split it on the space. Let's do a real quick console log of numbers and see what that gives us. So I expect to see an undefined still, but I also expect to see what our numbers, what line 14 is actually doing here for us. So I see a 12, a 34, a 56, and so on. And things that you will hopefully point out here is you see those little tick marks in here. That tells me that this is still a string. It's really not a number quite yet. Okay, but we'll handle that inside of the loop that we're going to be doing. Okay, so let's see if we can go ahead and write out a simple for loop. Again, another good point to kind of pause this is let's just go ahead and write a simple for loop going through this new array that we created right here. And maybe we can even console log the numbers that are going through that loop. Okay, so let's go ahead and try that out. So I'm going to get rid of this console log here, and I'm going to do a simple for loop. I'm going to say for let I equal and 0. And then the next thing that we want to do is we want to make sure that I is less than, we want to keep on going through this loop as long as I is less than the length of the array, because we made this very customizable as far as our functionality goes. Like, we're not looking for specifically, hey, let's only do 5 numbers. Maybe we can throw a 6th one in there or a 7th one. So it's very flexible. It's not hard-coded. And inside here, let's just go ahead and console log. And we'll console log the numbers square bracket I. Okay, let's go ahead and save that, and let's run it and see what we get. So now I get 12, 34, 56, 78, 90. Now if I wanted to know the type of this, because notice that there's no quotes around it anymore, but I can do type of, and we can see what it is, and we get string, 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 string. Let me clear this out so we can see it a little bit better. I'll go ahead and run it, and then we get string still. Okay, so that's why we're going to need to convert the string value here to a number, and multiple ways to go about that. And usually I'll have students Google, hey, how can you convert a string to a number, and see what you come up with. And you'll get an array of different methods that are out there that will do that for us. So in our case, we're going to use the parse int on it. So if I do something like this, I can do a real quick console log of the parse int, and I can throw in the numbers, square bracket I, and then I can do a type of right before it. So let me save that and run it. And now we actually get number, 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 number. Okay, so now we know that it's a number. So what I can do now is I'm going to get rid of this. I'll still keep the parse int. And just like in our previous videos that we've shown you, is anytime you're trying to have some sort of accumulator out there, then we're going to have an initialize a variable on the outside of a loop to kind of help us keep track of that stuff. So what we can put in here is we can say let sum equals 0. So we're going to initialize it to 0. And then inside this loop here, we can say sum equals sum plus, and then whatever number we are now deciphering in our parse int. Okay. And then the last thing that we can do is if we just do return sum, we're going to get the sum, right? We're not going to get the average. And so the next thing that I want you all to think about is, and maybe Google if you want, is how can I tell how many numbers are in this array, right? What property do I have access to know how many numbers are in this array? And so what we could do is we can say, you know what? We're going to divide that by numbers.length. Okay, so now I can save this, and then no longer will we see 270. We will see 54, which is exactly what our prompt up here kind of gave us. All right. So hopefully by going through this and seeing the different things that we added to our functions, as well as our return statements, will help you out. Of course, we could go a whole heck of a lot more into this by adding some more precautionary features, such as, hey, let's check to make sure that this is an actual number inside of here and it's not going to give us back any not numbers, right? So anyways, hopefully you enjoyed this video. Make sure that you like and subscribe to our channel, because we're just going to be producing a whole lot more of these types of videos if you found it helpful. So thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. All right, hello everyone. My name's Rob. I'm with precodecamp.com, and this video is going to be for you JavaScript beginner learners out there, just looking to get exposed as well as expand your minds just a little bit with some challenges, because the best way to learn JavaScript is to be challenged and have these possible learning lessons here. So here is the prompt. You are provided with an array of names of different students. So as you can see on my line 10, I have Martin, Thomas, Peter, John, and Nikki. Now your task is to utilize this provided array and split them up into 2 teams, right? Where every other person is part of the team. Use a for loop in order to complete this challenge. So what do we mean by this prompt is that it's almost like you're back in middle school or high school in a gym class and you're looking to split teams up, and that coach says, hey, go ahead and count off 1s and 2s, right? And so you're counting off, hey, there's a 1, there's a 2, there's a 1, there's a 2, there's a 1, right? And so you're just splitting them up into 2 separate teams. So that is what is meant by that prompt. All right, so this would be a great point for you to go ahead and pause the video, see if you're able to challenge yourself, see if you're able to at least get some code written down. And if not, no worries. You can come back. We're going to go through this code, and we're going to go through it methodically and kind of talk about what we're doing at each step. All right. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to create some storage. So we need to create a variable for the 2 teams, and I'm just going to call it team 1, team 2, and we're going to set those up as empty arrays, because eventually I would like to put data in them, and so they're going to live on my lines 12 and lines 13. So the way that you need to start approaching some of these tasks is, hey, we already got a storage place for them, team 1 and team 2. Now it says that we need to have a loop. So I would try to challenge myself to see if I can create a for loop and just simply console log the names. Okay, so let's go ahead and try to at least do that. Now the for loop is going to be very standard, very basic. It's a standard for loop. We're going to initialize the variable here of the iteration. We're going to set that equal to 0. Now the next part that you see here is, how long do we want to stay in this loop for? What conditions need to be met for me to stay inside this loop? That's what goes right here. So as long as I is less than our student.length, right? Students.length, and that comes from up here. So this makes it very dynamic. saying that if we happen to add more students that later come on in the gym, we're able to put them inside this array, and our loop would still function and go through all of the names. That's the point of that one. And then this last piece here is your iteration. So at the end of each loop that it goes through, it's going to add 1 to that loop counter. Now, inside the loop here, this is where I said I would challenge yourself to see if you are able to simply just console log a name from the students array. And if you remember, JavaScript is 0 based. So if I wanted to console log Martin, for example, I would do students square bracket 0. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll do a console log of students square bracket 0. And let's go ahead and save and let's run that code. And you'll see that I have 5 Martins. Okay. Now, of course, I can change this 0 here to a 2. Save it, run it, and now I get Peter. Okay, let me play that again. Peter, 5 times. So that's great. I'm getting names, but I need the names to be a little bit more dynamic. And then what I would challenge you to do is, instead of putting 2 inside here, what should I put in here to make it go through all the names? Right? And so the answer to that is I. I is something that is changing every single time we go through this loop. And so if I save that and then I run it, notice I get Martin, Thomas, Peter, John, Nikki. Okay. Perfect. So now I know that I am able to get a name. Now, how do I put them in there, right? How do I put them in team 1 and team 2? And so it's almost like you have to think of this as like a train track, right? Hey, if you're an odd, I need you to go in team 1, for example. If you're an even, I need you to go in team 2, right? So those are the things that you need to kind of think about. So for that, we need a conditional, and we are going to check to see, is our iterator, is it currently odd or is it even? And then the way to utilize that is to do modulus, okay? Modulus, which means it's going to check the remainder. So the way that we are going to go about this is we'll do the following. We'll say if our current iterator, and if we utilize the % sign and 2, and we set that equals to 0, this right here is checking the iterator and saying, hey, whatever number you're at right now, and if it's 2, for example, if your I equals 2, right? So 2 divided by 2 is, right? And then the remainder is 0, right? Like, that's all we're caring about whenever we see this % sign. So we're checking out the remainder. So for example, if 4% sign 2, okay? So that's really saying 4 divided by 2 is, okay? And what's the remainder? Is the remainder 0? Yes, it is, right? So that's what this % sign is doing. All right, so we can put something in here. We can say, you know what? If you are considered a remainder of 0, that means we're in an even position, and I can do a team1.push, and then we can set that to students square bracket I, okay? And then with every if statement, you're totally okay to do an else if you need it. We definitely do. So you either have a remaining of 0, you're either even or you're odd, right? So the next part is then we need to put you in the other team, right? So push students square bracket I, okay? All right, so now that we have that outside of the for loop, let's go ahead and console log. And we're going to do, we'll do team 1, team 1. And then we'll go ahead and put in team 2 in here. So I'm just copy and pasting this to make it a little bit easier on me. Okay, let's clear this out. I'm also going to comment out my line 16. I don't want to junk up the console too much. And so there we go. So now we have Martin, Peter, Nikki are on team 1, and then we have Thomas and John, they're on team 2. All right. So there we go. We solved our team problem. And again, feel free to add more names to this to test out your code to make sure that it truly is dynamic, because I can come in here, I can put a comment here. We could do Jody, save it, and then we'll run it. We should see Jody in there as well. So again, pretty neat way for you to test out your knowledge utilizing arrays in JavaScript. We touched on for loops in JavaScript, and then we also talked about the modulus as well. So hopefully you enjoyed this video. Make sure that you like and subscribe to our channel. We're going to be producing more and more challenge videos as the days and weeks come. Thanks for watching.